hope you've all got your pens and your pencils because school is back in session. Welcome to Radiant Academy Class 104. I will be one of your professors today. My name is CV, joined, of course, by Zobi. I'm not quite sure what our caster duo name would be because it both ends with B, but whatever it is, I know you're the heart and soul of it, and I am happy to be here with you.
Would it just be C? Or would it? Because I feel like, yeah, we can't just make it Zobi.
Really obnoxious.
It has to be C, because then it's just Zobi otherwise. But regardless, like we said, we are your two professors for the day, and I'm very, very excited, right, for Radiant Academy to come back, because it was a little bit of a break, right? There was a bunch of conflicting events, some LAN events, some off-season events that were happening, so GC teams couldn't get back to competing, and I know everyone was eager for its return, and now, like you said, class is back in session, CB.
I mean, a little bit more exciting than the actual classes that are back in session because it is also back to school season. You know, our class is no different though, all right? So even on your off time when you're supposed to be gaming, you're still here studying at the Radiant Academy, and it's been interesting watching, you know, going through the group stages, coming into the playoffs here. We just kind of got the round of 16 seeded not too long ago, finding out who exactly we're going to be seeing. It's going to be pretty interesting. I think we're kicking things off with about as evenly matched of a match as we could possibly get.
Oh, for sure, right? We went from a round robin 4-group stage with the 16 teams signed up to compete, and that was just for seeding. So now they are in that best of 3 single elimination bracket from here onwards to see who our stellar students are going to be at the end of the day. And like you mentioned, we're starting out with our number 8 versus number 9 seeds, and that's going to be Odessa's Retirement Home versus YDZ Black, respectively. And I feel like these team stories could not be more different, CB. YDZ Black kind of just building their experience out, starting to get kind of that cohesion as a roster. They competed in a few open qualifiers, but don't get very far in the groups. Versus Odessa's Retirement Home, you might recognize some of the names on because they are a team that's actually disbanding. They're on their way out. They just had a huge performance in the NRG Neon Dream Invitational as a give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. And sadly, I think just some life has come up, and Odessa is obviously retiring, and now they're going to have to reform under probably a new banner.
I mean, if you're a team that's disbanding, you might as well make some noise on the way out.
Exactly.
This is a great way to do it. And I mean, both of these teams definitely made some noise going through the group stages. I, tried to like rapid fire figure out like the stories between these two teams and just how they've gotten to this point from the start of the tournament. And like I said, it's so back and forth. It's so even. Like you look at some of the players' ranks, you kind of give the nod to YDZ Black. But the record, 2-1 for Odessa's Retirement Home versus 1-2 for YDZ Black. But those losses were against top 5 teams, and
exactly.
The wins for Odessa's Retirement Home were against really low-seeded teams. So we have a lot of question marks on both sides, and they're both coming again in that kind of like middle, that 8th and 9th seed, and it realistically could go either way.
Yeah, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into what you said about YDZ Black and going against these higher seeds, because not only was it 1 through 5, but they're round 3, right? What they're coming out of for closing out the group stage is losing 7-13 against Oompies, the number 1 seed, the team really to beat in this event, right? They put up a great performance in the Energy Neon Dream Invitational, and also they're getting back to, the roster where I think Terra is coming back into the mix. I think Panini's taking a step back, so they're really, I think, just getting ready, it feels like, to ramp back up for open qualifiers, and are using this as kind of a generalized kind of this day full of scrimming. But number 1, 13-7 impressive. Number 2, I'm going to be hoping to see them carry either that momentum and if they call it a success at that score, or if it's really going to beat their confidence down that they weren't able to get that win under their belt to close out the group stage.
But I mean, like 7-13 against Oompies, you're putting up a pretty decent fight against who are looking to be the favorites of this entire tournament. You definitely don't take that and feel too bad about it. You're definitely like, okay, there's life in this team. And like you said, they're a bit of a newer team. They're still trying to build a lot of that cohesion that we say Odessa's Retirement Home already has a little bit of under their belt. So if you can make, if you can make the gods bleed without that cohesion, imagine what's going to happen as this tournament progresses if they're able to, first of all, best Odessa's Retirement Home, maybe build up a little bit more of it throughout this bracket run. Maybe they can even go pretty deep.
Oh, for sure. And I think the 2 players in my mind to keep an eye on for the side of YDZ Black are going to be Alyssa A and Cross Unity, just because individually their roles they're really good on. Cross Unity, that initiator, notably the breach, and Alyssa A on that sentinel, notably the killjoy. And also they are the kind of duo that's been together for a while. Before joining YDZ Black, they were on Event Horizon GC, and we really get to see kind of how that's going to carry over now to maybe this newer squad, since everybody else has kind of shifted around with the formation under this org's banner. But otherwise, I do know that we are in for a treat when we get to our map picks and bans, and I don't want to show it off yet, CB, but we're definitely the treat when I look at YDZ Black in their group stage and we're talking about confidence and being in your element. I think this is really gonna set them up for success there. I'm not gonna lie, CB.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll have the map picks and bans here very, very shortly, but I mean,
see?
When I say shortly, I mean right now. It's ready. Let's have a look at the maps and see where we are going to be kicking things off and where we're going, like, where the journey is going to be. Our syllabus for the day, if you will. It won't be Ascent or Abyss. It's actually going to be Icebox that we kick things off on.
And to round it out, it'll be Haven, and if we make it all the way in this best of 3, we will end on Lotus. And I don't know if you connected the dots yet or tied the lessons together for their content, CB, but when I look at Icebox, Haven, and Lotus, I look at the 3 maps that YDZ played during their group stage. It is the perfect mirror of what they played. Now, for the side of Odessa, they also played Icebox and Haven, but Icebox was one of those losses against Tanax GC, so they might not get off to a strong start, and I think that's what YDZ Black targeted. I also will say, CB, even though our practice cast was on Ascent, I hate casting Ascent. It's just like I said, the basics for Valorant. So any team that bans it out initially, like we saw from YDZ Black, will forever have my heart.
Well, good news.
Unbiased, of course.
We'll never have to cast it again, ever, I'm sure. Surely everybody is going to ban it right out the gates here. By the way, remind me, what was the map you said earlier that YDZ Black played against Umphys on? What was that?
It was Haven.
So this kind of looks pretty good for them across the board, I gotta say.
No, for sure. Like, if we look at who won this at the end of the day, in my mind, it is going to be YDZ Black. But I will say, if it makes it to Lotus, I think, even though we haven't seen it from Odessa, that was their 6-13 loss against Ominous Minions. I don't know if you have their seed perchance on hand, but I feel like that might be that kind of wild card.
That was the fifth seed, Ominous Minions.
Yeah. And I feel like there could have been maybe something more there to see out of YDZ Black. So if it goes to map 3, I think I favor Odessa's. But if we see, like you said, they come out swinging on Icebox, they target that weak spot, and then they close out on Haven where they put up really good numbers against Umphys, and it was, I mean, it was a stomp from Odessa, though, 13-3. It's either going to be a 2-0 for YDZ, or I'm really hoping that we get to see kind of a third map, and then it's kind of anybody's game.
I'm kind of picking up what you're putting down. I think those are our main 2 roads we can go down here, either a 2-0 for YDZ Black, or we get to see that 2-1 in favor of Odessa's retirement home. But it is going to be a matter of whether or not we get there, how we get there, and whether or not that cohesion for YDZ Black comes together. But it sounds like they already have a pretty good grasp on things that they are good at, going to Icebox, and then, Haven being Odessa's pick, that still kind of, like we said, favors YDZ a little bit. I'm going to be interested to see what it is that YDZ want to come out here with on Icebox, because Icebox is it's just an interesting map. Like, it's always really fun, really cramped, really narrow, and a lot of, like, interesting verticality that I think changes the way that a lot of people play the game.
Oh, for sure. And I think there's one thing I have to point out here as well, CB. Obviously, I was your kind of, employment trainer, right? Going through a bunch of the meta compositions for these different maps. Well, guess what? You might have to improv and throw that all out the window when it comes to Odessa's retirement home, because, like we said, this is their final ride. They're doing whatever they want, and their compositions are going to mirror that here as well. You're going to see something that you normally don't see on Icebox from them, and I'm curious to see how YDZ Black is going to handle that, because from what I see, they're running compositions that are pretty standard. Like I said, they're using Radiant Academy as more practice for the open qualifier that's coming up, open qualifier number 3 at the beginning of October, versus Odessa's retirement home, right? This is a send-off, this is having fun, this is celebrating what has been for this squad, and sometimes puggy energy is so hard to read and so hard to strategize against.
Yeah, it gets a little bit chaotic, and I think, this is a map that is going to feed into that chaos, as well as, the situation, like you said, using it for more of scrim practice, using it more of, like, trying to see what works and what you can get away with when you get into that open qualifiers. It is, like, a nice hands-on lab before the final exam, if you will. I told you would get sick of the school puns by the time I was done just today. We're going to be back tomorrow with more of it on top of that, so you'll be completely done with me by the end of this weekend, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure. And right now we are making sure that our students are prepped for success and getting set up in the library. But speaking of prepping for success, everybody can take a trip to the student or the Radiant Academy school store, all right? If you're enjoying Radiant Academy, right, and you want to support Radiant and all of their initiatives for marginalized genders or just in production, make sure to go check out the merch. All the profits that we said go back into supporting future events like this, and hopefully more to come, CB. So again, go get a T-shirt. I think they might have some stickers. And it's it's pretty good.
I've snagged a few things from that store myself. I don't know if I can,
Yeah,
name
you're calling
drop,
all hero stuff.
Yeah, the calling
You
all hero
can.
stuff. Yeah, that's my home. From the Overwatch initiative. I had to cop as soon as I saw that, but there's gonna be more to coming out eventually for some of these other initiatives that Radiant does, and maybe if I'm lucky, I can get like a Radiant branded iPad to take notes on during my cast. That'd be pretty sick. Maybe a little bit ambitious, but it depends on what kind of school we're running here, because school stores for like colleges, they usually have like tech and stuff, so maybe like a Radiant MacBook so I can really excel in my classes. Wink wink.
Get on this. But hey, MacBooks you can't play video games on, so I don't know if that's what you want to go with, CB, to be honest. But go for it.
No, I was gonna say, like, you can't game on it, but I also like have a desktop PC, and I don't know if you guys. Okay, I'm a full-time student in college right now. Lugging around a gaming PC for all of your classes is awful. It's just awful. Like, I go to the gym and I still get exhausted just walking to classes because I'm carrying like 50 pounds on my back.
Yeah, you just do the reps while you're walking, and then just like instead of going to the gym, easy.
Yeah, it's just walking around campus with a pseudo weight vest on. It sucks. I don't do it. Unless you are like a game design major, you don't need a gaming PC. All right, get something nice and lightweight. Something that you're not gonna like die carrying from class to class.
I feel like that would push your limits, right? Because you don't want to drop it out of fear of breaking your PC, so you're likely to like push and grow. But don't strain yourself, guys, right? CB, I know you work out a lot. Do your stretches. We're now turning from your Radiant Academy professors into your, I guess, PE and general health teachers. But either way, back to Valorant, the true topic of the syllabus or this classroom, and let's talk about Icebox, right? Map number 1. I kind of was keeping us in the dark and setting it up for YDZ Black with their kind of meta composition for Icebox versus this craziness that Odessa's retirement home is going to bring out. Do you want a preview of the lesson?
I would love it. I would love it, as a matter of fact. I mean, we are still waiting on one more player to join the lobby so we can actually see what the real compositions are going to be, but you seem to have the inside scoop, and I want to hear your predictions for what it's going to be and why it's going to be as crazy as you think it is.
Yes, so for the side of Odessa's retirement home, number 1, no Sentinel. And I think, Steven, when we were going over Icebox, I said no matter what, you're going to see a Sentinel, whether that is the Sage and the Killjoy or just the Killjoy, especially because of how important mid control is and keeping track of where players are lurking. Last time Odessa's retirement home played this map, they did not have one. They went with a double duelist, double initiator, and a controller. And not only was it, like I said, double initiator, but they bring out the Breach, which you normally don't see on this map. And their controller, they bought out the Clove, which is one of the newest controllers. And I said you might not see them that much, CP, but we even might see a Reyna pick. Now, don't make me liars, students. Please lock in exactly what I said. And it looks like we have a substitute player on the side of Odessa's retirement home. A new student in the classroom. Everybody welcome to the stage, Sekia, who I'm going to say is a huge upgrade. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, they, coming from their previous school, I'll say it, are insane. Just their mind. I believe they were an IG out from one of their previous teams. They are going to be a treat to look forward to. And it's affecting the composition for this team.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what else I'm seeing is 2 Sentinels, so you have been made a double liar by Odessa retirement home.
How could they do this?
They knew exactly what you were expecting, and they were like, "No, we're throwing that out the window." They are going to bring in the Reyna, though, so that is,
yes.
Okay, you're 2 for 1 on predictions there. We'll call it like that.
Yeah, I will say, the names are a little bit covered for me to double check this, but I think it's partially because of that player that got subbed out, and I think one of them was playing the second duelist, so that's why they kind of leaned back away from that. I mean, it's showing how one player substituting in can affect the entire synergy of the squad. For example, Ellie, right? I think that's why they picked the Sage over the Breach that they previously picked, right? They might have been kind of setting up Princess Icy on that Jet with the Breach, versus now they don't need to, and they can lean more into a supportive role, more into a battle sentinel, or also, like I said, that was a 5-13 loss with that last composition against Nax GC, right? So clearly something wasn't working, and it might have just been that lack of a sentinel. They might have just gotten run down from all angles, and now they're looking to remedy that moving forward in the playoffs, where it is, like we said, single elimination.
And I think, like, looking at Icebox, you get kind of a feel for, like, how cramped a lot of these corners is, how boxed in you feel at all times. Like, I personally just can't imagine not wanting to run a Sentinel on this at all. Like, it's pretty bold to go for, like, the double duelist and try and just peek around those corners super aggressively. You got to have a lot of confidence here, and they're not going to have that currently with a sub, it would seem.
Well, we'll have to see. Like I said, Pug energy may come through. And while I didn't get the Odessa retirement home read correctly, YDZ Black running the exact composition as predicted, as probably rehearsed and scrimmed. and tried and true here on Icebox. But speaking of tried and true, talked about confidence. Odessa's retirement home starting out here on the attack, and you expect to see maybe aggression from this chamber, from this Raidiant. And while they were trying to punish some over peeking here, the discipline from YDZ Black is coming through, and nobody even peeking this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of this confidence from Odessa's retirement home. They're still just like waiting to make a move, and this is just pistols round. They're taking it really slow, waiting for an opportunity to present itself, kind of rotating themselves back over towards B, where you do only have currently one body on the side of YDZ Black, and that is going to be that Jet. Like, they're going to try and slowly approach. They did also, by the way, leave the chamber behind over at A.
Yeah, that's common. Keep alert player so you can fast pivot if you need to. But like I said, with this securement agent of the stage, the wall goes up, the plant will follow, and now that role for Zekia transforms into a lurk play, right? You can reflank through mid, you can cut off some of these rotations, and so far, nobody is watching for it on the side of YDZ Black. You can see the Gecko starting to clear it out, Alyssa as well with their, spidey senses tingling, but at the end of the day, you gotta break this wall, you gotta get towards this retake, and that is all gonna take time.
That's going to be a real difficult retake, especially now with the Viper snake bites going down. Odessa with 2 there. That's going to help out a little bit for YDZ Black with just the one lonely Gecko remaining. Trying to go in for this retake, taken down in Odessa's retirement home. Patience pays off, and they're able to get the early pistol win.
Yeah, and Ellie there, nice anchor at the end of the round. You saw, like I said, that creep up, I believe, from Zekia. And unfortunately, the wall there, right, would have been an issue. So hopefully we'll see some communication to clean that up. But for now, because of the stark little 2K from Odessa and the closeout from Ellie, they're able to get that pistol on the board. It's an eco strat now, hopefully from YDZ Black. Obviously, we see the Deagle is getting forced up, but this is what's difficult, I feel like, on Icebox, is it's so nice for these sniper rifles. We see the Marshall, we see the Outlaw. These in combination are going to be deadly if anybody from YDZ over peaks, or if they can try and punish the Sova, who is just W-keying with the rest of the squad, the 4-stack, trying to scale up, and there it is. As I said, the punishments start to come through.
Yeah, if you're going to play slow and patient, going with all these long-range weapons, it's definitely going to behoove you quite well. And this is looking like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath for Odessa's retirement, as it's just this one lonely killjoy. Alyssa just trying to stay. I mean, do you even go for the save if you're just here with just the sheriff? No, you try and get what you can. A pickoff onto Odessa. That might just be all she's able to get, though. A couple more peaks come down, and there we go. She's done for. It's 2-0 for Odessa.
And just like that, that's kind of what you expect. But I will say, like I said, this is the ability for these Outlaws to rip and tear through players. Now, the concern here is that, CB, when the Outlaw came out, it was aimed at targeting this half-shield meta that evolved into Valorant, where nobody would buy full shields anymore, because when you get to a certain level of play, it doesn't matter. Everyone's hitting headshots. Body shots are very elusive when you get up to the 40-50% headshot range. Unfortunately, though, those Deagles mean that they are still opting in for these light shields. So Princess Icy, my eyes, again, are going to be drawn to her and her ability to find these players, because like I said, body shot, you're gone. And Zekia, I mean, yes, they have a Marshall, but even then, that's going to do a lot of damage so that hopefully the rest of the players with the less optimal weapons can finish the job.
It's also worth noting that while Odessa's retirement home, they're sticking with the long-range game. YDZ have bought in this round, so they're going to have to try and play things close quarters if they can, but you already got one really low HP. There's a second, both scared off, afraid to take some of these duels. The kill onto Ellie there might give them a little bit of a much-needed confidence boost, and there's another one onto Odessa, and this might be YDZ Black able to try and buy their way back into this matchup.
And I really need to see some finishing shots from the remaining members of Odessa's retirement home. Like, you don't necessarily need to win this round, just do economic damage. And with such low HP here, the Ghost could body shot one or two of these players in milliseconds. But what they're going to do instead is the scale up. Princess Icy claims some space, claims a weapon upgrade, and now with the Bulldog as well, we haven't even seen the bigger weapons take duels, right? It's been both of the sniper rifle members. So now, I think this is going to get a lot dicier than you expected here, even with the Stark advantage YDZ Black had. And the first example is Princess Icy, who's also popped their ultimate.
You were going to say that Stark advantage that they have, past tense now had, but they've managed to get it back with the kill there onto Princess, and now they're able to swarm here onto the point, taking down Zekia and Rover, and yeah, I mean, yeah, there's that advantage, just going for the defuse, and they're able to get themselves on the board.
and the flood speed there from Jasmine in that tailwind was insane. But I will say it is just unfortunate, and I think also kudos to YDZ Black for having the Killjoy, having the Sova try and play behind these higher HP players, so that once that Empress was popped, they could kind of defend them. And that's kind of what we saw was the neutralization of Princess Icy and that Empress that would have been the eco round turnaround getting denied is what allowed them to win that round. But still, I will say dropping 2 players here is going to keep the bank at least kind of fairly in check for the side of YDZ Black, versus that was a save, as I mentioned, for Odessa's retirement home. So now we get to see the buy up from them. Not even just a buy up, but Sekia forcing the operator. They said they don't want a Marshall, they need the big guns.
We'll have to see. I mean, you know, Odessa's retirement home, they definitely do want to play these long-range angles, but I was looking over at YDZ's, their eco as well. They also went for something that could realistically match it, and if they're playing at these close angles, I think they're definitely favored with the weapons that they currently have. We're going to have to see as Princess starts to walk up slowly, sees the Sage slow, going to play really slow through it, try and peek. Not really finding all that much of anything over here as Odessa's just trying to get the spike up, inched closer towards B. And I think at this point the jig is up. YDZ know exactly where Odessa wants to go, and they're going to go ahead and take down Nuts. Zeki with that op, just off site, finds the shot they were looking for. There's another one, Alyssa down. It's not looking too great for YDZ. The man advantage firmly in favor of Odessa, and they still have to worry about this chamber with the op. Off-site, there's Ellie taking down Jasmine, and every time YDZ peeks a head out, it gets taken off, and there goes Princess. It's evened up just a little bit here.
Yeah, just some overswing, some overconfidence, punished a little bit, but you still declare out all of these post-plant players, and that is not going to happen, right? Sekia open up the round with a frag and is going to close it there as well. We talked about rotation timing maybe being off from Sekia in that first round, but it was definitely better there. They're able to support their team from afar. But I wanted to mention something you said about Princess Icy not being able to find too much when they took over yellow control, and that's because they were waiting for that combination, right, of utility, right? What they had was the Viper Wall come up, you send the dart to ensure that nobody can punish through it from the Sova, from Odessa, and that's when you know it's safe to, you know, execute protocol plant with that Sage Wall and the spike from Ellie. So all of this showing how kind of cohesive this kind of composition can be, even with it not being the meta comp.
I mean, the only executions I'm seeing right now are coming out from Sekia with these long-range lobotomies. There's an early pick-off there, Princess with another as well. And once again, YDZ, you know, they're losing these long-range duels. Odessa's retirement home are setting themselves up to take. And there we go, there's another one for Princess. And even though it gets traded out, that's nearly flawless for Odessa's.
And again, when you don't have the best weapons, you stack a site and see what happens. But fortunately, Odessa's retirement home been doing a good job of adequately handling and just fighting these attempts head on for the side of YDZ Black. And it looks like we might finally get to see some ultimates come online in the next round or two. Obviously, Princess Icy with the heroics was able to get the Empress online, but then was a little lackluster on the Deliverance. So I'm excited to see, you know, maybe the Gecko Thrash to stop a site take, or instead maybe we saw YDZ Black actually thrive when they had the weapons to match and the retake strategy come through for YDZ Black. So I don't want to see something offensive like this from Jasmine, right? They updraft, but they miss the ledge, and now in effect, they're isolated and they cannot get back. They're forced to just stick it out and hope they can find these frags, and the answer is no. Now you've lost all the numbers that were over towards A.
Yeah, once the jig is up, once you go for that updraft and everybody knows where you are, you're just stuck. You can't really back out. You're kind of just, you know, in the meat grinder one way or another, and that's 2 members of YDZ Black that are down early once again. Odessa's, I mean, they don't have the spike down just yet, but it's about to be an inevitability. Ellie now planting in YDZ. They have to go in for this retake, but by now, Odessa's, they control all the angles they could possibly want, and even the ones that Nuts and Light try and take. Princess is there with the headshots. Alyssa able to go ahead and take her down, but at this point in time, yeah, it's another Odessa's retirement home win.
Yeah, and I mean, in that kind of situation, right, at 3v5, I'm not saying to pop, you know, the Thrash, but I hope it was at least considered there, because sometimes the ultimates is what can convert a disadvantage into a round victory. So I'm hoping we don't see them kind of sit on these ultimates moving forward. So I did like that productivity from Jasmine. I just really wish they were instead kind of holding an off angle and using that more to anchor down the site, or like I said, play the retake. But for now, like I mentioned, Odessa's retirement home, weapons online. We get to see the economy thriving, right? Rover at full money in the bank here. Look at this, though, Jasmine. I said it before, don't go aggressive, and this is why. Because that's immediately a first blood conceded, and now it's green light going to the B site, where this time they do have Killjoy utility to counter it. And Odessa hasn't cleared out with the Owl Drone, so now we get some delay. Now we get the immediate rotation from YDZ Black, and I'm hoping we get to see a Thrash or a Lockdown to possibly convert this eco round. But look, Odessa's retirement home's aware of it.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and once again plant. They're going to set themselves up on the angles. Odessa's going to be taken down, though, so it is going to be even on both sides. But if you're YDZ Black, like you keep saying, they got to start investing. They got to start using some of this utility before things spiral out of control here. There's the plant. They've got all the angles once again. There's Princess. Is she able to find anything? No. Gonna go. The shot's just not there. Like gonna go ahead and punish that. And YDZ suddenly they're looking pretty good on the retake. They actually stick the defuse.
And I hope Sekia doesn't swing. Keep this operator, or at least find the frags to take these players down with you. Don't let them collect these weapons, but Light is going to collect 3 kills on that round. And really, I think what we saw there was exactly what Princess Icy and Odessa were trying to avoid by pushing forward. Both get punished, both get caught off guard, but they really understood that, okay, even though it's an eco round, they have powerful ultimates. They have a Thrash, they have a Lockdown that are going to force us off site, and that's why we saw them, trying to take those fights. But unfortunately, like we said at the end of the day, Valorant, an FPS game, and you're sometimes going to miss some shots, which can be heartbreaking and cost you thrifties. That might be YDZ Black's way back in. But speaking of, we've seen Jasmine with this kind of angle before, and missing shots lead to catastrophe.
Yeah, this time it's going to pay off in dividends for her. She takes down 2 of the biggest threats on Odessa's retirement home. You do still have Princess, who has been a threat if ever there was one, but you've taken down Sekia with that op, so you don't have to worry so much about these long-range angles. You just got to worry about keeping the site safe, and I think at this point in time, with the spike left behind, I think that's looking pretty easy.
Yeah, I wish they carried it forward, because I don't think they expected to get this much control over the A site for free, but they're still wary. They're like, something's not right here. And I love this, right? Ellie trying to bait these players out from screen so Princess Icy can scale up, can stay undetected, but they're going to swing into 1 or 2 players and find both frags. They missed the shots last round, but they have quickly remedied that situation. You talked about Spike being off site, but this is what the Sage Wall brings: security. And now they have the Sova recollect, they have Odessa come towards the site, but you need to hold control of this site. And the 1-for-1 trade from Ellie, the resurrection as well, is going to be beautiful to set themselves up for success. I mean, look at how low HP this over for YDZ Black is.
Yeah, if anybody sneezes, and there we go. There's an Achu right there from Princess, taking down Cross Unity, and there we go, cleaning up Jasmine. That's a great recovery from Odessa's retirement home. And yeah, I think I got a little bit of body shooting after that one. I think it's appropriate.
Yeah, Princess Icy took their performance last round personal, but I talked about kind of the feast or famine nature of the Reyna to CB, and this is what we're seeing, right? They have the highest highs and the lowest lows, and Princess Icy is definitely riding that high right now. 14-6, has their second Empress now online, and we get to see hopefully it utilized to open up this A site, because it looks like they've gone away maybe from that solo lurking chamber over towards A, and the rest of the team headed towards B main, because now they're recognizing, all right, Jasmine, we were handling them before, but sometimes they can get away with that first blood energy early on in the round, so let's not fight it head on. Let's wait for it to fizzle out, and that's exactly what might just happen.
For Jasmine, it's also helpful when she actually has her gun out, because you get caught with just in the middle of like trying to swap weapons at least a couple times. And I think, once you're ready for that situation the next couple of times, you're a lot more well equipped to actually handle the duel as your duelist character. But if ever there was a duelist, it is Princess Icy, and she's once again taken up control here on A site and has the angle, just waiting for someone to peek. Odessa gonna go ahead and make the plant. Hunter's Fury coming through the wall here, not finding a whole lot, but is putting a little bit of fear into Odessa, slowing down the plant. Light gets taken down here. Oh my goodness, YDZ, they come back hard on this retake. Sekia off-site, the last remaining, trying to find anything, but Jasmine has made a huge dent in Odessa's attack here.
And at this point, it's going to end up being like 2 out of 3 rounds for YDZ Black are thrifties, right? I mean, don't count a chamber out when they have their rendezvous online along with this tour de force. But look at this, the turret, and they understand that there's an operator online. They're not going to take any of these long fights. They also have Spike under their control, so they have no reason to swing or take this fight. They want Sekia to walk into these crossfires. They want Sekia to initiate these duels, and I like the Jiggle Peeks from Nuts because they're a player that doesn't have the weapons. So they're...
Well, now you don't have a head either, so I mean...
Oh, there's no time.
Yeah, it's just do or die for Sekia, and like, what are you realistically gonna do? I mean, you get the shot there onto Nuts, and it's it's flashy, it's nice, it's a little bit of an overconfidence punishment, but that's really all it ends up being.
Oh, for sure. And I think what we saw there was the perfect responses from both teams on how to use a Hunter's Fury, right? we saw for Odessa's retirement home, Odessa pops it and they use it to scale up onto the A site. You talked about Princess Icy, their ease of clearing out back site, Ellie, the ease of getting that wall up. But then what happens? YDZ Black uses their Hunter's Fury to, number one, deny the spike plant, but it also generates enough time to overcome that Sage wall, to break through it using the Gecko utility as well, the Dizzy to lead the Flood back in before plant can even go through. And that was all without weapons as well. So it really was a team unit with that effort. But I feel like A site, they've been a little bit more they can chew. They go back B, but they're just going to find Unity.
That's Princess Icy's 16th kill, and we're not even at the half yet. There's Ellie going to be taken down by Jasmine, who's now starting to heat up. I mean, and she gets cooled right down again by Princess Icy. Who could have possibly guessed? But now it's just Princess Icy and Sekia 2v3 trying to go. I mean, they don't have spike control currently.
But there's no Killjoy utility in Kitchen. There's no way, Sekia. Thank you for not losing that. That would have been distraught. But speaking of distraught, the Thrash goes out and that Empress is now neutralized. The Queen and her fall from Grace, or I should say the Princess. And now Sekia again in the hot seat. This time, though, 15 HP. No sniper rifle that one-shots your opponents. But silver lining, Spike a little bit more recoverable than last time, but look at that. Swarm Grenade destroys your only defense, your only way of getting the plant down, and the double swing is set up, and they don't even need it. Nuts finishes things off 4-6 here. YDZ Black on a great road to recovery.
And I think it's really important for them to get to this road to recovery sooner rather than later, because you see the long-range way that Odessa's retirement home want to play with the operators, which, by the way, Jasmine is now flashing. I feel like when you switch sides and Odessa's retirement home goes to the defense, that's going to be even harder for YDZ to try and make a dent in.
Yeah, and kudos to Jasmine, right, for not picking up the operator until they had the blades comfortably back online. Obviously, the first time they had the blades, there wasn't the economy. It was used on an eco round to back an operator purchase, but now they're feeling comfortable, confident. And they also will get that surprise element of the first time you pull out the operator, right? It's the novelty factor. And that can often kind of take out some of these star players like Princess Icy or Sekia that lurk play over towards A. But this round, the gamble doesn't pay off in their favor, right? It's posted up on A, the hit coming through B. But this time, this is the difference, right? Sekia got all of Kitchen for free. This time, Alyssa has taken them out.
And that's I mean, that's a big loss right now. You do still have Princess Icy on the field. Odessa's going to go ahead and clean that one up, even it up at 4 apiece as we go in towards B site. Ellie getting the plant down light, just spraying through the wall, trying to find anything, but now they all know that they're there and gonna have to back off, not getting a whole lot of anything. Meanwhile, the Viper's Pit on the other side from Rover is going to ward off anybody that tries to go in for this retake.
And I like this here, especially because they didn't know the operator was online. But there it is. Like I mentioned, you're not going to be hit by that double-edged sword of an operator on a retake because the blades get popped. But look at this timing. Look at the tuck from Icy. They've all gone around. The position revealed, but the back is getting assaulted simultaneously from Alyssa. And they are just flooding into this pit. They've located the Viper and Odessa. They may be on the edge of retirement, but they are still going to take some players down with them. 4 kills on the round. Princess Icy just able to close it out there at the end of the day. But what an expensive front from both of these teams.
What we just saw there was a lesson, chat. All right, this is going to be your first lesson. Write this down. Always check your corners, even when you don't think there's actually a corner there. Hiding in the Viper's smoke, Princess Icy, the unseen threat. But, I mean, at 18 kills again, and not even at the half, she's quite a threat.
Oh, for sure. And I really want to see more clashes between Princess Icy and Jasmine in particular, because I feel like we haven't seen that duality of the duelists. And we might
back and forth.
We might just get it now.
Yeah, Jasmine got the angle. Princess Icy trying to challenge it. Jasmine knows better. Not going to take it this time. Does have her gun out again, by the way. Not going to get caught twice like that. It'd be very unfortunate, but Princess Icy has taken up a lot of real estate here and continuing to use these Viper smokes to push up even further. And I don't know if Jasmine's hip to this.
And I love the use of the zip lines and this verticality of Icebox. This is different, though. It's usually the Sage scaling up towards screens, Rover in their stead here. They haven't even breached backside, which is also a difference. And that's where the players for YDZ are lurking. Nuts tucks away, so not going to expect them to swing through here. But unfortunately, that's where the utility from the Sova comes in clutch. And that's where a lot of these players that are on these off angles are also going to work out in this post plant for Odessa's retirement home.
And we talked about the duel between Princess Icy and Jasmine. We never got to see it. Rover was the party pooper there. But with Princess Icy now left unchecked up on that high ground, it's up to Alyssa to try and get the retake. 1 kill onto Odessa should help out, but doesn't see Sekia as she pops her head around the corner. And that's going to be 8-4 for Odessa. One more round to play. Or sorry, we're at the half. What am I?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. I failed math. Just
But we're teaching Valorant, so it does not matter. Caster math, maybe. But I will say, CB, what we really saw to close out that half was the difference between a Reyna pick and a Jett pick, right? Reyna, the self-sufficient duelist, what do? They leer, they take the fight on their own. Versus Jasmine, they require Nuts to set them up. So YDZ Black needs that level of coordination, and especially on the attack where they're the ones initiating, making the decisions on where to go, that's gonna have to be on par for some of these site executions. Now, I talked about this pseudo role to you, right? We had the Sage Wall for securing the plant for Odessa's, and we have the Wingman for YDZ Black, but the Wingman can get destroyed a lot easier than a save behind the safety of a Sage Wall. So we have to see them, claim space effectively. But speaking of claiming space effectively, a very early and a very deep Sage Wall here, so that you don't have to hold down B main at all for now if you are the side of Odessa's retirement home.
Slowly engage here. Rover gonna win the duel with Light there. Light peeks their head up over the hill. Always a very treacherous place to be, and they find out exactly why that is. And Jasmine now trying to push up. Again, you mentioned the difference between the Jett and the Reyna. Well, that Jett trying to take up a little bit of space is YDZ Black. They do get the plant, but they've lost Alyssa.
And Ellie is not done. The shock dart may be whittling them away, while Jasmine uses an opportunity to re-level the playing field. But Princess Icy has gone undetected on the flank. Insane chip damage here makes this a 3v2, where Cross Unity might get away with murder, but it's still one lick away from death. No utility to work with, and there is the kicker. There is the finisher. And Odessa's retirement home wins out both pistols here on Icebox.
That's pretty huge, and especially once they start to get that eco under control again, because once they start to get cooking, like I said, they're going to try and play some more of this long range, or ideally they could try and play that long range strategy that got them so many points in the first half, with the benefit of being able to set up on the defender side. And look, you could already see Princess with the Outlaw there.
And I love this, right? Because there's a chance that they don't stack it when you're on the attack half, and you don't get that benefit, because once you get onto site, it's going to be a lot harder to use the sniper rifles. But here, right, you have to fight into one of these choke points. What's interesting to me is that we don't have a sniper rifle over here towards B, but the answer for that is going to be, again, this Sage Wall from Ellie. They're just going to pacify it, and with it being only pistols in hand, like, it's going to be that much harder, it feels like, for YDZ Black to work with. And they might even go for a Bucky play, so they have walled Odessa off, the leader here leading the charge. And I mean, if you lose that fight, all you handed off is a Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, that's a worthwhile trade, I think. Giving up that Bucky, taking down one body on the way down, and yeah, now Nuts got a hold of that, gonna use it to try and break down this Sage Wall, but there's no one behind it. But Ellie at the long distance trying to put out a little bit of damage. All it's really doing is repelling the likes of YDZ Black for now, though.
If you repel them long enough, they're not going to have time to re-hit. And that's my concern here. We're less than a minute left. I mean, silver lining, Ellie is out of delay utility, right? No more slows, no more nothing. But as soon as this Dizzy's popped, they're probably going to rally the troops. And that's exactly what we see. The Reyna starting to rotate mid, still an opening, a liability here. Ooh. And now...
Decisive. I mean, she goes back to A again, and now there we go.
Finally, okay.
Yeah, both of them starting to rotate. That's both of their snipers now coming in, but it might be too little too late as the spike is now down. Ellie takes down Cross Unity, but Light and Alyssa take down two. Princess Icy, though, she's got the angle now. At range, takes down Light, takes down Nuts. And like we said, these two, with these long-range weapons, are such a threat. Sekia, the shot's not quite there, but it is enough to strike fear into Alyssa's heart. And yeah, she's not peeking that one twice.
Yeah.
Oh, she peeked that one, though.
And like I said, you eventually know where you can post up with these sniper rifles on that defensive half, and it helps them close it out, helps them punish the weapon collection they thought they had earned from the frags against Odessa's retirement home on the site take. And you mentioned, right, that kind of hesitation to rotate, and I agree, like, we can see everything. We're omniscient. We're the teachers planning the lesson as we go. But for them, I like them staying there, right? 40 seconds left, you can still rotate. And you'll often see, especially with these double initiator compositions, a single initiator left to sell a fake like that off their utility. And if you can catch them hook, line, and sinker, then they could walk onto the A site. So the fact that they stayed there, posted up with the Outlaw where it would have been in the best position possible, and just their confidence as well to cancel it out over Sword Snowman is nice. But speaking of nice, this time, Marshall neutralized. They might not recognize that both sniper rifles are here, and it seems like the Owl Drone also has missed it.
But they do know at least one of them is here, so they're not going to try and challenge that too much. With 10 HP, Jasmine able to win the duel with Princess Icy there, though, so that's going to be pretty massive, because that is one of those two snipers now off the field, and they identified the chamber earlier on, so they know Sekia is the other one on site. They're able to get the spike down. and they just have to play the angles and not let Sekia find anything as they're going to go for that reposition.
And I like them leaving Cross Unity on site here. Other than the shock darts for post plant could have been huge. My other concern is that if Cross Unity falls, that will be a weapon collected, but that's exactly the if statement. If they fall, and right now they just look like they are sweeping through this. Headhunter able to find 2, though, and suddenly, this is the realm of possibility, but there it is, the hero play, the reflink really late into the round from Jasmine, and they're going to avoid another round from Odessa's retirement home.
Cross Unity with all the frags there towards the end, like able to hold that out. You were talking about like hoping that Cross Unity doesn't fall. Well, yeah, everybody but Cross Unity was falling.
For sure. And because of that, they get an opportunity. They get maybe a bounce back. But what we need to see is, I feel like, a flawless next round. Because if they don't, then Odessa's retirement home is essentially on the verge of map point here. And this is, like we said, YDZ's map pick. But haven't crossed that just yet. And if they win this, then Odessa's retirement home is going to be broke. So we'll see. Look at this proactivity, though.
There we go. Princess Icy again getting the better of Jasmine in this duel. It's been back and forth, but still kind of favoring Princess overall. And she's able to take down Cross Unity as well. Finding a lot of blood just on this initial take on A site here. And YDZ Black, I mean, they've dropped the spike. They don't have control of it. They're going to have to double back to try and get it. But meanwhile, once again, Princess Icy has all of the angles she could possibly want. Never mind, she's now face down courtesy of Nuts.
But she was just a distraction in the bait, right? She wanted to force them back into the operator, back into Sekia, but that also feels like a mistake. Now, Spike has to get recovered, and with 55 seconds left, the YDZ Black members have to make a decision. And hopefully this thrash will make it easier. You get entertainment, you get a frag, you get info, and then you know if you have to dip site, dip ship, and go to B, which seems to be the call. The Killjoy, the get-go now in spawn. Spike handed off because of that wingman, and it looks like they might make it over there without too much worry or without much of a challenge, but we'll have to see what the lineups for Odessa look like.
Cross Unity already trying to make that rotation. And by the way, with Sekia down, I'm curious to know if anybody from the side of YDZ Black went for that op, if they were going to try and maybe go for that play. Maybe save that for the future, maybe try and take an angle here. It looks like no, but they're able to get the spike down on B, but Nuts going to trade their life for it. And now it's once again just Alyssa trying to hold down the fort here as Odessa's going in for the retake. They don't see her, though. She takes down Ellie. Now just trying to go in for this retake. Odessa's going for the defuse. Can Alyssa put a stop to it? Getting really close. No, Rover's going to go ahead and run defense. I don't know that Alyssa would have been able to get the kill in time regardless, but an incredible pick there set by Rover at the last possible second.
That's where I wish we would have had an ounce more utility from Alyssa there, right? Pop a swarm grenade, and you might have been able to secure that. But still, kudos to them, right? Great trigger discipline. They're able at least to find Ellie and give their team hope. But now that's been thrashed away, and now they're by with it, right? Yes, you have some Vandals and full shields, but Cross Unity and Alyssa are now going to be worse for wear versus Odessa's retirement home. They have the tools they need to puncture towards that 12th round here. And I want to point out the big change last round, right? Is the Sage now playing alongside the Reyna, while previously it was Sekia. Previously it was the Chamber. And look at this, the counter now. They understand the proactivity from Princess Icy, and like you mentioned before, they're able to neutralize it. Can they again?
Well, Princess Icy about to get neutralized if she's not careful. Gonna go ahead and back up and then utilize the Sage Wall for even a little bit more cover, though. But Cross Unity, no fear, just runs right around it. Odessa retirement home, though, still coming out just a little bit ahead. Jasmine evens it up by taking out the biggest threat on the field in Princess Icy. And now back at a stalemate. Light takes down their counterpart in Rover and YDZ Black. They've got spike control, they've got site control, they've got everything they could possibly want right now. They just need a couple more bodies to go with it.
And they were just very methodical, clearing out that early pressure from Odessa's retirement home, so looking clean there. But now they have to deal with Sekia, who we've seen in these clutch situations can thrive, can find a few frags, but this is where that post-plant utility comes in clutch from Alyssa. So they know somebody's playing off of Rafters, and that's where Jasmine can now lead their crosshair. So both positions for both these players confirmed, and you just have to ensure you're not giving ones, or if you're giving wins, you're winning them, which is exactly what Jasmine is the counter example to here. YDZ Black still are able to fend Odessa's retirement home off of map point, and that was with the suboptimal buy as well. So they have completely thwarted Odessa's retirement home and thereby their economy. So we get to see Deagles now, and my only concern here is look at the full shield from Sekia. What that clues you into is that they are going to pop that tour de force at the round start. And one good chamber round, and suddenly you're looking at map point. I'm not going to lie to you, CB.
But are we going to get that one chamber round is the question, because I mean that is going to be putting a lot of pressure on Sekia to execute on that plan. And meanwhile, once again, we have this Ellie and Princess Icy duo walking up here on A site. Where is this chamber going to be set up? I think they're waiting really late in the round. You can actually see it over with light on B site right now, playing it really slow while YDZ Black making their move, taking down Princess Icy and Ellie. That duo now down. They might be able to get the plant here on A, and then you're going to be looking, like you said, for that tour de force. Is that going to be enough to buy them back into it? A kill there onto I Am Nuts is traded out, and now, yeah, I don't know if you pop it at this point in time.
Well, gambles sometimes pay off in Sekia. Thorough, able to take down Jasmine, their star player, but again, you have so many post-plant players alive for YDZ Black, and they have the Hunter Fury, so I really want to see, yes, Cross Unity, we know you can frag, but fall off site. So they're listening now to their IGLs calling, they're getting off site, they're playing their life here, they're playing for the win condition, because they understand that the GCD can hit, that the Showstar, sorry, the Tour de Force can hit, and there are opportunities that this could slip away with, so here it comes likely, right? Oh, or not? The half? Okay, no ninja fuse, thank you, Alyssa.
I thought we were about to get the ninja defuse there. I wasn't sure if they had heard Rover go in to try and hit that one, but Alyssa definitely caught that at the right moment, and also caught out Sekia again with that tour de force. So did that gambit pay off?
Well, I'll have to see for now. I mean, the only silver lining there is, like I said, use ultimates on the eco rounds like we saw from Sekia, because now you can buy. So it kind of supplements that economy, so that if they had bought a hero rifle there, then they wouldn't be suffering now. But I love that YDZ Black is sparing on their ultimate usage. In this round, ooh, Princess Icy learning how to circumvent a lot of this utility, but still not circumventing the same outcome. Still the victim of a first blood, and now it's a lot of pressure on Ellie, and they might have to show respect to this lockdown.
Yeah, Princess Icy's learned that it's pretty hard to circumvent a bullet to the dome, and is going to have to start to respect Alyssa here every time they try and go for the same play. Like, I was going to say, I feel like we've seen that same initiating play like 4 or 5 times in a row, and YDZ Black, like, they've learned, all right? They've seen this enough times. They know exactly what to do about it. Alyssa going to take down Sekia as well. It's traded out for I Am Nuts, but this is already, once again, favoring YDZ Black. They've got the control. They've got the spike down. They've got everything they could possibly want. And Odessa's retirement, how are they even going to be able to retake this? Not if they lose Ellie on the duel there. It's traded out, but Jasmine up here on the rafters from the high ground. The top rope takes down 2, and YDZ Black, they're bringing it back.
3 rounds away here now for the side of YDZ Black on their map pick to shut down Odessa's retirement home, send them to the hospice early. But YDZ Black again, like I said, they're very sparing on these ultimates, right? They used the lockdown, they used the Hunter's Fury last round, and now what comes online instead? The Blade Storm. So now you can couple that with the Thrash and hopefully very similarly neutralize the AXX. But look at the change from Odessa's retirement home. Again, they make a very stark change this time. 4 players stacked on A. And we talked about Princess Icy keeping them alive. Well, now she's going for the flank alone. But Alyssa has been the consistent slayer of the Princess, and they have done it just again here. And so now, even with 5 players on the A site, it's not working. They cannot shut down this A execute from YDZ Black.
I was going to say, Alyssa's been cooking lately, and she even taken a page out of Odessa retirement home, picking up one of those sniper rifles and putting it to good use. And now YDZ Black's still in the driver's seat here. Odessa's retirement home, like, they're just walking into a death trap right now. They lose Rover, they lose Odessa, and despite trying to invest utility here, you don't need utility when you've got pure fragging potential.
And they saw the stack on the side, and they tried to fake a runaway, and then what do? They re-entry with the Thrash. And I think the only reason why they invested the Thrash was like, all right, we're going to respect your 1-for-1 trade for Rover and their Viper's Pit, which in my mind I think was a little bit hasty just because they didn't have the best weapons if they were to fight into that ultimate. And they still should have known that YDZ Black had a lot of util to fight back if they were in fact executing onto that A site. But regardless, like we said, Odessa's retirement home, I think, like I said, because they're a Puggy Gear squad, we aren't likely to see a timeout from them. But that's kind of what I feel like they need, because the changes that they are making aren't really helping. But speaking of changes, YDZ Black this time going towards B, and it's going to be a similar duel, a similar potential outcome. Princess Icy, tip of the spear. Can it pierce through?
Nope. Oh, no. Yeah.
Just fall back, please.
Time to retract the spear. I don't think we keep the spear poking out right now. Yeah, just back up. Maybe take this little angle here. Light, hip to it. Not gonna let her take that one for free. And she's just kind of stuck here. Which way do we go here? Try and bait out a shot? Maybe get a little bit more aggro and have the rest of your team make a move, but takes down Jasmine and is able to get out.
Oh, and I'm sorry, but you're playing with fire, Princess Icy. Ironic, but you still are able this round to get the first blood. You've taken out Jasmine as well. A huge space making an entry tool. But Alyssa talked about it, taking a page out of Sekia's book. The mid lurk, but now the lurker might get flanked by a flanker. Look at this. The wrap.
There we go. There's the shot onto Ellie there. Sekia
no.
going for a really wide wrap here. Might actually be able to catch Alyssa off guard, and it does. And the turret as well. Maybe Sekia picks up that sniper.
Yeah.
And yep, right back. Oh, just like it never left.
And now the thing is, the players for YDZ Black are confined to the B site. They know they can't rotate, and so now the players for Odessa's retirement home can flock to the B site without concern. 18 seconds left. They know they can't get out, and now they just have to fight head on these players from Odessa's retirement home. And unfortunately, like I said, Wingman is destructible, and that is going to cause destruction. Odessa's retirement home finally breached that map point here, 12-9, and now YDZ Black is in hot water. No more mistakes. You need 3 rounds in a row just to get yourself to overtime.
And that wraparound from Sekia, and guess what? We've got the op on the side of Odessa's retirement home, right in the hands of the most lethal threat with it. Princess Icy now got full armor and a Vandal, everything she could ever possibly want. It's now starting to look pretty dicey for YDZ Black. No more second chances, and everything. It's stacked in Odessa's retirement home's favor so heavily now.
Yeah. The only silver lining here is that we do get weapons for Odessa's retirement home here. And I'm surprised that it is going to be that Killjoy's still on the op and not say the Jet, but we'll see if they expect Sekia post up on this angle again. It's gambles. And speaking of gambles, they look at the angle at the wrong time. They would have found nuts, and that would have been the plant strategy out the window for YDZ Black. Now that has to be a quick flick, and they deliver.
But it's traded out. Cross Unity had the angle, so now that op no longer a threat. It's even on both sides, and Jasmine has this high ground angle with the help of the Viper Smoke again. Do they know that she is up there? It looks like Odessa Retirement Home is looking for it, but they can't quite identify her exact position. But meanwhile, she knows all of the corners that they're going to be trying to play from. And speaking of corners, Alyssa went ahead and re-upped with an op of her own.
And this flank is huge, but the shot missing. And Cat's out of the bag now, so Odessa can either avoid or take this fight. There's a lapse of communication. Rover somehow found Jasmine left unaccounted, and this round devolving into chaos. Princess Icy, we said they're the hero of this story, but they are going to have to get a lot of grounds here if Ellie cannot find their own stand.
I mean, you said Cat's out of the bag. That was the quietest cat I've ever seen, but Ellie looking to make some noise takes down Alyssa. Finally, they've identified that she does exist, but it's this 2v1, Princess Icy and Jasmine and Nuts on the other side. Icy's got the, she's got the high ground here, looking for any sort of bodies, but she's looking in the wrong direction right now. Doesn't know that I Am Nuts is right there. Able to take down Jasmine and back up. Now she's got the space. She can take this duel against Nuts, use the spike, and baits them in, and able to get the headshot. And what a way for Odessa's retirement to take Icebox. As the whole map felt like it, it was Princess Icy's fight to win.
And I'm sorry, but I feel like that's only a storybook ending for a princess, right? The fragger from the first half, closing it out in the second there. And I'll say it was a great attempt at a comeback here, proving why it was the 8 seed versus the 9 seed. But it's not over, right? This is a best of 3. It is, you know, it gets a saga. And we do get to go now to our next map here very, very soon, which, if I remember correctly, is going to be Haven, which we said, you know, both of these teams have very different stories on this map, right? With the side of YDZ Black losing to Oomphies, the #1 seed, 7-13, versus, right, Odessa's retirement home breezing through it with a 13-3 against, I'm gonna say it, CB, Pikachu E-Girls.
I mean, that's our 16th seed scene. We have to make sure that we get their name spoken out loud at least once because, you know, I mean, no shade to them, but, like... It's single elimination, all right? There's a good chance we don't actually get to see them play unless they, you know, make a miracle win against Oomphies in this, like, if that game's not, like, already over by the time this next matchup starts here. But I do kind of want to ask you, you know, we know we're going to be going to Haven, and before we get to the agent select screen, I do kind of want to ask what your thoughts on team comps are, because you were talking about how Odessa's retirement home, they like to play that no sentinels. Well, then we see double sentinel come out from them. What are we going to see on Haven?
Well, I think I want to clue in on, I think, the differences on Odessa's retirement home really quickly and why we saw that composition. So Nana was actually subbed out, but they're in chat. They're repping the team. They're like, let's go Icy, let's go Mommy Odessa. And I'm like, oh, that's so cute, the team support. But they were actually the Reyna player. So Princess Icy flexed over to that. And as a result, if you don't have two duelist player, then you got to supplement that with other roles. And I mean, it makes sense to pick up that Sentinel, again, to add that stability to the plan, which they were likely lacking against Next GC. Now, when we get over to Haven for that squad, you know, I think there is a world where we get a very simpler composition to Icebox. I'm not gonna lie to you. But instead of a Reyna, it's gonna be a Neon, perhaps. Because the last time they played this, right, against Pikachu E-Girls, it was Neon, Chamber, Sage, Astra, Sova. Which, number one, we're on the current patch, so if we see Ellie on the Astra, they're buffed to 5 stars. Number two, yes, Nano's not playing, and they were on that Chamber, but we just saw Sekia on that role. So they could easily just 1-for-1 substitute that. But for the side of YDZ Black, they're running, like, one of the most meta compositions on this map, the Breach Sova combo, the Jet, the KJ, the Omen, which we saw them do really well with a meta composition on Icebox. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work on a 3-site map like Haven.
I would actually be a little bit disappointed to see them going with you know, as you expect. I mean, I'd be happy for you because of course you got it right. You're a genius. But you know, we were watching like VCT Ascension in the intermission. I was the ISO Yoru comp. I was like, that's pretty interesting. I was wondering if, like, you know, maybe a team like Odessa's retirement home would try to bust out something like that just for, you know, just to be silly with it, you know?
Well, we can hope, and I think that's a pretty silly comp. Like, we don't get to see the Astra much, we're starting to see the Neon more, and I think Chamber has also been kind of a retired pick over on Haven, but I would look forward to seeing the second op. Yeah, exactly. So they bring it back out of retirement. But with that, right, we can only wait. We can only, you know, take our time through this very important best of 3 single elimination to kick off the top 16. So CB, we are going to throw to a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be map 2 of Haven between YDZ Black and Odessa's retirement home.
welcome back, class. If any of you guys left during the break and did not have a hall pass, you will be needing to see me after class, and I will be very disappointed in you. Give you a piece of chalk and have you write 40 times up on the board. I will not go anywhere without my hall pass ever again. And, you know, speaking of not having a hall pass, I don't know how to segue this, actually. I set up the bit and didn't actually know how to transition it. We're back, and Odessa's retirement home is up 2-1 over YDZ Black as we go into our next map.
Yeah, they went out map 1, right? It was a 13 to drum roll, please. We get the maps back. It was a nice little 13-9, I believe, was our ending score. And that was YDZ Black's map pick there. And for me, I think you laid it out in the pre-show, kind of summarizing my thoughts, where I thought it was going to be a 2-1 for YDZ Black. Or sorry, for Odessa's retirement home, or it was going to be YDZ Black 2-0. And that was only if YDZ Black won map 1. All right, so I want to correct myself there, because I think Odessa's retirement home in a 2-0 here was the expected path forward. But if YDZ Black won map 1, then it would have been insane otherwise, right? So now I think Odessa's retirement home, like I said, a really good opportunity to close things out here 2-0 with that 13-3 under their belt from the group stage. And again, I mean, I think YDZ Black's our big question mark, right? Are they going to be confident on Haven because it was a closer matchup against Oomfies with that 7-13 loss? Or are they going to be questioning whatever they do, sourcing that as a failure to win out that map?
I mean, you know, you can source it as a failure if you're like, but one of the most important things for a team to learn as you're starting to build up that team cohesion is to be able to learn from your failures, you know, take some lessons from them. And there are no better teachers right now than Oomfies. So, you know, hopefully they took something away from that class. I think, you know, getting like 7 wins on that,
it's peer tutoring.
it's like a C+, I think, maybe. Like, you know, that's not too bad.
Yeah. It's passing, right? And
C's get degrees. That's what I always say.
Hey, yo, that's true. And you call it a class, but I think that's just peer tutoring, right? Like, they're all friends, they're all players, and I mean, I don't even want to delay, because we talked about comps for Haven. I want to see what they're going to look like, right? What is the content for our next unit in Radiant Academy 104? And I laid out the comps we expected to see from Odessa's retirement, and this time, maybe I am going to get my 100%. Come on, Rover, send me home. Play the Sova. Yeah!
All right.
There we
okay.
go.
You get the good noodle sticker this time around. Yeah, you
I
call it
get
100%.
a gold star?
Yeah, you get a gold star. All right.
Yay.
And you know what? Honestly, if Odessa's retirement home get this 2-0, then you get another gold star. All right, you're gonna be the good noodle for the entire class.
Let's go. You know, I'm not saying I'm a teacher's pet, but gold stars are gold stars. But
you take what you can get.
Exactly. And I mean, like we mentioned beforehand, this is not I would say a standard composition from Odessa's retirement home, but I also don't think straying away from the meta, like what their previous Icebox comp was, I'll say, it really opens them up to any invulnerabilities. Like I mentioned before, the lack of a Sentinel in that composition they ran against Tanax GC in that loss 5-13, right? They didn't have a Sentinel. So it's clear how you can abuse that composition. But for Odessa's retirement home, when I look at this composition, I see post-plant utility. I see delay utility. I see entry potential. I think the only thing I'm lacking, for Odessa's retirement home is that the fact that Princess Icy does not have, say, a breach or true to life flashes to set them up for an entry. I think the best thing they're going to get would be maybe a Sage Slow or maybe a Concuss from Ellie with that Nova Pulse. So we're going to have to see Princess Icy step up and continue the same level of performance they had on the Reyna over on Icebox for this composition to be successful.
But I mean, if that performance is anything to go by, I mean, Princess Icy on the Neon, that looks pretty scary to me. And I mean, you know, Jasmine's still sticking with that Jet over on the side of YDZ Black. We've seen how effective she can be, so it's going to be, you know, up to her to try and shut down Princess Icy on a lot of these angles, on a lot of these initiations that she's going to be trying to take. And, you know, Alyssa, by the way, was also holding her own on the side of YDZ Black. On Icebox, on the Killjoy, she's still sticking to her guns, playing what brought her to the dance. I'm going to be looking at that duo to try and be the ones that shut down the movement that Odessa's retirement home is going to be trying to make.
Yeah, and I want to again spotlight Cross Unity because they had some like nice 3Ks, some star moments over on Icebox, but I think they're a lot more comfortable on the Breach. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I think the Breach is gonna enable, like we said, Jasmine and their star potential a lot more than if Sova is able to. Versus we saw that kind of higher dependence on Nuts to be that setup agent when they were on that Gecko. So I'm excited to see the role shift ever so slightly, and I'm hoping we get to see some dynamic action between those two players. But for now, it's a very similar start here. Odessa's retirement home again on the attack to start us off, and this time they're going fast. Grass take, dash, and a B. This is why you like to see a Neon.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're going to be trying to make some movements. Look at how much ground they've already taken. They've already got 2 bodies on B, and YDZ Black don't even know what hit him. Alyssa definitely doesn't. It was Princess Icy getting up close and personal, and Odessa going to do the exact same with Cross Unity. And before before YDZ Black can even wake up in the morning and have their morning coffee, YDZ, I mean, they're pretty much in shambles at this point in time. Odessa's retirement home, it cost them 2 bodies, but, I mean, sure, pay the iron price to get a surprising pistol win.
I am just still shocked by the sheer speed of that round. Just fearless from Princess Icy, and I said it. They had to make space without the support from their team, and they literally just did that, right? Fighting into B lane, completely disrespecting Alyssa there. And ooh, we talked about these sniper rifles.
It's the same story we saw in Icebox.
Yep, just a different map, a different battleground. But I will say I did like how fast YDZ Black was able to respond and reflood in that paranoia on the B site. It just some missed shots and also just that double player out towards grass that was unfortunate.
Once again, I mean, with this Neon, Princess Icy again moving fast, taking a lot of ground, and YDZ Black, I mean, they're not really all that hip to it, but actually she's gonna go ahead and give it up. They're gonna go ahead and take the intel that they got and bring it on with them back around as they decide to make their move. And by the way, C-Site right now is completely vacant.
Yeah, and that's the kind of gamble you have to make. And the fact that Sekia wasn't able to see anything on the C-Site, I think is why they're now executing, right? They're like, all right, this is likely the site that isn't stacked. Now, as a result, Alyssa just sends the sound cues, and they all are now going to flock to a retake. But look at that. That might be a weapon down.
Yeah, it's Odessa got, not checking the angle that Alyssa was ready for, but they definitely know that C has been planted at this point in time, and even before it came out, there was a lot of noise, a lot of utility being used to get in, so they know exactly what's over there. It's just a matter of how are they going to be able to get that retake. You see 2 players on the flank trying to catch Sekia out, but Sekia was ready for it, takes down 1. Alyssa takes down Princess Icy. Sekia's now down as well. It's looking pretty good for YDZ Black. It's an even playing field, 2v2, and just that one lonely astronaut, Ellie, versus I Am Nuts, and she's got the angle, takes the headshot, and that was a close call for Odessa's.
And we go back to Ellie, and I think they're more confident on the Astra than a Sage pick, and we might start getting to see that work for them there, right? We had the set play executing to C, and then we had the close out there where they can play offsite, they can play off a gravel if they absolutely need to, but they can also frag out 4-2-1 right now, right? They read into the stack from YDZ Black effectively, and they cancel it into the post point. I will say, though, hats off to YDZ Black there because they made it expensive for Odessa's retirement home. So what you have to see is either them carry very little weaponry over, which seems to be the case, or they have to buy up a weapon, which we see that hero rifle, and they might just be about to lose one of them here. Princess Icy, they're being aggressive. They understand now what the win con for this comp of Odessa's is.
She either knows exactly what's behind this door or knows she's only got 2 HP to deal with whatever it is. Knock, knock, it's Alyssa, but Odessa had the angle there, and Princess Icy is going to inevitably fall, but, I mean, you take that. It's just Cross Unity on this breach now, and Odessa's, it's pretty much all over but the crying, unless Cross Unity is able to get some heroic plays here on the retake, but they're all the way across the map, and Odessa's is setting up at all the possible angles to try and catch this rotation out.
And this is devastating. Like I said, the buy should not have warranted these results. And the fact that Odessa's is now able to get this 3rd round on the half is insane here. And I want to remind you, right, this is a double Sentinel composition. So it's going to be even rougher when we get over to their defensive half. And on top of that as well, they have an Astra, a pseudo Sentinel, that's really, really good for holding down sites and also has an insane wall for the retakes. But now they have the wall on the attack half, and I expect this to kind of just throw them into an even faster execution with the wall up. And now it's just a matter of what site they go to, and they might be in for a rude awakening. Jasmine, we saw it. They finally got that ball rolling when Jasmine was able to get first bloods. Unfortunately, though, only a deagle in hand. It's going to have to be some sharp shooting, but they do have Cross Unity there to set them up.
The fault line comes through, but not going to find really all that much of anything. Jasmine, though, has this angle and knows that this is where Odessa's retirement home like to peak.
Sekia, though.
Real dicey there. Yeah, Sekia's got the angle. Is it going to get the shot and be able to back out without getting caught for any of the fall off there? And Princess Icy is going to go ahead and bait it. And now Odessa's retirement home, they're going to go ahead and rotate it all the way back down to C, where YDZ, they think it's coming to A.
And I mean, if you're YDZ Black, you have to rotate, right? Because you don't have weapons, you need to fight in numbers. You need to hope the gamble pays off. And unfortunately, this time, that roulette has landed on the wrong cover. But they have rotated really, really fast back to the C site. So you get some delay utility here from the Killjoy, and you get the element of surprise with the Stinger. Cross Unity anchoring now backside, using this utility to push them back. But there's still 50 seconds. They still have lurk players both in Garage and headed towards A. So going back to this site is not off the table. The question is, can Odessa cut them off on the rotate, or are they going to meet the side of Odessa's there head-to-head?
I'm seeing a big problem here, though. Odessa Retirement Home. I mean, there's a even bigger
A.
problem. Yeah, they can definitely get onto A at this point in time, but I mean, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I was gonna say without Princess Icy, it's gonna be really difficult because it looked like what they were trying. It looked like what they were trying to do was use the speed of the Neon to try and take space that way and win duels and losing her. But I mean, yeah, you still have the walls. You have plans B, C, D. You have everything you could possibly want. You got the spike down at A, and YDZ Black. They're gonna try and go for this retake here, but they're down a man. They're down utility. How do they actually get in here? They're actually lined up for a collateral right now if Sekia takes the shot, but there we go. There's the smokes, the blinds. There's everything that they could possibly use to try and pressure Sekia down. I think they know this operator is a threat, but do they know Ellie is a threat? Alyssa's going to go ahead and trade it out. Odessa's Retirement Home. It backs off a little bit. It's...
Whew. I just want to let that play out because it was set up beautifully, right? Set, trap, and point for Odessa's Retirement Home, right? They had the rendezvous to split information, and then they had the tuck away as well, so that Rover was concealed while Sekia was there. And I talked about how Odessa's Retirement Home isn't one to take timeouts, but YDZ Black is, right? Taking this seriously as kind of a study session for how to improve for Game Changers Open qualifiers. And so far, we get to start seeing, I think... again, maybe how they can read the map a little bit better there. Because we're seeing the rotations come on, but they're either too early or too late, particularly. And I think what you mentioned about not having the Neon is correct if there is a defaulted, I guess, defensive approach from YDZ Black. But the fact that they're able to push and pull these players off of sites so effectively for Odessa's Retirement Home, like, they should not have been able to walk onto the A site there. And then, even in the post plant, right, because Odessa was grass and got that frag on to the Sova, onto I Am Nuts, they had to consistently check their back. So you had double delay. You had the Odessa lurk that wasn't even existing anymore, but they didn't know of. And then also that Astro Wall that we talked about for Odessa's Retirement Home, both were really, really effective.
I mean, and you know, even like I said, like that Neon kind of being like what I was seeing as their main initiation tool to try and take space, try and take a lot of ground, and maybe set that up for some more long-range plays for Sekia with those sniper rifles, or even Ellie, who's been playing some of these long-range weapons as well. Right now, again, Sekia on the sniper, and everyone else with the Vandals. I mean, that seems to be their main initiation tool, but like you said, they have the walls. You know, they have all this other utility. They can push, they can pull, they can change it however they want. I'm really liking the tempo that they're setting with this.
And speaking of tempo, they're looking to turn up the dial back to 100. Princess Icy again, solo entry here. One woman army and trying to make it back a punch, but so far all this has done is drawn an additional player from YDZ Black onto the side. They look like they're looking to go on the offensive here towards short. Owl drone just short. Doesn't look like the swing is going to ensue, and now they've cut noise. You have to see some of these other players look for information elsewhere, right? Smoke towards C. Alyssa now getting all the cues that they're growing grass. This is likely going to be a C split. Let's see if they can shut it down.
Oh, they know Alyssa's there. She's been holding that angle every single time. It's only going to cost them Ellie to try and take that down, but they're able to take down 3. And Odessa Retirement Home, yeah, they can res. They've got everyone back up online, and they're going to go walking right in to C site, and it doesn't look like there's really going to be anybody that can stop them. It's just going to be this one lonely I Am Nuts, and yeah, you would have to be nuts to try and just walk right into that one.
Yeah, going for the save here, and at that point, I don't even know if the res is necessary, but it'll keep the pockets padded for Odessa's Retirement Home if they aren't already at a max. And it's also just got to be a confidence jam, right? You finally get a kill, and you're like, oh, they're back, so I did nothing. But now they're just hunting, right? They understand that, all right, it was a 5v1, C was free, and we don't want them to carry this weapon over. And right now, they're just baiting for the Astra behind them, and 30 HP pinged through. How many more players is Odessa's Retirement Home going to dedicate?
I mean, with 30 HP, a little bit of wallbang damage did come out as well. Like, they know exactly where I Am Nuts. You can even see some of the shrapnel coming out. And yeah, Odessa just going to go ahead and walk around. Team ace for Odessa, by the way.
Nice. So Team Ace, CB, means that every player had an impact that round and got a kill, if I have my understanding correct. So it's like the Team Ace because every player was involved in the effort. So yeah, it's really, really cool that it shows how well-rounded this squad is, which is a little bit different than what we saw over on Icebox, where it was very top-heavy for Princess Icy. Not saying that Princess Icy is having a worse map, because their impact is still there, gaining space, but they're doing it in a way that doesn't require frags, and they're setting up their teammates instead.
I mean, you're definitely setting them up for a lot of success here so far. 5-0, yeah, 5-0. And again, Sekia once again has this operator. And even though YDZ Black, like they've kind of changed up some of their strategies, some things are staying the same. Alyssa taking this angle once again, and Princess Icy knows it. Just has to try and bait a little bit of aggro there. And Alyssa's going to take the bait. She's just going to stay there and continue to hold that angle. And Icy, she can just go wherever she wants right now.
And here we go. Talked about them not having kill impact, but they are overdrive and ready to isolate these players to try and shut down an eco attempt, but it is full swing nonetheless. Blades plop to Jasmine, only shot out of the sky by the sniper rifle. The operator, Sekia, hitting even nastier shots at over at Icebox, and all this just to conceal Ellie, who was tucked away default. But now, as they have fallen Sekia in hot water, where it would have been if Rover didn't get the ultimate flank and shut down what could have been explosive with both the Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder. Wait.
I called it. I go for it.
Did they use the Rolling Thunder and get killed at the same time? I swear that Rolling Thunder was online.
I don't know. I actually did not see. I couldn't tell you, but what I could tell you is that, I mean, I set it up that it did need to be Jasmine to be the one to shut down a lot of these big plays with the Knife Storm, and she was able to do just that. But another insane flick by Sekia, who, if they have the space, they're going to keep hitting these shots, and that is never not going to be a threat, especially, too, when you have Rover on these insane flanks.
Yeah, and I'm still just astonished that I think it was the minuscule second that Hunter's Fury that Rolling Thunder got used, but trying to carry that momentum forward and keep up their flawless execution. Hunter's Fury into the site, but I Am Nuts is nuts on the anchor potential here, able to find two, still searching for more, trying to get the timing on the wraparound, but now their position is exposed, and 3-for-1 special can't get better than that. It equates things to a 2-on-2, and they have a retake plan in place, right? Lockdown, up, waiting now for that challenge to come through for Odessa's retirement home, and Rover is instead going to show respect and second a playoff site with their team. We'll see if this gives YDZ Black enough space.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you try and take that. You're going to back yourself all the way into the corner to stay away from that detain. But, you know, now YDZ Black, they have control, and it's Odessa's retirement home having to retake on their own retake. And Alyssa not going to let them get away with it. Ellie wins the duel there with Alyssa, though, but Light going to go ahead and finish it off with time for the defuse. And YDZ Black have finally stopped this train from going off the tracks.
And the fact that it comes down to a 2v2 clutch as well makes it really, really nice. And I think you talked about it, the train getting, you know, back on the tracks at the best time possible, because now Odessa's retirement home doesn't have that advantage at the half locked in just yet, right? There's 12 rounds each half. If they can get this to a 6-6 somehow and stage a similar streak of rounds to what Odessa's retirement home was able to achieve, that would be huge. But my concern there is that wasn't a dominant victory either, right? So YDZ Black didn't suddenly crack the code and are gonna kind of truck on forward. It really was a battle till the end. So I'm hoping it's not just a blip on the radar, and then we get to see them pull success from that round and convert it into consistency.
I don't know if a 6-6 is going to happen, especially on the economy as it is right now, but an early kill onto Odessa, and that's the Sage too, so definitely no res potential. You trade that out for Cross Unity, but take down another. It's looking pretty good for YDZ Black. They might actually be able to make chicken salad out of chicken something else right now. Hunter's Fury coming out from I Am Nuts to try and clear off site, give themselves a little bit of space to play with right now. That third shot comes through, does find Rover, and they know exactly where they're playing, but they lose Alyssa. Trying to go in for this retake here. The spike going down, and now it's do or die, and it's starting to fall apart. Sekia with the shot there onto Light, and it's just I Am Nuts trapped in the smoke. And you know, once this smoke goes down, so too will the Sova.
And I feel like the last thing you're going to expect if you are the side of YDZ Black as an aggressive Astra player like Ellie, right? That's why you pick the Omen typically. But Ellie playing that far forward, not playing their utility, and still walking away with a 4K is insane. Just, again, showing the ability that after Princess Icy opens up the site, execute, and makes that space, the rest of the team is able to hold on to it for so long and keep themselves centered to close out these rounds. So now they finally have that advantage, like you mentioned, no 6-6 half, like I was, prayed for. maybe Hopium, but
I was hoping
regardless, we're just back to kind of tried and true Valorant. You talked about the buy not being the best, but I think this is a buy for YDZ Black, and there's no ultimates online for either side.
I mean, there's no Princess Icy either. Alyssa, once again, holding down the doors that she's been holding nonstop this whole time. Light, though, not as good at holding the doors, not as great of a doorman as Alyssa is. Sekia able to get that trade here now in Odessa's retirement home. Even though they don't have their initiator in Princess Icy, they've proven that they don't really need her to be successful on this map. They just need to be able to outsmart their opponents, and it looks like they're doing just that. They're rotating over to C, while everyone else is rotating to A.
Oh, and Odessa, we saw this a few rounds back, just their ability to lurk and make space or cut off these rotations, and now there's uncertainty. You're gonna have to invest additional utility just to try and figure out where this team is going. And I love the use of the Sage Wall, because it's gonna make it seem like this is a B plant, when really they are walking up C long. So it's gonna delay these players, force them to clear out garage maybe as well, and ooh, what a shot!
Yeah, there's a body found dead in the garage right there. It's gonna be Sekia across Unity, not to be outdone, gonna take down Rover, and now it's just this one lonely Odessa with no spike planted, no spike control, and no friends to find. Maybe you go for... No, we don't even have the res. We've got nothing but an angle and some hopes, I think.
And already here, Odessa has the res online, but they cannot get to a body. And as a result, there is the Thrifty to come true. And that seems to be the consistent factor for this squad. It was happened on Icebox. I think they got 2 Thrifties. Now they're up to 1 here on Haven. Like, they're just so good at converting these kind of, I guess, advantageous positions into round victories. And I'm hoping that, again, don't people up on the radar. Close it out. 7-5 is really, really strong here for Haven.
I mean, but we do have to get all of these Thrifties for YDZ Black time and time again. Look at the economy, though, for Odessa's retirement home. Like a dragon sitting atop their clutch. They can spare a few schmeckles to go for full Vandals and full armor. But, you dropped a little bit of it. Cross Unity caught Sekia out, peeking a little bit too far forward. And, you know, it wasn't an operator this time, but it is a body, and you'll definitely take that.
And again, first blood found. And it being onto that player here is going to be huge as well, because we've seen their late round frag ability. That's also a trap wire gone, which is why they're now abusing the flank. They understand it's been placed garden and that they weren't able to take that control over that space, but now they've just completely flooded it over towards the seaside. Stark advantage here. Nobody even a resable position, but I love this rewrap. This could be the win condition here. The stall from garage and on the flank, or directly assaulting from Princess Icy. This is quickly converted. 3v3 here, and like I said, look at Ellie. Look at Ellie.
I mean, look at Jasmine taking down Odessa, and it's 2v1. Ellie does have this angle right now. I mean, okay, yeah, you're saying looking at Ellie. I thought you were talking to me. I didn't realize you were talking to YDZ Black, because they didn't even get that far. Now it's time for Jasmine to do just that, though. It's just her versus Ellie, the 2 biggest impact players on this round. Who's gonna win the duel? The shots aren't there for Jasmine, but they are for Ellie, and it's 2-8 now. Odessa's retirement home are running away with this half.
And I talked about, again, post-playing utility, how clutch an Astra player can be. What you saw there was the initial frag off the trigger discipline, then a Gravwell, which in the grand scheme of things didn't matter because they were already killed by their teammates over towards long. But again, you can just bait down the time so long with an Astra pick. And if they played the time even a little bit more, they likely could have retucked into garage and popped another Gravwell. Again, Astra buff, you have an extra star to work with that late into the round. But now, like you mentioned, 8-2. This is when you start entering dangerous territory, right? Like when you get to a 9-3, that's when things are dicey, and because of that, you pick up desperate times, desperate measures, and a judge for Cross Unity. They also do have this Rolling Thunder, though, so this could be huge if they need a way to stop this execute. But look at the flank. Look at the 2 players. They know they haven't left A.
There's the drone coming out, taken down, killed, destroyed by I Am Nuts, but Sekia has the angle, takes down 2. That's both Cross Unity and Nuts, and those have been the 2 players the most well adapted to these retakes, or to this aggression that comes out from Odessa's retirement home. The res came out as well midway through that. It's a 5v2, and those 2 are on opposite ends of the world right now. Alyssa, coming up through heaven, is going to find a way, crashing right back down to earth. Yeah, they already know she's up there. You can know, I mean, you can know she's up there, but you have to hit the shots. Odessa not able to. Princess Icy with the shotty trying to get close. Everyone's going to go ahead and evacuate. I mean, with the spike down, YDZ Black haven't even been able to get boots on the ground on the point here, though.
We've seen these blades cause an impact, but over with that proactivity, and the call has been made once again. A similar outcome, a save, and the hunting dogs for Odessa's retirement home, tracking their scent. Rover leading the charge here because they had information utility. In this round, they might just squeak away the turret to bait, and they are able to keep that weapon to strengthen this last half grandstand from YDZ Black. And I will say, I feel like one of the success elements for YDZ Black has been having kind of plans revolving around key ultimates, right? The 2 rounds they've won, one was that 2v2 clutch set up by the lockdown. The second one was a Thrifty fueled by the Bladestorm from Jasmine. Now what I want to see is a concrete retake plan from YDZ Black with this Rolling Thunder. But right now, what I see them setting up for is grass aggression, a gamble again to close out this half, which makes me nervous.
I mean, I would definitely be nervous here. All right, Jasmine going to take a really, really aggressive angle here. I think she knows that there's going to be someone there up in the window. And yep, it's Odessa once again. The Sage taken down. A lot of that healing. Going to go ahead and take the weapon as a little souvenir, a trophy. But Princess Icy on the flank with the Neon ultimate takes a lot of damage, though. Can't really commit to it. I am nuts. Finds the headshot here. All this is happening. The spike does indeed go down. But I think, oh yeah, especially with Sekia being taken down there, this retake should be... I was gonna say it should be easy, but I guess you can't really plan for Ellie.
And, I mean, you can't plan for Ellie, but you can't plan for Light either, right? They were the player that clutched out the first round YDZ Black was able to get, and now they are the one to clutch it out as well. 3 kills here. Again, I talked about Rolling Thunder retakes, and that fuels them again. This time locking in the 9-3. And CB, I know you're closer, or I should say newer to Valorant. We got to witness a 9-3 that didn't come true over on the Ascension broadcast. But the idea is that the 9-3 statistically and cursedly, even though it seems like such a stark advantage, is one of the statistically highest comeback score lines in Valorant. And so it feels like impossible, right, when you look at that score to come back from. But then it's just... You talked about, maybe teams in choking. They're cursed, to say the least, at that happening. So now that you've been briefed on that, will you believe in it, or do you think Odessa is going to just close it out?
I to be completely honest with you, I think Odessa's closes it out. Because, again, like you mentioned the Sentinel comp on the side of YDZ Black, like, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to try and get the retake here. Like, sure, you do have a lot of offensive utility from Odessa's if they're able to get, some of these duels and try and take them out aggressively. But the pace is going to be slowed down, and that seems to be where YDZ Black, at least on this map, plays a little bit better.
Well, one thing hasn't changed, and that's Princess Icy getting aggressive on the defense. Happened over on Icebox, happening here on Haven. And, I'll challenge that. I'll say we get a few rounds from YDZ Black, right? Look at the comeback they had over on Icebox when the odds were stacked against them. But for now... Look at the amount of space that's been gained, and they're trying to flip the map here as well for YDZ Black, but they might have overcooked. Now they're kind of surrounded. Now they've lost sight of their original objective and have to fight into the B site, where there's going to be a lot of players for Odessa's retirement here immediately to try and counter.
Odessa, though, does actually know. does know that there's no one currently over on C, was able to get out. Trying to go for the retake here over on B. They know where all of YDZ Black are currently set up, trying to make a couple of shots. Not landing. No one finding much of anything right now, but Princess Icy has the angle and gonna take down Light. Sekia takes down Nuts. Icy, though, caught on the reload. Alyssa gonna go ahead and take down... Oh my goodness, with a 3K at the end. What a clutch play from Alyssa.
And I'm sorry, but yes, kudos to Alyssa there, but that feels like a 9-3 curse in itself, right? 3 players line up and bang bang, you get a collateral with a ghost to win out what a fundamental and necessary pistol. Like that was
9-3 curse. That's the curse of 3 skulls to a 9mm. That's what that is.
Exactly. And I mean, just how perfect that was. Yes, there's whiff shots from Princess Icy, but what that does is draw all the attention to her, while the rest of the team, Ellie, Odessa, are flooding in from main. But again, sometimes just coordination falls flat and you can't kind of bank on those things. But you can bank on is, look at this. The correct gamble. 4 players here on C, and if they follow through, this could be disastrous.
I mean, it does look like that's exactly what it's going to be. They got 4 players defending C, everyone else going in for the attack.
I like
Princess
this.
Icy has the angle. She gets caught out. Alyssa, again, she's so great at holding doors, and she's great at kicking them down to Jasmine. Not to be outdone, going to find 2. And yep, Sekia, you weren't around, but the party's over, buddy.
Yeah, and I mean, strength in numbers, but just the fact that Princess Icy wasn't able to get anything with the right-click RNG, and there wasn't really a fast enough punish, I feel like, from the stun, that relay bolt from Princess Icy as well. You saw, like, Odessa try and push forward, right? Try and get the capitalization off their utility, off their fallen teammate, but all that going to Not and Sekia left in the 1v3. There was an agent to clutch it out, though. I would say it's Sekia just because of this headhunter, right? 4 bullets, though. Might be able to get a body shot or 2, and then it would need headshots for the rest on the breach, but Tap, so much utility as well to work with for YDZ Black since they just fought indirectly. And at this point, it feels unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, like, Seki even tried to go for the bait, but they still had the drone. They know that, like, yeah, just accept your fate. Like, not gonna try to run from the spike that's inevitably going to go off. Just, accept it. Like, once YDZ Black peek out, it's just your face in the music, my buddy.
Mm-hmm. And that felt like a trade-off as well, right? So something else to point out is that if you die to the spike, you don't give the enemy team ult orbs. Versus if you die to the enemy, then they get that ult orb for that kill. And what they were trying to do instead was kind of make that gamble, like, hey, if I find Nuts, that is a Vandal in their hand, right? And that would shut down what we might see now is a great attempt at getting this 3rd round underway. And this would be huge for, like we said, that 9-3 comeback is mounting multiple rounds and that consistency tied together. I said I thought this would be the stronger half for Odessa's retirement home, but that's the case right now for YDZ Black and the use of this breach more than anything.
I mean, even though you called out the 9-3 curse, if that does actually come true, I'm taking away one of your good noodle stars and giving them to Alyssa. I mean, Sekia's making a pretty good case as well, though, with that early frag, and that's going to go ahead and slow things down for YDZ Black as they try to make their rotation back over to C, but like they're taking too much time. Odessa retirement home, like they've already ID'd this. They already know it's not going to be A anymore. We can abandon all ships there and moor ourselves back over at this angle right here where Ellie knows the threat is coming.
And this is where I get to talk about that pseudo sentinel role that an Astra can bring as well, is they have so much delay power for a controller, right? Ali had popped the smoke, and they could have even popped like a gravel, a concuss, so that they can't push out of this choke point, but instead they're just playing maybe off the contact with Sekia, off of maybe the trigger discipline they can gain from this quarter not getting cleared out, or maybe they're not even confident that they're coming here just yet, right? The cut noise, cut utility usage, because they wanted Alyssa to find an impact, but unfortunately they fall. And the silver lining here is that at least Cross Unity is fine to Ellie, but the rest of the rotations have come through, and there's a flanking Princess Icy. Like, ooh.
Yeah, how many times have we heard of flanking Princess Icy? Cross Unity, though, making quite a dent in Odessa's retirement home forces. Yeah, there's Odessa with the judge right there, not seen. And yeah, it looked like they were, like, YDZ Black, like they were waiting for Alyssa, like you said, to make an impact, but the only impact I heard was her body hitting the floor.
Oh, no. And as a result, that momentum shift that I was hoping for is denied. Odessa's retirement home is able to reach double digits, but you're not out of the woods just yet. We saw how many rounds YDZ Black tied together when Odessa's retirement home was sitting on 11. They have a few more strikes this time. This isn't baseball. And I hope that they can hit it out of the park, right? Home run all of the way and send us to Lotus. Because if not, you're getting a detention slip and headed out of Radiant Academy early.
I mean, that's not even detention. That's just expulsion.
Expulsion.
Yeah, like we skip.
No, but they can come back. So I guess it's suspension because they can come back for Radiant Academy 105.
We'll call it ISS, in school suspension.
There we go,
You're still gonna have to do a little bit of learning, and speaking of learning, Odessa has learned. Yeah, learned. YDZ Black has learned exactly where Odessa's been hanging out, and she's gonna go ahead and hightail it on out of there. And meanwhile, it's not just Princess Icy on the flank; it's nearly the entirety of Odessa's retirement home. But they've been caught out. YDZ Black have learned their tricks there. Princess Icy holding a little bit of a corner there. Alyssa didn't see that one coming, but yeah, I kind of agree. I love this too.
I mean, if 2 players push up through A, there's not going to be any left on the A site. That's just kind of a general understanding, a mutual understanding here. And as a result, they get free control over A, versus if they stayed on B, they would have had to worry about window. They would have had to worry about grass, maybe even the immediately reflood from C Link. But now, they get a really strong post plan, and one of the hardest sites to retake in all of Valorant. And the only thing I could see would be, again, this flank from Princess Icy. Can it deliver? Especially when all these players CT are winning their duels. Now it's all on Princess Icy, where, unfortunately, an up-close stinger off of that fast lane is not going to get the job done. YDZ, again, when they have worse weapons, why do they win these rounds?
I mean, it's the 9-3 curse, just like I predicted. I'll take credit for that one now.
Hey, I brought up the 9-3. Don't take away my next gold star.
If I'm the one giving out the gold stars, I can give some to myself.
Okay.
I think YDZ Black are making a strong case for earning a fair bit of them, and they've actually got not just gold stars, but a fair bit of gold to work with. Having a look at their economy, now they're favored.
Yeah, and they have the ultimates as well, which are huge for a site take, right? You have the lockdown, you have the Rolling Thunder. And I'm expecting to maybe see the Rolling Thunder ripped, but speaking of ripped, Overdrive out. They have cleared out all of A main. No, this is going to be B or C, but look at this. The spawn player shut that down. And because they're in spawn, you have no information about where they were headed. And so now, Odessa's retirement home in the dark, they have to keep these players split up when they've already lost their duelists, already lost a team member. Silver.
I admire Princess Icy's moxie to keep going for those flank plays, but you can only get away with that so many times before YDZ Black start to figure it out. And, like, especially Alyssa, who's been holding these angles so well, is just once gonna catch Princess Icy trying to cross the road without looking both ways, and she's just gonna get run over.
Oh, no. We've seen Odessa with the judge. Now it is the Bucky. YDZ Black not sending anybody short here. So they have narrowly avoided chaos. But speaking of narrowly avoided, Jasmine, 44 HP, not going to donate a weapon to the Odessa retirement cause just yet. But Odessa might get the timing to swing through this off of their teammate's success. The pings come through, but the shots do not. And now it's all up on Rover for the trades. A deagle shot, but again, light when this team needs it most. They shine it on the darkness. And at this point, a 2v3. Yes, the rendezvous out, but Sekia, all you have is Stinger, and Ellie has no HP.
Yeah, actually no HP, and Jasmine had the angle once again, knowing that Ellie was going to try and come here through heaven. Now it's just Sekia. Do we even go for it? Light with 2 HP, going to go ahead and drop the Vandal, just, you know, so it can be picked up by one of the teammates. I think, yeah, they know they're going down here if this duel happens. Ooh. And yep, Sekia with the flick there, beautiful. Maybe we get 2? We do. We don't get the 3rd, though. Jasmine is ready for it, and YDZ Black, like, they're narrowing the gap now. We're only 3 points away.
Yes, and if it's your first Valorant cast and we get a 9 through curse come true, that would just be very, very fitting, CV. But regardless, I mean, you talked about it, YDZ closing that gap, and look at this. They had the money, like you mentioned, to buy, even though they lost 4 players, and now they have every ultimate to work with. And we saw how over on Icebox, when they didn't have every ultimate, they were really good at piecing them out to go the distance here. So I'm really looking forward to that. My only silver lining is Ellie, right? And I think this is the weakness of this composition as well, is they don't have really strong retake tools unless they can find something off of that speed of a retake and that cosmic divide. Or if Princess Icy can frag out with this aggression, but maybe they finally have learned their lesson.
I mean, maybe it would seem, but I mean, you know, I want to go back to the ultimates here, because it's no secret I'm an Overwatch girly. If you have 5 ultimates and you go for a team fight and you don't win it, that is a huge throw.
They don't need
right
them.
Now, they don't even need them. Yeah, I mean, who needs an ultimate? Alyssa is your ultimate right now. She's going to go ahead and take down 2. And sure, now they do know that the threat is at A, but so is that Killjoy ultimate, that lockdown coming in. Alyssa is going to fall, though. It's traded out, and it's once again just Sekia trying to go for the retake here, but the spike isn't down yet.
And what a fault line there as well, so that Odessa couldn't punish Alyssa alone and couldn't get that ultimate. But speaking of ultimate, Sekia did pop the Tour de Force, so they're not going to save. They don't have a weapon to save. They are looking for what damage they can do to YDZ Black, because again, you're not saving a classic. You don't need to. And unfortunately, we've seen this situation play out with the Stinger. Now they have a sniper rifle, complete opposite end of the spectrum in terms of, you know, distance. And look at the high lows. They just improved their post plant setup, and as a result, Sekia is really not going to get much.
It doesn't want that smoke.
and right, you don't even have that trade-off of giving them an ult orb, because they all are max on their ults. So it's just more, can you cause damage? And Jasmine is about to give them the opportunity, and now you have to go down to the spike, because you're, like I said, you don't want that loss bonus, or you don't want to lose this.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, 8 to 10 now. YDZ Black, they've narrowed the gap so close.
No.
Yeah, not even able to die correctly.
And because of that, look, their economy was so rough there, right? They would have been like they can't even really buy. They just save with the rest of the squad. And okay, this is the way back in YDZ Black. You use the lockdown, you get in. Odessa's retirement home again. I just want to see them, you know, slow it down a little bit. Maybe play a retake or 2 when you have numbers. That's the key part of this, right? All their retakes have been, you know, like 2 or 3v4s, 5s, and I want to see them just wait.
By the way, the lockdown ultimate that you mentioned, that was the only one that they used. Yep. They still have the other 4 on the board.
And they don't even need to.
Yeah, again, like, they definitely don't need to. They have the weapon advantage, they have the utility advantage, they have Sekia's head currently on a spike outside of their house, warding off any other predators from Odessa's retirement home. I mean, Princess Icy gonna go ahead and trade that out with a real high-value kill there onto Alyssa, and Jasmine trying to go in for the retake, but Recon is there. Ooh. Rover knows. Flash and a little bit of disorientation coming out. Light can take this duel now, wins it with Rover. And Princess Icy, sure, does have the angle with the operator, but is anyone going to poke out?
Where'd they get the stop from?
I just, you know, found it in a ditch, I guess. I mean, and it's gonna go right back into it apparently, as I'm nuts gonna take down Princess Icy. And what can Odessa get done here?
The fact that Light clears out that angle is astounding to me. And I mean, at this point, like, yes, that was really, really close. Yes, it's an eco round from Odessa's retirement home. But at this point, you're not denting the economy for YDZ Black in any way, right? They have tied together now 4 rounds in a row. They're going to be able to buy for a few more, and maybe even in a fashion that allows them to take the lead. We are 1 round away from tying us up 10-10 here, CB.
And we got a little bit of a head-to-head to decide it too. Alyssa and Sekia both with operators. The one that, you know, Light found in the ditch that Princess Icy had previously found in a ditch. I think based on the skin, it might have been Alyssa's to begin with. So, you know, maybe Sekia can find the kill with Alyssa's own weapon, but it's actually Jasmine that's going to fall first. And there goes Cross Unity as well. Odessa's retirement home. They're already doing a great job of digging their heels in and saying, no, the curse stops here. We're not going to lose this round.
And, I mean, at this point, we talked about learning their lesson with aggression, but this is what happens when it does pay off, right? Is you get that early advantage and it becomes really, really difficult for YDZ Black. So difficult, in fact, that Alyssa may have to abandon the operator, may have to go for a Vandal upgrade, but instead thinks better of it, says, all right, let me at least to bring it with me to get some clearance. Or if they can get it plant on the B site, then you can hold down window, these longer angles with that operator. But Ellie is home. Ellie likely going to try and prevent that from occurring here. Once the smokes go in, they're going to know, and that's exactly when the rest of the teammates are going to rotate.
Smoke does come out here, and it looks like YDZ, they are going to try and take some space over on B, just sending their one Omen up first to scope out Ellie. Light going to go ahead and win that duel. That's pretty big. That doesn't, however, mean that everyone else from Odessa Retirement Home is going to swarm in from all sides. And Sekia, with that operator, takes down I'm Nuts. And Light blinked, and suddenly all of their teammates are gone. Going to go ahead and take Rover down with them, but that's going to be all they're able to get for that one, as Odessa Retirement Home put us at 9-11.
All right, so we're back to Icebox, right? That was a 13-9 favoring Odessa's Retirement Home. Can they clean it out, or can they close it out cleanly these next 2 rounds? And that's exactly why we see the timeout from YDZ Black. It allowed them to get their feet under them, at least a little bit, to end the first half with those 3 rounds, which clearly was enough, at least to get us to this point. But I want to point out, I feel like something that can get cleaned up a little bit for for YDZ Black. In that post plant, right, that we saw, it wasn't even necessarily the post plant, but after the site had been taken, right, Light was in a great position to cook, and then I don't know who it was, but whoever died to Sekia, they didn't need to swing that. They just needed to let them, like, simmer a little bit there and go for the plant, go for the objective. They were too worried about claiming space and the reflood potential from Odessa's Retirement Home. But again, sometimes you get ahead of yourself, and that's what's now put them into this position. And that might be as well what Shady is suggesting, right? They're like, hey, let Light cook, because they cook.
But like, I almost feel like you do kind of have to take space a little bit, because, like, you know, you're going into B site, you managed to take down the one defender they had at B, sure, but then you know that sooner or later everybody else is going to collapse from all angles, because, you know, Odessa Retirement Home, they had 2 on A, 2 on C, and you don't really know where they're all going to be coming from. You gotta either get that intel, get a frag, or get an angle that you can realistically hold. They just weren't aware that Sekia had that op and had that angle, and did get punished for that aggressive peek. But I realistically, in that, like, 3v5 situation, I'm not even really sure that it was, like, the worst possible play. I kind of feel like you needed to make something happen.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the need to take space. It's just how they did it, right? Sekia, there was no tradability from that angle. And there was no utility as well, right? Light seemed aware that the operator was there, right? They know they have an operator. They know that a typical spot for Haven is C long for an operator. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because they're looking to patch up those holes now out of this timeout. I said it before, ults are huge for this squad. And speaking of ults, it's the Blaze meeting the Hunter's Fury. Fortunately, no pings will come out here. But also, no sight control either, and Odessa staring down. Ships passing in the night.
Whoop! You're getting real up close and personal. I mean, I didn't even think they realized that each other was there until it was too late. But I mean, Jasmine a little bit slower on the draw, and Odessa is able to win that exchange, and that's going to set YDZ Black back a fair bit as they try and get presence here onto C, enough to where they can go for the plant. But Ellie going to go ahead and leave them pushing up daisies, takes down 3. Sekia with the shot onto Cross Unity. Flawless match point And maybe it is going to be an exact repeat of Icebox.
Oh no, that would be devastating. The full comeback 2 maps in a row. But again, this feels very familiar, I feel like, and tracks with YDZ and their performance against some of the higher seed teams like Oomfies, right? 7-13. I don't know if that was a comeback or what the score was at the half, but again, it shows how they're consistently getting higher numbers, just struggling to close out. Or they are just a mental fortitude team and a half with this ability to come back from these unfortunate situations and win as many 30 rounds as they are able to do. But this round, look at this. YDZ Black starting to learn. They know that the aggressive plays are coming from the side of Odessa's retirement home. My concern is, do they know they're also coming from C this round? And can they handle them? Princess Icy? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, she's able to get the kill, has to burn a lot of utility there. Shot from Sekia goes wide, a little bit uncharacteristic. Odessa checking every possible corner. And like, they know that Princess Icy is lurking around here somewhere, but she's actually in another hemisphere right now. So, I mean, she's put a lot of fear into YDZ. Jasmine, though, no fear. Straight death from above. Takes down Sekia, evens things up. Plant going out onto B site. And once again, Odessa's retirement home, like, they have a lot of angles to approach from, but they're gonna have to start collapsing in now.
And we'll see if, again, individual players like Light can hold their own ground and stop that collapse from occurring. And I like this, again, the post-plant angles are really, really clean here, but there's that utility, there's the stuns, and unfortunately now these players are getting fragmented. One stuck window, while the double swing should come through, but look at the paranoia! It is beautiful here! And unfortunately the shots are a little whiffy, but they get the job done. At this point, 4v2, there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, and the angle from Light is just so good. I mean, Ellie's gonna go ahead and get traded out there. Alyssa, Odessa, though, takes down Light, and this is actually...
There's no time.
Yeah, no, there's no time. I mean, the best you can hope for is to try and take down another body, but Alyssa, again, also had that dual angle with Light. Sure, you take down one side, but you gotta deal with both sides of the crossfire.
Really felt like was like really high potential energy that could get converted into kinetic, but just the timing was wrong, right? But for adding the ingredients, the chemicals together here, we're back in chemistry class this time for Radiant Academy 104, and
I love Breaking Bad.
And as a result, right, they just didn't get that impact that they were searching for. So YDZ Black, they avert, or I should say, prevent the 13-9 curse that plagued them over on Icebox, and they're still putting up numbers. 2 more rounds to get us into overtime in the hopes of seeing Lotus.
All right, well, here comes the Hunter's Fury, but Ellie takes down Light. They didn't see her there, and yeah, sure, the Hunter's Fury's gonna come out, but yeah, Ellie's already got the angle. Alyssa doesn't see it there. Sure, they do take her down eventually, but she's taken so much blood so far. Jasmine, I mean, yeah, Jasmine does quite a fair bit, but I mean, Princess Icy versus I Am Nuts. Nuts is actually able to get the frag there. No! Do they see it, though? And there's the flank from Sekia, and there we go. Sekia with the headshot to put it down. I mean, you were talking about YDZ Black putting up numbers, but the only number that I really felt that mattered there was 12, and the fact that that was Odessa retirement home score as they go up to 13.
And just like that, the 2-0 closeout for the higher seed, number 8 of Odessa's retirement home, and they will advance into our quarterfinals for Radiant Academy 104. And again, very well done there. Like I said, coming out, with, I'll still say it was an untraditional composition on both of these maps, and showing that, they work out pretty well to counter some of these stock standard meta compositions. But I think I saw immense growth and immense progress from YDZ Black. So, I'm supposed to be your co-teacher and I'm getting gold stars, but I am going to bestow a gold star to YDZ Black this go around, because I think, like I said, the promise that I'm seeing against Oomfies, against this squad, means that they might come out swinging and stage their own Cinderella story when they get into open qualifier number 3 at the beginning of October.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were talking a lot about that, fair fight they put up against Oomfies, and then again, this one against Odessa Retirement Home. YDZ Black, I mean, in defeat, they do show us what they're made of. I think things were just a little bit too out of their control from that first half, that 9-13, which, I don't know, what, 9-13 curse? I don't know her, never heard of her. That's, yeah. She goes to another school. Yeah, 9-13.
Parallel universes.
Yeah, don't know her. She goes to a different school. Never heard of it, but like, that much of a deficit early on is really difficult to come back from. And I mean, they made it pretty close and did a great job of trying to make up a lot of that ground, but being down 6 at the half, not the easiest way to step up. But
oh, for sure.
It is going to be Odessa retirement home. I mean, you can have the gold star YDZ Black, and you definitely earned that, but I mean, Odessa Retirement Home, they get the win, they get to advance in the tournament, they get to continue their run, and we get to take a break while we prepare the next
Recess!
map. Yeah, let's go. Everybody grab your hall passes, go and grab a snack. We got another class in session for you right after this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be right back. Welcome back, class, to Radiant Academy 104. Did you enjoy that 5-minute break? That was your spring break. I hope you learned and grew as people and you're ready to come back and hit the books again, because we got another one coming for you, another lesson, a schooling, if you will, when we get into our next matchup here.
Yes, the next period has started. Ding, 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 and we have our two contenders lined up and ready to go as well. It is going to be Day by Day versus their opponents of Hyper Speed Red. And Sebe, this is a little bit more stark of a seed disparity than the last match we witnessed. How do you think that's gonna pan out, and what are those seeds?
I mean, it's the number 2 seed versus the number 7 seed. Now, of course, number 7 is higher seeded than both of the teams that we both just saw, but our number 2 seed team, Day by Day, so far has not dropped a single map in groups nor in the first round of the playoffs here, so already looking to be quite the threat. I mean, take nothing away from Hyperspeed Red. They have dropped a map as well to Sad Frost, which is another one of those very high-seeded teams, the number 3 seeded team. But, I mean, if that's anything to go off of, I'm expecting this to be one-sided.
Putting it blunt, right? Speaking the facts where they are, but I will say it's been a long day, right? 3 best of 1s, a best of 3. Now you're closing out with the final best of 3, the quarterfinals that we are now in as well. And it seems to show in their scores, right? They went from a 13-2 to a 13-7 against Scenario Cats in that round of 16. We can see it right here in this a beautifully laid out bracket. And because of that, I think they, sometimes if you run out of steam, upsets can happen. And I mean, Hyper Speed Ruby, right? They kind of breezed through. It was 13-3, 13-6 against Leaf Blower Battalions to get their spot here in the top 8. So I really do think that the victory here is going to come down to our maps and the battleground between these two teams, because I'm looking a little bit at the comps and I see a clear difference in preference when it comes to, say, the duelists, when it comes to some of the initiators. And I think that it's really going to be, puzzle pieces, which one fits their picture better.
I do also kind of want to highlight, by the way, now that we do actually have this picture for the entire bracket here, you know, Odessa's retirement, we just saw in our previous game, they get to go up against the #1 seed Oomfies, and that's at the opposite side of the bracket from where we are now as we go into day by day versus Hyperspeed Red. We may end up with a grand finals against our #1 and #2 seed unless, you know, we see Sad Frost or Rainbow Critters try and make it upset, or we see a miracle run come out of Hyperspeed Red here.
Yep, well, to kick off that miracle, we do probably need to take a look at those map picks and bans to see what their wishing well is going to be. And the drum roll, please. And it is going to be Lotus. Haven, and because process of elimination. If we make it all the way, Scent. As I said, even though it was banned out in the first best of 3, there was a chance we would see it today, and it's still just a chance, right? We might see a 2-0 and not go to a map 3, CB.
I think 1% is a chance. I think that counts. I mean, that's how I approach most of my relationships. It's like there's a 1% chance they say yes. Hey. That's a chance. I take it.
Hey, we're in school. Don't talk about your relationships, teacher CB. No, I'm joking.
Oh, sorry. I forgot I was the teacher. I was.
But I want to go back to what I said about the map pool fitting more of the agents. And ironically, I actually think does fit Hyperspeed Ruby a little bit more because they have a tried and true Neon main out of Zeb. And so Lotus and Haven, we just saw an insane Neon. And I'm hoping that we see it here again. Granted, I haven't really looked at their Haven comps, but like I said, on Lotus, on Sunset, they've been running the Neon. And I will say if we make it to Ascent, I do think D is going to be a bit more favored because they have the reps in on that map in particular. But also, like I said, they have a tried and true Jet main with DJ. But there is two little comments that I want to also set things up for is HPR, we set them up as the underdogs, but they're also kind of the slackers because I've been playing a Minecraft Discord server with Hessian bums, all right? So they're in the wrong kind of server. They're studying for a test that's like 2 weeks out instead of the one that's right in front of them as they sit down in the classroom.
Are you implying there's going to be a Minecraft test coming up? Like, oh God. I have not. I haven't
that's
studied
Raidiant
for that
Academy,
either.
you know, 111. It's down the road. But the other thing to point out is, like I said, they're up against kind of a team or players that know their way around the block, right? The super seniors that haven't graduated, like Monarchs, who has been in the scene for a very long time, has been competing for a very long time, and I think I'm hoping to see that experience shine through in the server.
One thing that I do kind of want to, like, one question I do kind of want to pose is if you're day by day, you know, you have these tried and true comps, you know, the tried and true Jet player. Do you go with the tried and true when you feel like you have this much of a disparity between yourself and a lower seeded team, or do you try to mix it up? And like you said, some of these teams are using this as like a prerequisite for qualifiers later on. You know, maybe you try and experiment. Maybe you try and, you know, get a little silly with it, and maybe that's actually a way for Hyperspeed Red to try and make their way in. You know, maybe try and take advantage of a little bit of overconfidence.
Well, I think the issue here is that Lotus, you almost never see Jet picks, so we are gonna have to see them off of that role, and DJ, in fact, opting probably for the Rays, which is the next most picked duelist in kind of just Valorant right now, alongside Jet, maybe even superseding Jet now, with the newer maps coming into the pool. But regardless, we do get that Rays versus Jet head-to-head, and like I said, we saw the hefty performance in, I guess, not quarterfinals, round of 16 on the Jet. I'm hoping we get a similar performance on the Rays, and I'll even, you know, I'm a teacher, we make mistakes. I'll even go fact check myself to see how their Rays performance has been maybe during the group stage.
You did also point out Zev on the Neon. That is something else that we did see. So, you know, hoping to see them try and set the pace there on the side of Hyperspeed Red. Maybe start moving at Hyperspeed and take an early lead here when we inevitably go into our first round here. But, you know, I guess I got the answer to my question. Nothing too silly coming out from the side of day by day. That all business, all serious. You know, they did study for this. They prepped, and they're not taking any chances on it.
Ooh, and I was correct, actually. This is the debut in Radiant Academy 104 of their Rays. They have played Jet every single map today, right? 2 Havens and an Ascent during the group stage, and then that Haven and Ascent as well. So in my mind, again, very similar to the last match, Hyperspeed Red, in my mind, needs to win this map, or it's really going to be, I think, a 2-0 favoring day by day, because Haven is a comfort pick for them, right? It's now, they're 3-0 on that map alone so far in this tournament, but we said we have to get through Lotus, and Lotus, being a 3-site map, kind of like Haven, actually is typically more attack-sided, which is what day by day is starting out on. I'm excited to see some of these set plays like the Rays Fade combinations, particularly on the CX deck, but look at the aggressive play setup. I talked about it. We didn't get to see a Neon Breach combo from our previous team, from our last matchup, but we're going to see it now, and this is why you see it.
Yeah, I mean, day by day never saw it coming, but there it is, Zev with the frag there, and it's also followed up with by Bums, and I mean, you're gonna lose Aurelia as well. I mean, Hyperspeed Red, like I said, they're coming out at hyperspeed, and we talk about how they have to win this map. You know, if they want to win this map, they want to beat day by day, they got to take it round by round, so winning the first pistol round would be absolutely huge.
Yep. We'll definitely add some extra credit on to the final score at the end of the semester, or at the end of this. But I will say, even though it is a 2v5, look at how low a lot of these players are in terms of HP. That's why they're consistently trying to delay any swings. Dark cover, the Prowlers, and all, so that Hesse, who had full HP, could scale up behind them. But now they've also been eliminated, so heavy pressure now going to be on Para, going to be on their Fade. We'll see if they're able to do. Nice chip damage on a Monarchs, but there it is, like I said, these opportunities starting to slip.
Yeah, chat, welcome to health class. Your health lesson for the day, Zev has none. It's a little bit more of an economics thing, I guess, if you look at it from that angle, but, I mean, you know, we still have this 3-man advantage versus 2 on the side of day by day, so Hyperspeed Red, they're still able to control this space pretty well. Monarch's gonna fall, and I mean, it's just now down to 1, and it might be Hyperspeed Red taking this. Sylvia with one more shot, able to take down Bums, but it is not enough, and Hyperspeed Red, they do win the pistol round.
And that is huge to kind of kick themselves off in the right direction, especially on, like I said, a half where if you get like 4 or 5 rounds, you really are comfortable on Lotus. Like, that's how sided it can be. I think Haven, even though it's also a 3-side map, a little bit less sided other than maybe the 9-3 comeback we saw. But it's just kind of the nature of this map. You'll come to see, CB. So this is huge for them in my mind, and I'm hoping to see them expand this here. And I really think it comes, I think, as part of the territory when you pick a Neon, is you're going to see these consistently proactive plays. Right, look at this. The one way over towards A main, the dash off the fault line, again, just to claim all of this A main space to shut off that lurk player. And now, it was like they just don't have to worry about that. They can now just wait for sound cues and rotate on a dime with these better weapons. Or off the turret.
Going through the hallways, we'll see if they have their hall pass. Yeah, I did already use that reference, but, you know, if it's good once, it's good twice. Well, next lesson, recycling. We're recycling material here, and day by day, they've now ran into a wall. You do have Para there, holding up. They realize they can't just go all running in willy-nilly, make too much noise, try and take this too aggressively, so they're going to go really, really slowly here and wait for an opportunity to present itself. But, I mean, we talked about Hyperspeed Red's composition and how they like to make opportunities, and it looks like that's what they're setting up to do, and Zev seizes it, takes that last little bit of HP away from Sylvia, and man advantage once again on Hyperspeed Red's side. Day by day, they're starting to go in for the initiation, but they're going to lose DJ here. And suddenly, I mean, what do? You've already lost 2 people trying to get in. They turn tail and run.
But if they go C, they're going to run right into this Killjoy utility. And they're also kind of jiggle peeking this as well with that better weapon. So I would expect, yeah, get a frag, get out of dodge. Because with 20 seconds left, your utility will get the job done, no matter how you spin it. They can't run through it, or they are going to get mutilated with this lower HP. And I mean, they might not even have to worry about it. Look at this. Zev, hungry for the frag, hungry to start charging up this ultimate, charging up this overdrive. And just like that, the last players are looked just for economic damage, and unfortunately they aren't going to find it. A flawless second round conversion here for Hyperspeed Red, and that is the best case scenario they can ask for to set themselves up for a 3rd round possible conversion bonus.
Yeah, but having a look at day by day's economy, they didn't really spend too heavily on that round. They're going to be able to bounce themselves back here and match, if not surpass, what Hyperspeed Red are going to be able to come out the gate with.
Yeah, I mean, you save because you can't buy the second round after you lose the pistol. And like we said, this is just how the standard flow of Valorant economy works, is it gives your opponent the opportunity then to bounce right back after the pistol and the follow-up has been won. But we saw it get dicey, right, in our last matchup in particular, right? Odessa's retirement home particularly getting a lot of round 3s. And it came out of heroic plays, but this time heroics can be shut down. And I think after how the last round went, Hyperspeed Red is going to have to rotate immediately, because day by day recognizes the fact that he was the solo killjoy here. So now that that player has been eliminated, they can get a C site for absolutely free, and Hyperspeed Red has to retake with numbers disadvantage intact.
I mean, there was still a fair bit of utility used there by DJ, but they are going to be able to get the spike down planted over on C. But there was no one there from Hyperspeed Red to take any damage from any of the Rey's abilities. So now it's just going to be day by day trying to hold the angles, but they aren't really able to get that upper half of C site there. And that is exactly where Zev is going to come through. Or sorry, no, Zev actually comes from behind on a wide flank. So, I mean, they're not able to get the upper half. They're not able to check the back half. Hey, there's another one coming out from Zev, and suddenly it's all falling apart for Day by Day. They're able to even the score up, and it's actually going to be Aurelia coming through with another big kill. DJ closes it out, and, I mean, we talked about it getting dicey. That's about as dicey as it gets.
Yeah, one player walking away. And you mentioned the disparity between the buys, right? Hyperspeed Red carrying over the weapons from that second round flawless means that look at how much money they have now to invest into these rifles versus Day by Day doesn't have the funds to put up to repair that loss of weaponry. They're going to try and patch it as best they can, but it's going to be a huge dependence on DJ and this hero rifle and their ability, right? They did, like you said, use a lot of utility to clear out the C site, so they show that they can be that entry this team requires, but also that hinged on them winning this opening duel against this Killjoy, against Hesse, and they're going to even gamble it here again, and we'll see if Lightning strikes twice, especially when there's an operator in the mix for the Killjoy.
I mean, Lightning doesn't strike twice, but Zev sure does. I mean, and Hesse again going to take down that duel onto DJ, and I mean, Day by Day, they're just kind of throwing themselves in a wood chipper right now. Like, that's 3 bodies down, just trying to take duels, just trying to take any sort of angles, and not even duels, just trying to, like, peek around a corner and getting punished for it.
Yeah, they have kind of slammed the door in the face of every single house that Day by Day has knocked upon, asking, "Can you donate some money to my school fundraiser?"
No, sorry, we're not buying any chocolate right now. I mean, yeah, Sunny is definitely not accepting any solicitations right now from the last 2 remaining members of Day by Day. Gonna go ahead and use the teleport to get all up close and personal. Can even smell the perfume on you, Sunny. There, Aurelia with the kill. That's pretty big. Does help them clear out this site, and they're able to get a lot of damage down onto Zev, but Zev ends up winning that duel outright. Gonna be able to get out alive as well. Just 4v1, and this is a lot of pressure to put on one lonely Cypher who, I mean, the jig is up. They all know exactly where Monarchs is right now and can't even get through the door.
On the flank. Oh, and they're aware of that possibility here, but, I mean, it's an operator versus a Deagle on your 27 HP. They're going to swing right into that crosshair. Elbow exposed. The round is done. And Hyperspeed Red, once they get weapons back in their hands, they continue chugging along, answering question after question on their homework. And Day by Day, that was, like we said, mostly an eco round, right? Most of them saving their DJ obviously did save their weapons. They carried that over, and now they're buys a little worse for wear. But again, this is where things get dicey, because if Day by Day loses this round, it's Hyperspeed up 4-1 and likely 5-1, because again, you would require a Thrifty to get that round under your belt. And so I think if Day by Day loses this round, I need to see a timeout, especially because I said it was an attack-sided map.
Yeah, I mean, attack-sided, you could have fooled me. It definitely doesn't look like it right now. Oh my goodness, they're all just lining up for Hesse right now, but the shots aren't there. Has to abandon ship and back out. I mean, that's, yeah, way too hot to try and stay in there, and yet now, I mean, not having that angle, being able to get all that presence, get around that door, like, Zev is going to have the angle alongside Bums, but Bums peeks out a little bit too far. Monarchs now has the angle. I mean, Hyperspeed Red, it's all kind of falling apart right now. Day by Day, they're going to be able to get this plant here on to see if they're able to get right here through the door, and they've got the utility to do it.
Up. Speaking of utility, Hesse has their setup here to anchor the C site, but they are overwhelmed in a missed op shot, and it really doesn't give you a second opportunity to rebound. Speaking of rebound, Zev this time no longer on a flank, instead was looking for the immediate flood back, but this is also a delay factor. Is this Viper and their ability to anchor down these sites afterwards in the post-plant poison orb, that vulnerability slowing down the attempt, and even if they get past that, there's a trap wire proactively placed on site. So I see no in for Hyperspeed Red, and even if they are able to find a frag, the trade would be inevitable. Para now with the final swing and the final death here. Day by Day, I said that was an important round, and they win it out in semi-flawless fashion.
And I think it just comes down to a couple of those shots from Hesse going wide on the operator. Like, there were 2 really good opportunities to try and take a frag, and they just didn't bear any fruit. And Day by Day, like, once they know that sniper has to reposition, they know they can walk up safely, because they're not going to try and peek a second shot when they know there's 4 bodies coming straight at them.
For sure. And again, the speed of rotation is meeting that of Day by Day on these executes. It's just, again, some of these initial duels being lost. I want to see, I feel like, yeah, I like this defensive switch up. Like, yes, it's because they don't have weapons, but I also like the freshening up because the Killjoy was getting a little bit overwhelmed over on the C side here. But speaking of overwhelmed, Overdrive Paranoia combo to keep these mound players at bay. And there's the scale up off of a beautiful flash from the breach. Again, this combination deadly. The setup is perfect, but the punishment not coming through, and they can't breach the threshold because they're afraid of the crossfires. They're afraid of the reswing that we punish, which is attempted here by the side of Day by Day, but all they're going to find and eat is electricity, and they are forced to finally cut their losses and disengage.
Zev, I mean, nearly single-handedly just forces them all back, and like you said, they're going to disengage, they're going to try and make a rotation around, but, I mean, Zev took a big chunk of damage, and so did the Omen on the side of Day by Day, so, I mean, it wasn't entirely bloodless. No bodies have fallen just yet, but, you know, looking at the minimap right now and seeing that Hyperspeed Red have identified this rotation, they're even going to have Zev try and move around on that flank. We're going to start to get pretty bloody here. Hesi does have an angle here. I don't know if they know exactly what's coming their way, though. They're going to be able to hit the shot. No, it's going to be Kiro taking down Hesi there. A little bit aggressive, and there we go. Finally, the real blood has been spilled. The spike is going to get planted, and even though Hyperspeed Red called out the rotation, they're going to have to try and go for the retake.
And such low HP makes it even more difficult. Surprised Day by Day doesn't consider the Viper's Pit either. I mean, 2 players there are also like away from death, and with these deagles, it's a quick body shot, and they are sent pack and they are sent to the grave, but they're also confident maybe in these post-plant positions and these crossfires they have set up. But as the smokes fade, they are caught red-handed, but they have a perfect bodyguard. Aurelia there from their side, from tree, clotheslines these players with the worst weaponry, and we are tied 3 apiece.
That was a little bit scary there. You know, the spectator watching the as we're about to get gunned down. Yeah, Aurelia really comes through with the hero play there, and I love that. And now we're tied 3-3, and you know, it's just like you said. You know, when you get to this 3-3, Day by Day, they now have an eco advantage. They have, you know, all the weapons they could possibly want. They've managed to turn it all back in their favor, just off the back of that one crucial round, like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah. And Ultimate's online. They were hesitant to use them last round, which, granted, it also was an eco round for the side of Hyperspeed Red, but they have no hesitancy now. Nightfall Showstopper combination is so beautiful because then you don't hear the sound cue, the ult line, and you don't know which direction it's coming from, which is clear. Hesi, a victim, Kira with the follow-up as well. They deny a reflood, claiming that proactive space, and at this point, if you're Hyperspeed Red, I would even contemplate a save, right? 3v5, you just bought up, you're about to lose your lead that you worked so hard to establish right out the gate. And again,
yeah, their coffers are dry as the Sahara Desert right now. Like, I kind of agree. Like, maybe even though you still have 3 alive and like a retake 3v5 is possible, it's not ideal. Like, I think you just try and save it for a rainy day. Like, you can even see like they're not really going too aggressive here, just trying to like maybe bait out little bits of utility, little bits of intel, see if an opportunity presents itself. But like, you know, you don't go too aggressive there. Sunny's actually going pretty aggressive, takes a little bit of damage, and he's gonna back off. Rejoin the rest of the force. Yeah, we go for a save.
Yeah, you were correct there, right? They're just trying to see if they can dent the economy, because Day by Day wasn't out of the woods just yet either. But ultimately, that's just such a hard site take to counter. And I did finally get to see Hesi play off site, but when you're getting tracked down, deafened by a showstopper, there is not much you can do in their position. So a little bit of bullying will have to step in as the teachers here, perhaps. But Hyperspeed Red, out of that kind of bloodbath, they are able to get some of their own ultimates online. So some tools to speak up and fight back here. And because of that save, the weapons aren't terrible either. Obviously, Para and Hesi weak points if they're targeted directly on this C or this B site. And that seems to be the aim here for Day by Day, once again trying to replicate the success on the C site.
Have to see. We'll have to see if Hesi's playing off-site again. We do already know. I mean, without the showstopper, it's not going to be as dangerous. I mean, you don't really have to worry about DJ just coming in and, you know, catching you off-site and calling it on-site. Para, there you go. Just like you said, one of the weak points, though. Wasn't able to buy armor, wasn't able to buy a whole lot of anything. I sure hope they bought life insurance.
Well, Hesi gets a second opportunity here. I mentioned again. The more passive site hold off this utility, wait for the retake with your team. And they're even trying to wait for the flank here as well from Zev and friends. But unfortunately now, because they canceled that off of the Cypher contact, it's going to take a really, really long time. So that, again, you're going to be in an unoptimal position for this retake. And even more so now with the Viper's Pet up. So how do you get back into this? Do you invest the lockdown here in CT, into Waterfall? I mean, look at how deep that pit goes towards halls. Like, I think this is... Yeah, you have to invest it on Waterfall, and we'll see if this is enough.
And look at these retake positions right now. Like, Hesi, yeah, gonna go ahead and try and go for that lockdown here, see what they can get for their money here. But Is it going to be much of anything? I mean, they absolutely could challenge it. I mean, they have the angles to do so, and it's really up to Hyperspeed Red to be the ones to make a move here.
And look at this, the sacrifice Sylvia just trying to keep that pit up, which I think is smart because it takes time for that decay to kind of, I guess, disintegrate off of the body. And so they would hopefully be in a good position to wallbang this diffuse, but Hessie is sticking it all the way off of that cage, and unfortunately they still are going to fall. Is there enough time? There isn't! There was no Stratus step for Sunny! Oh my goodness, a buzzer beater, and both die to the spike regardless!
Oh, that's so tragic. The fact that they both died too. I mean, it was a great use of the lockdown to try and force everybody back, be able to retake. But I mean, if you can't actually stick the diffuse, it's just all for naught.
And it comes out of what I said was that kind of, I guess, A main aggression falling flat. Them not wanting to challenge the Monarchs because it takes, like, that is the farthest you can rotate, right? Is from A main all the way back through your spawn, back to the seaside. And Hessie was just kind of sitting there, waiting, twiddling their thumbs, popping utility until the rest of their team could get there for that retake attempt. And that, unfortunately, just then is the outcome we saw. But speaking of trying to speed things up here, might see some B main aggression for the first time from this team. Bums in a position to set them up, set this Neon Fade combo up here again. And it looks like they might try and catch out the Cypher.
I mean, this combination was realistically all they were able to buy. That and Sheriffs, and there we go. There's already one down. I mean, losing both players to that spike plant in the previous round meant that they just don't have anything to buy. So they're just going with Sheriffs this round, and it's not... It doesn't matter. Like, they're going up against all these long-range Vandals and all these angles that Day by Day have set up. They can't really challenge anything effectively, especially without Zev.
Oh?
Oh.
Well, if they don't have the weapons, they can have the timing, the elements of surprise, but once that surprise has been sprung, it's hard to keep that maintained. And a beautiful combination of Shorty plus the Snake Bite. What more could you ask for to close out? And Day by Day, although it takes them some time to wake up, now they are so far flawless, and I mean, they are going to at least lock in security before the half is up, where at worst they would be facing a 6-6.
I bet that 6-6 is not looking all that likely. I mean, we're out of tech pawns right now, but I mean, it means we get an extended look at the economy right now. And what economy? I'm asking. It's a recession on the side of Hyperspeed Red. Like, again, another one of these thrifty rounds is what's going to be required. Sure, they have a couple of ultimates, but they haven't been able to control the space effectively. They haven't really been able to control the angles that they need to, because you have the initiation from DJ time and time again with the satchels, with, you know, the showstopper, which, I mean, they're a little bit of ways away from getting another one, but realistically, by the end of this half should be a factor yet again. So, like, I'm looking at 6-6. I don't see that in my crystal ball right now.
I really don't either. Unless they win a thrifty right, or unless they win this round right now, then I think it's in the realm of possibility. But even then, right, you have buys until the end of the half if you're Day by Day. And I think you mentioned it a little bit, right? Just the fact that with these 5 rounds in a row from Day by Day, it's this lethal cycle for Hyperspeed Red in the circulation of buy, save. And while we, you know, in our previous matchup, we're able to see, their team break out of that cycle with thrifties for the side of YDZ Black, that hasn't been the case for Hyperspeed Red. So we need that star moment, because they've been close. But again, I'm going to keep looking back to that diffuse falling flat on the seaside retake off the lockdown. Like, that was just devastating if you are a fan of Hyperspeed Red.
That's going to be, yeah, the heartbreaking one. If you're not able to, you know, make this up, if you're not even able to take this map, I think that's where you're going to be looking at, like, the main sticking point where, you know, you could have gotten some of that momentum under, but, like, your economy's just in shambles now. They haven't been able to recover from that, and they haven't been able to get that early momentum that we saw in, like, the first 3 rounds. And you know, again, like, even early on, they had, like, Hessie holding the angles with the operator. They were constantly going for these big plays with Zev and with, you know, the breach, the fault line, and then the initiation from the Neon. We're not seeing that come to fruition. It's not bearing nearly as much fruit as it did early on. And if that's not really working out and you're not able to fund those plans to begin with, like, you can't get another operator in Hessie's hands, what is the game plan?
Whew. And yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the crux here is, I go back to, I think it was one of their eco rounds that I think also came close. And I think it was the Neon and the Breach and that overdrive on the C site, right? So they had a pop play over towards Mount, and they switched the Killjoy over to the A site. I need to see that refresh from them, right? Even if it's not coming necessarily from a timeout, and those changes being made, right? At Tech Pause, you can't talk with your teammates, by the way, Sleepy. Like, it's not like, you just have to, like, sit there kind of quietly, Take
Can
your
you
breathers.
pass notes, or is this silent reading time?
Nope, this is silent reading time, all right? You
Okay.
cannot cheat on this test either. And I think that's kind of what I want to see, because everything else I think hasn't really come as close. And like you mentioned, right, the crux of that setup with the Killjoy solo C and the aggression over towards A is that Hesse needs to anchor that site and win those duels, but that's too much dependence to place on one player. And so we get to see that defensive spread, and are they taking my advice? Oh my goodness, look at me. It's almost like I'm a Valorant analyst and teacher at Radiant Academy.
You know what? I mean, you
Now it's
might be
just a work.
tenured at this point in time. I think
Ooh,
you're...
give me that
I think
pay
you,
raise.
yeah, you can get away with anything at this academy at this point in time because you've been teaching these kids so well for so long. We'll see if it's going to bear any fruit for the side of Hyperspeed Red. Again, where is Hesse currently playing, and what weapon does she currently have? Because we were talking again about that operator and if she's able to get one in her hands. I know the economy can't fund that right now, but when she hits the shots, she's been a difference maker for this squad. The question is she going to be able to hit those shots? Meanwhile, Zev doing just that, takes out the biggest threat on the side of Day by Day in DJ, but just because it's the biggest threat doesn't mean it was the only threat. There are several other unseen threats that nobody sees, making this rotation all the way back over to A site.
Oh, but the jump peek from Sunny is going to spot it out. And as I said, that trap play denies C. You had to force your way into this Killjoy utility. But the difference is, this time, right, Hesse was alone on the C takes. They have Sunny at their side, right? They have some shadow steps. They have some dark covers to smoke for them. And they even have this more proactive Killjoy utility, this alarm bot. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a B dip here because of how much time they have given for rotations for Hyper Speed Red. Like, yes, you popped a Nightfall to take this site, but Hyper Speed Red has one to retake this site. And there it comes, a CB.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's the plant. They are on A site. Zev on a bit of a flank here. Shooting through the smokes, though, doesn't actually realize that there's nobody there just yet. Gonna have to go ahead and invest a little bit more heavily. Hesse falls. Para's gonna go ahead and trade it out. The defuse is coming through. Sunny was able to get it halfway. Maybe able to get a ninja defuse? No, doesn't look like it. It looks like gonna get caught out there and have to back off here. Zev with 5 HP and an angle looking for just about anything. That's a great cage there, though, and Sylvia gonna capitalize, takes down 2, and Day by Day keep the pain train rolling.
And again, it's so close, right? You saw that progress bar milliseconds away, and Sylvia just pulls a 4K out, like, suddenly remembering a fact they need to ace a test. But it's just so
have to ace a lot more than a test at this point in time.
Like Hyperspeed Red, they did everything perfectly that round until it came to the final flooding off of that Nightfall, right? And that's why I talked to you about that being the default plant location, CB, is because these players, you can play so easily off of mollies and off site with those sight lines. And I love the utility usage for Monarchs as well, so they couldn't isolate these players. They had to swing through and play proactively.
Oh, DJ going for an aggressive angle and getting caught out on it. Zev now knows that's exactly where that Raze is. And I mean, the Raze has friends and a little bit of explosive utility of their own. And the entirety of Day by Day is now playing back in this corner as they slowly rotate to try and get into A site. But Hyperspeed Red, they're taking the angles. They're being proactive here, not just letting them walk in for free. That's a beautiful 2K there for Zev. Para gonna go ahead and help that one out. Help DJ along to the afterlife. Join your friends. And then we're down to just the 2 for Day by Day. But this momentum has now come to a screeching halt as they don't even know where to go. But threats are coming in from all sides. A fault line comes through. Deals a fair bit of damage. Para, Sylvia gonna take down Zev. That's a pretty big frag for the side of Day by Day.
I really wanted to see the overdrive pop by Zev there, right? Run it down, finish out the round. Because this is a huge thrifty. If they let it slip away, if they give away too many 1v1s, which I'm looking at the minimap and I'm seeing these players spread way out, I am getting scared. And Bums crouched off of the off angle. And just like that again, it's starting to whittle away. But Sunny did have a hero rifle here, and Para has the timing, but not the frag to follow Monarchs. Like I said, the tenured student here. Gonna be able to get the plant, but can they get the clutch?
Able to get the plants. It's gonna be Hesse and Sunny. Hesse gonna go real aggressive around this corner and then back up. I mean, Monarchs knows that that's not gonna be something that Hesse is willing to commit to. So gonna go ahead and go around, hit the switch on the door, try and bait a little bit of aggro that way, and use the smoke to come back in. But I mean, yeah, no, they've identified. Monarchs is there. Takes the 1v1 with Hesse at close range and hits it. Sunny's going for the defuse. Again, only gets halfway. It's Sunny with a chance, but not going to be able to hit it. The clutch comes out from Monarchs. That is beautiful play. The mind games from Monarchs.
And that is why I said this player was a super senior. They know their way around a clutch. They know their way around this Cypher kit beautifully there, right? The spy cam to confirm there isn't two players. The use there of kind of the ultimate as well, just to ensure that it wasn't a stick, and just the kind of, I guess, calm energy there where they didn't swing through that dark covering either, worried that a stick was coming through. And so Hyperspeed Red, again, we talked about it. Their moments to get these thrifties that would save their lives are not coming into fruition. And whether that's because they're not committing enough of these ultimates or they're starting to dismantle and disparage that cohesion, it doesn't matter, because look at this combo and cohesion.
Yeah, I mean, Hyperspeed Red maybe never saw it.
But there's no punish.
Yeah, no punish at all. DJ gonna take down Bums. Zev going in with the ultimate again. Aurelia gonna go ahead and take that Neon down, the showstopper, just to try and force them back and just throw all the explosive utilities over at that door while you just sneak right out the back door day by day with 2 bodies to their name. Para, though, on a flank, actually able to get the spike carrier. They still have control over it, but Para takes down another one. I mean, yeah, gonna go ahead and trade their life, but the damage has been done.
And at this point, it gives hope to Hyperspeed Red members here, and a punishment on the DJ, getting overly aggressive as well. Sunny and Hesse again in the clutch situation that we just saw against Monarch, but this time there's 2 players. This time there's a Viper's Pit, which only complicates the scenario. They've edged past in that foul realm of vision, and now it is Sunny in the 1v2. I need to see what utility they have here, but it might not matter. Monarch's playing outside the pit. Unexpected. And 39 HP, that's not enough now. 5. Strike that to get the job done. And there it is, just the spray down off the sound cues, off the footsteps, and we get another 9-3 curse, CB.
I mean, it may be a 9-3 curse, it may be not. I mean, you did say this is an attacker-favored map, and even though I doubted you, in the early rounds, Day by Day did actually start to prove that thesis correct, and have now said it. Yeah, 9-3, just like you said, but I mean, I still don't believe in the curse. I've never seen it in all my many years of casting Valorant. Never seen it.
Yes.
I'm a transfer student.
Yes, you're transferring in and still learning the school culture. But, I mean, at this point, like I said, Hyperspeed Red, I really want to see them take a timeout. And while they were making adjustments, it felt like, and also that tech pause might have acted as a breather, the fact that you lost, I'm doing caster math, give me a second, 8 rounds in a row is astounding there, especially after that opener. And what you normally see is that maybe if it's a stomp, it's the 2 rounds, first round's won, and then you win no rifle rounds. But they even won a rifle round. But here, kind of like that comeback from YDZ Black. To lock in the 9-3 curse, you need to win the pistol. And so far, off to a good start. A lot of damage onto Aurelia, and they don't even take a lick of damage in the trade-off.
I mean, yeah, it's a great trade. Take down Aurelia. Hesse, once again, cooking. Like we said, once she hits the shots, we know she is capable of hitting them. That's when Hyperspeed Red seemed to have a way into this one. I don't know a whole lot of caster math, but I do know that 5 is greater than 4, and if you're not even going to be taking any damage when taking that man advantage, I mean, you're off to a great start here on the pistol round here. The question, though, is what exactly do Hyperspeed Red do about this attack here? A lot of damage that comes through the wall there, trying to pressure down. Zev taking the angle here. Hera going for a plant here. I mean, Day by Day, they're all around. They know where this spike is going down. Can they do anything about it? They take down Hesse. It's traded out. They get Zev as well. It's getting really dicey here. Down to just 2v2. DJ and Para about to square off, but Para has the paranoia up. The namesake, Sunny, gonna go ahead and finish that one off. DJ with just a smidge of HP left and a team ace. There we go. Everyone on Hyperspeed Red pitching into another pistol round win. But that hasn't really amounted to much if the first half is anything to go by.
Yeah, but like I said, that's the first box checked kind of to stage a comeback is winning that pistol, right? We saw it out of YDZ Black to get theirs kicked off on Haven, and hopefully we can see it from Hyperspeed Red. It really was just, I don't even know what the turning point was. I want to say that this round, I think it was like the 2nd or 3rd round in that streak of 8 is when that kind of Killjoy lockdown retake failed, when they didn't have a buy. So we just really need to see them hold on and continue mounting success off of this pistol, off of this follow-through round. Because even their 3rd round bonus, if you remember, was really, really strong, right? Only 1 player, and I think that was DJ, walked away with their gun. And the fact that there still was a rebound for Day by Day was impressive.
Hesse, not going to take this duel with Sylvia this time around. Just going to go ahead and put a couple of shots down range and back up. Let the fight come to her, as has been her MO. She's better at holding these angles, using the Killjoy, using the range. And, again, winning out these duels, hitting these shots, but not trying to set herself up for them. Let them come to her. And that seems to be what the entirety of Hyperspeed Red is doing right here over on A site, letting the fight come to them, waiting for Day by Day to make a move. They're going to go ahead and open this door and try and see if anyone's peeking behind it. What's behind door number 1? Nothing but a little bit of bait as they switch it back up and head over towards Seaside. But Day by Day, I think, are a little bit hip to this.
You know, that last second prowl, or I should say haunt, right? Really allowing these players to stay on this site. Finally, the gamble pays off when they stick around for an extra lesson. And just like that, they've shut down the Seaside. 30 seconds left. The recoil into B. I want to see what utility the Viper has, or if DJ can land shots with this Guardian that I think was forced up or recovered. I don't know how they got their hands on that, but it might just be what this team needs. A 2v3. The Classics landing for Monarch as well. And 15 and counting. It is gonna be lethal here. Para. Like, yes, you're gonna have a plant, but DJ has a Guardian, and you are basically one shot with this weapon. Oh, they're gonna for the Classic right click.
Ooh, Para able to win the duel.
They needed the Guardian.
All up close and personal, yeah. The Guardian's down.
Wrong tool for the job there, DJ, but again, the fact that they're able to do damage there makes it that this conversion should not be clean for Hyperspeed Red, which I said was important in thwarting a 9-3 comeback attempt from this squad. Other than that, though, I like what you said about Hyperspeed Red waiting for the fight to come to them, because that's all you really can do on an eco strategy for Day by Day. You either stack and gamble a site and play out of sight, out of mind, deny information off from their initiators, or you do a pop play with a sheer amount of numbers. So they were waiting for that for a second possibility to fizzle out before they commit. And unfortunately, they just found themselves committing into the stacked site because of that extra haunt that came out from Day by Day's fade.
Looks like Hyperspeed Red this time around are going to commit themselves to C Mound, which is great. I mean, it was a little slow for them to commit to anything on the previous rounds. This time around being a little bit more proactive and trying to take that space, but they're still sticking to their MO. Waiting for the shots to come to them, waiting for the opportunities to present themselves and not getting too overly aggressive, especially when they know they still have this the economy advantage. They don't currently have control of the spike even. I mean, I say they should commit to something. They should at least start picking that up. There we go. All right, now we got it. Now we can enact plan A, which I believe is to go forward onto C site here, but they're not going in quiet by any means. Going to expend a lot of utility to get into the door here. And yeah, everybody knows, everybody can hear. It's a loud neighborhood. We know there's fireworks going off, so it's all time for everybody to come to the party. Sylvia shows up, gets the first to check down. Bums takes them down. Sunny takes down Monarchs, but it's DJ and Kiro both coming in. It's very back and forth. Sunny and DJ, though, have been doing the most damage. Oh, here we go. Para coming through. Takes down DJ. It's traded out for Sunny. It's once again Aurelia versus Para, and Para coming up with the clutch.
Para is huge here. 2 rounds clutch back-to-back, once against DJ, once against Aurelia. And I want to go to, again, a big difference in that round in particular to what we saw in the first half, right? The commitment. They pop the Nightfall as soon as they have it. They're like, all right, this round is slipping away. Like you said, it's tooth and nail. It could go either way. So they get it online with a kill, and they pop it immediately there. And like I said, you cannot start losing rounds because you don't have that many opportunities on the board. 4 rounds, and this match is over, favoring Day by Day. So you need to take them as they come, and that's exactly what they're able to do. Day by Day, forced back only to Deagles here. Hyperspeed Red doing a great job now at opening up this half.
I mean, as long as they don't completely blow the fact that Day by Day are using only the Deagles right now. I mean, early shot there onto DJ. It doesn't look like they're in any position to blow it just yet, but as long as they don't do that, they're going to close the gap to 7 and 9 if they're able to win this round, but it's just a matter of execution, and the execution is a little bit slow. There we go. Zev now coming in, the executioner, takes down Kiro. And now they've once again gained all of this space. They have all of these angles. They're winning all the duels they need to win. Hesse takes down Sylvia, and it's been clean. Not even a scratch on any member of Hyperspeed Red.
And look at this. They know to go to B as well since they took out that one player. I guess Hesse was able to find that control, and they dodged the one of the 2 players over towards A. Not only that, but they leave Bums here, right? Who can support from this position with their fault line when it regenerates, and they can also cut off the rotations through Blue Room, like Monarchs, who's tucked away in this corner. But it looks like they might just be playing for damage for exit picks, trying maybe even to die to Spike so they don't give these ult orbs over to Hyperspeed Red. Unfortunately, Bums hunting them down. Aurelia gonna find a similar fate, I'm expecting here from top site. And like you mentioned, it's flawless, even down to the HP lines.
Yeah, it couldn't really get more flawless than that, and you were talking about not donating any of those ult orbs over, but yep, timeout for the defenders
finally. I mean, I think this makes sense, right? Because now you have lost 4 rounds in a row. So I said, I was like not expecting the momentum shift this decisively after you've lost 8 in a row in the first half. But kudos to Hyperspeed Red and proving my point. This is attack-sided, I guess, CB. But I think the other thing to point out there was we saw a really good development between, like I said, both types of eco strategies from day by day, right? The gamble stack over towards C, and then the aggression over towards A when they have deagles, right? And Hyperspeed Red did great countering both of them. You saw that little trap play. It's like, you think you're trapping us by aggressing into our A main? Nope. Paranoia, relayable, the swing. And the execution there from Zev was beautiful to shut them down. And also their, I guess, maybe that toxic screen as well kind of fragmented the players of day by day and didn't allow them to play off of each other, which didn't help.
Yeah, I mean, so what do you, like, what is the plan though? Like, if you're day by day and you're calling out this timeout, like you're obviously doing this because something has gone awry. So what exactly is the squeaky wheel that needs the grease? What do you change? What is your way forward here? Because I'm looking at this economy. Yikes.
Well, I will say, CB, that teachers don't give their students all of the answers. They kind of guide them in the correct direction.
Does this mean you don't know either? Is that what you're...
No,
okay.
no, I'm not that bad, teacher. But
Okay.
I think what I need to see is just chance. Follow through, right? Monarchs has not been on the site that they've executed on, I think, a single round. Except for, I think, when they very slowly pieced it apart on the C side, but even then, I think they left that site. So the fact that has aligned here is going to be huge. And they've also doubled them up with Sylvia as well, which is really, really nice here. So I think what I want to see is, number one, this. Check. And number two, I also want to see, maybe as soon as they recognize that there's not as much space, I want to see Reyes rotate a lot faster and leave this Omen deposited here. But maybe sometimes the teacher can be wrong, and they're rotating back towards A, so we might see something similar to how Zev and their Omen navigated this A main control. But this time, what do you have? You have a Boombot, and
it would seem as though your internet's cutting out here. Okay, we're good. All right. Covered there towards the end. Speaking of Aurelia, up on the high ground and falls back down to earth courtesy of Zev there. It does get traded out. Kuro with a great shot to take down Zev. It's not looking too clean for Hyperspeed Red this time around. DJ, go ahead and turn tail and run, but that gives a lot of space for Hyperspeed Red. They should be able to get back up into A site and start to retake some of this ground, especially as day by day, I mean, as Hyperspeed Red backed up, day by day weren't really sure exactly what the move was, what the play was, and Hesse on a flank here takes down DJ.
And that makes this a 3v3, but Spike planted. Now you have a post-fight strategy of this Rolling Thunder. The Nightfall trying to press forward before they can let it pop. There it is, even before the Spike gets tapped. Beautiful timing. They don't even need their sense of hearing here. But a lot of mollies to try and push them off right now. And Bombs holding their own here, buying time for the rewrap from their own teammate, from Sunny. And there is the closeout. And once again, we are 1 round from tying things up during a 9-3 comeback.
I mean, and that was another round where day by day didn't have a whole lot to spend. So, I mean, even still, again, like they still don't have a whole lot to spend. And it is starting to look like we might start to tie things up here. Maybe even see an upset with Hyperspeed Red taking a map off of day by day. Something so far no one's been able to do this tournament.
Oh, for sure. And like now would it be as good as a time of any, because like I said, Hyperspeed Red in my mind had to win this map or it was going to be a day by day 2-0. So this comeback is essential for the continuation in the Radiant Academy, and they are definitely treating it as such. Again, this caution from the round get-go, waiting for any aggression to fizzle out, but they might just be fighting some head on. Sylvia bailed out by the cage. They fall back to safety, and you can see this wariness over towards A main because of the aggression, because of the space typically taken by day, but they're playing passive instead with these salvaged weapons. They might be playing instead for a flood retake over towards A.
I mean, when all you got is revolvers and light armor, you can't be too aggressive. Like, you just got to play for high noon, wait till it's time to draw, and then hope you hit the shots. Your aim needs to be true right now, so they're just taking the angles and hoping that they can maybe shut this off at the pass and find one of those angles, take one of those duels, and come up aces with it. Maybe even a couple wall bangs. Sylvia being a little bit optimistic there, giving away the position just a teensy bit. And I mean, Hyperspeed, they don't have to take this bait. They know they have everything they could possibly want right now. They've got the man advantage. They've got the position. They're starting to flood in. DJ with the showstopper there, though. Oh, there was one thing still left in the economy, and it was a rocket launcher. It's now off the field, and it's traded out. And Hyperspeed Red, it's all falling apart. Sylvia kills 2. Hesse evens it up with a kill off there onto Kiro. It was supposed to be Hyperspeed Red's round to win, but Day by Day have won the duels they need to win so far,
Oh, no.
thanks in huge part to Sylvia, who is still on the field. Zev has to go in aggressively and gets punished for it by Monarchs, who's ready for it. Nessie, though, takes down 2, and Sylvia's still alive.
If you run out of bullets, might as well pull out the melee and pray, especially if you are an Omen. But like you mentioned, that might be the final nail in the coffin. The showstopper propelled into a Thrifty, into double digits. The curse of a comeback may be broken here after that 5-round streak from Hyperspeed Red. But also, we've seen that be a blip on the radar before, and we also see these ultimates for Hyperspeed Red. And I think, again, Day by Day doing a good job only using what they have to, right? I was like, okay, Sylvia, you have the Vipers put online, you have Spike at your feet, you can maybe force them into B off of your pit, but they don't even use that. They already feel forced to go towards the B site. And as a result, that double swing and the just sheer coordination was really, really clean there. So now, again, back to square one, and something new in the defensive for Day by Day. An operator, and the finisher here. So they know this isn't a C-Exec. They knew this was a fake.
Yeah, I mean, and they're hip to all of this, by the way. Like, Zev even taking a fair bit of damage and forced to back up. So even that flank, they know, like, they're catching this all out off guard. They're like 10 steps ahead of Hyperspeed Red right now. And now, once again, like, they're backed up in this corner with a Spike trying to decide which way to go, but there's an operator on one angle, there's 2 people stacked on another, and 2 on a third. Which way do you go? You kind of have to wait for Zev to make an opportunity for you, but she's so low and not able to do so, and you've lost both Sunny and Hesse trying to make that happen. Bums able to take down 1, but you've lost Zev, so it's all on Bums to try and take this 1v4, and that is a lot to put onto just one body. Is it going to be enough? Fault line, not really going to find all that much of anything. I mean, yeah, Sylvia coming through with the cleanup. Day by Day, it's starting to look like they are ready to put this one to bed.
Yeah, like I said, the curse might have been broken by the Thrifty, the #1 enemy to that comeback when you are mounting that pressure, that momentum. It's like a brick wall that you're slamming into, and I mean, again, I look back to, I feel like they're falling into old habits for Hyperspeed Red, right? I need to see a theory crafted around these ultimates because you've been sitting on them now for a few rounds. And that, I think, is why they weren't able to shut down this 8-round streak, right? Was they had these ultimates and they never got a good opportunity to use them. Or when they were about to get a Thrifty across the line, they didn't use them either. And so then the advantage was wrestled back. I think most notably there was, what, a 2v4 clutch on a Thrifty round, favoring Day by Day. So again, you know, Zev, pop the overdrive, dash in, maybe even wait for the lockdown to clear out the space, or even an Omen TP into backside, or here it is, the Nightfall. Pop the overdrive with it. There's so many things you can do here.
Well, yeah, looks like it is going to be that Nightfall and that Overdrive, and they have now swarmed like hornets all over C-Site here. But Tacker Killjoy, they're going to go ahead and try and play this lockdown as well. Like you said, investing all of the ultimates. Is it going to bear any fruit this time, though? Because the last lockdown didn't go the way that they needed it to. And they did, by the way, lose a body on entry here.
Not wrong, but also I talked about it, DJ, with this operator. Yeah, you can't use an operator as a retake on a duelist. It is near impossible. So they switch off the weapon, and that's going to basically isolate one player for Day by Day as well, right? They can't be in full swing. They can't be in full tradability. And because of that, if you can just win out your one seer if you're Zev on site, then things are going to get a lot easier. Great fault line. They're just delaying so beautifully with all of this utility for Hyperspeed Red.
You said you isolate one character. Unfortunately for them, that one character was Zev on this Neon, a very self-sufficient character that on the angle that she was on is able to do so much damage, win all of the duels, and like you saw all the utility even coming their way, and they weren't able to get really much of anything with it. They can't dislodge this Neon, and every time they go for the peak, Zev just hits the shots.
And it felt like the students finally listened to the teacher. I'm like, this is going to be on the test. Use your ultimates. And Hyperspeed Red's like, all right, we'll use our ultimates. They use the lockdown. They use the Nightfall. And as a result, they get the round, right? They shut down that 2 rounds. Now they're 2 away again. They still have that lifeline of Day by Day not necessarily being on map point just yet. But sometimes all it takes is chance here. The operator and some utility. Confirming this right now looks like an execute. So you see this heavier pressure, maybe in the rotation of Sylvia over towards stairs. So this is looking dicey, and I hope it is not the end point for Hyperspeed Red.
Just trying and make something happen, try and get a little bit of intel using some of this utility, and they've identified that there are not sufficient threats there for them to be able to find any sort of angle, and too risky to try and take that, so they're instead going to rotate all the way over to C, it looks like, where there is currently just Monarchs holding tight, and you identified it earlier. Most of the times that Hyperspeed Red have been able to get a W, it's been because Monarchs hasn't been guarding that point. This time, they walk right into the camera, shut it down, but now Monarchs knows they're there.
And as a result, it's a mad dash back to the A site where Sunny never left, but also the Fade never left here, nor did the Operator. A pixel perfect angle being held by DJ here, but proactivity, again, thoroughness, dark cover, forces them off the angle. Now it's a lot of weight on Kiro to hold on, but they are just getting obliterated by utility, and somehow a full stun, full first bullet accuracy is there. Able to find the shots, and that was the paint shell as well from DJ, showing how you can support as a duelist even if you have that Operator online. And all eyes again on Para. When things go wrong, they are the one to bail out this team, whether it be clutches, whether it be opening up rounds, and they can now safely pivot to the B site, at least for now. Look at where Monarchs is. That could be a late round win condition here for the side of Day by Day.
You said all eyes on Para, but I think it's just the opposite. I think no one's had their eyes on Para. There we go. Kiro finally catches that rotation out, but that's going to let the spike go down. Nightfall comes out. Bums has the angle and is just waiting for someone to peek it, but Day by Day, they're not taking the bait there. They're not going in for it. They're not going to try just rush this corner blindly. They're actually even going to go for the defuse, and with no audio, Bums can't do anything about it. It looks like even if Hesse were to go ahead and make this peek, no, the defender... The fuse is going to come out, and that's going to be Day by Day going up to map point.
And again, now you're starting to learn, CB, that yes, the 9-3 curse happens a lot, but it doesn't always come true, right? But that's the same thing, I feel like, with curses and gifts and every Disney story. It doesn't happen to every single person, right? So it's kind of glorious when it does get to happen. And at this point, right, the economy for Day by Day is still not great, right? Versus that kind of buffer that kicked off this half for Hyperspeed Red coming in swing. They at least get a buy. And we'll get to see them still duke it out head to head here. And Hyperspeed Red does still have that overdrive online for the Neon, for Zev. And we'll see if that is the entry tool they need to actually force their way into the A site. Because I feel like we have yet to see them kind of commit to an A site exec until they have an advantage, until they have information on this site. Or until it's later in the round and they expect a rotation to have occurred off of it.
I mean, and they keep probing for information here, and if they don't get it, then they seem to just even still abandon hope and try and go back over towards C, which you can even tell, like, Day by Day, they know that that might be what's coming if Hyperspeed Red decide to make that. It looks like this time, though, they are going to commit. Despite not finding anything with some of that early utility, I think they feel like it's at least safe enough to utilize some of these abilities to get some positioning. So, yeah, they're going in. Actually, no, they're rotating over to B. They're not committing to A. They're going to B.
And at this point, I feel like if you're Day by Day, that's got to be at the top of your notebook. Hyperspeed Red has a B crutch, and they will go there every single opportunity they can when there's an ounce of utility invested on the A site. But what they might not expect is, again, look at this lurking Omen there to try and kind of be that backdoor option, but they're kind of getting flooded from other angles. Fast lane, really the fast lane for the re-entry from Day by Day. They have slipped by, and Zev is able to as well the duelist for duelist trade, but Kiro says, I don't need duelists, and they are trying to finally deliver a fade diff. 2v2. But there's so much utility still for Hyperspeed Red, but the players are divided. Hesse has to get this timing just right.
Oh, Sunny's not able to hit the shots. It's just a little bit off. Hesse, though, does find one shot and gets the second one. The clutch, that was so close. But Hesse has just the right angle at the right time to keep Hyperspeed Red alive. And, you know, maybe it is a B crutch, but it at least keeps them stable for one more round.
And I'm dying from the Vandal running gun is what keeps Hyperspeed Red in this. But again, just the fact that Hesse is able to just methodically lurk their way through C while all of that chaos is unfolding on site, like, kudos as well to our observer being able to catch all of that action there during C-Link, because that duelist exchange was just insane here. And like you mentioned, now 2 rounds to OT for the side of Hyperspeed Red, and sometimes it comes down to, yeah, these brawls out during recess, and it seems like this time Hyperspeed Red has kicked themselves off to a good start.
DJ definitely was in Ohio. There was a lot coming DJ's way, and they're going to be able to trade that one out, and that might have been a mistake from Day by Day, because we talk about how Hyperspeed Red like to probe over towards that A site.
And then rotate.
Yeah, and then make the rotate, and that's exactly what they're doing. This time, Day by Day put all their eggs into trying to take the fight straight to Hyperspeed Red's front door, and then they just snuck out the back, and now you're going to have to try and play for this retake down a man, and Zev has this power angle again that we know they can be a threat from.
Speaking of threats, again, Sunny lurked over towards A last round. was able to help clutch out the round alongside their Killjoy, alongside Hesse. Now they're able to find a frag to cut off some of these rotations, but it doesn't matter if the players that are already there on the site are able to do damage. But this is, again, what I talk about from Para. As soon as they have something that can determine the fate of the round, they use it. And it is doing wonders here. Deafened, isolated, spread out, and now getting pinged out by the turret along with this decay. It is quickly crumbling, and Hyperspeed Red should be good for another round, but we've seen these 2v4s crumble before, and this time they are not going to let it get away from them. It was the same two players from Day by Day, but this time those flashbacks just propelled them into correcting mistakes, and Hyperspeed Red now 1 round away from overtime, the closest they've been to the 9-3 so far.
Yeah, I mean, that curse may actually come to fruition, and the ball is now in Hyperspeed Red's court. And I think I go back to, again, that early mistake from Day by Day, getting really aggressive, trying to take the fight right to Hyperspeed Red over at that A probe that they like to go for over and over again. You know, losing DJ early on and then just not being able to get in on the rotate fast enough. That said, I mean, it was a lot of utility used for Hyperspeed Red just to stay alive, and now, I mean, they're going to go for, again, that same play where they try and probe over towards A. Showstopper coming out from DJ. Are they going to be able to get anything with it?
Ooh. I mean, that was what turned really things around, it seemed like, for this half, right? When that little 2-round spurt from Day by Day occurred. But this time, no dice. And again, we talked about this B crunch. Look at the response that's been developed as a result. Take B main space and crunch on to Hesse, who we've said has been that clutch player. Been that it factor. And now they realize, let's not plan on B. This isn't the best decision. This looks like it's going to crumble like it has the majority of the time. We need an advantage first or elsewhere, and they find it.
Well, there we go. We're going to get the spike down. And I mean, look at where the players on Day by Day are. I mean, they've got their Raze and their Omen still over at C-Mound, going to be coming in on this angle that Sunny is privy to, catching Sylvia. And I mean, like, you have that Raze and that Omen, like I alluded to. Zev's got the angle on Aurelia right now, and Aurelia has no idea, definitely knows now, but a day late and $1 short, and now it's just DJ. Walk it into the Viper's pit here. Sorry, the Snake pit. There's no actual Viper on the field. I used an analogy and forgot that that's an actual ability in the game for a split second there. But have a look at the scoreline, 12-12.
Overtime. This is your first overtime, CV, as well.
I'm being treated.
So once we get to 12-12, it is a win by 2 scenario. And if we look at how the game's been going, it's been long streaks, right? We really haven't had that much of a back and forth dynamic before these two teams. So I'm hoping and guessing for a 14-12 for our sakes. My question is, I don't know who it's going to be, right? The momentum feels in Hyperspeed Red's favor, but Day by Day has been kind of that leading team. That team that is trying to avoid a 9-3 curse coming true.
But I mean, like, it kind of feels like it's slipping out of Day by Day's grasp here, and they're trying to go for these plays that just aren't really bearing fruit. They're playing right into Hyperspeed Red's hand nearly every time.
The sides are swapped.
Yeah, they have to cut that out. Like, the sides are swapped, yeah, so it is attacker favored, like you said. So Day by Day, they should have the advantage here, but are they going to be able to make anything out of it? They do know that Zev is here now. They can't really capitalize on this.
And they've learned, right? They know that that's the trap play over towards C as soon as they see Zev, as soon as they see the Neon. And that means they know that the Killjoy is likely on the A side. And they feel prepared maybe to counter that, to fight into that. And we'll see if it means that they bit off more than they can chew when the rotation finally follows through. For now, again, just a waiting game. Maybe the shots will line up through stairs. The blind sprays from Sunny. Hesse as well, the pixel angle here. No sound cues, and I hope they don't rotate off, but I do like, again, this passive hold. So you keep numbers even if you lose sight control.
Yeah, just going to back off, and I think at this point in time, like everybody now knows, it is going to be an A plant. Aurelia going to go ahead and put the spike down, and even though no damage has come out on either side, the fact that the spike is already down means that the mind games have worked in favor of Day by Day, and it's now up to Hyperspeed Red to go for a retake, but they're all stacking up on that north side of A. A couple of them going to go for that hallway down below and maybe try and go for a different angle, but Day by Day have the angles, and it's going to be up to Hyperspeed Red to try and find something with it. With this camera, though, Monarchs has so much intel, and that's going to be enough to claim Zev's head, and we'll take Sunny's as a bonus as well. Bums takes down Aurelia, but you need so much more than that. Hesse's defusing! They don't go for it!
And we even get a ninja defuse. Hesse, vulnerable, sneaking out, back turn, says, I don't care, I just got away with bloody murder. Hyperspeed Red might be able to steal this right from under Day by Day after what you mentioned was such a clean mind game, a clean execution, and a clean post-plant setup. That remedy is like both of those really, really close defuses from the first half. I'm not going to lie. And now the sides are favoring Hyperspeed Red.
You can win the mind games, but you can't plan for a mindless play like that where you just go in and say, whatever, I'm
defusing. Hey, it was smoked off.
Yeah, okay, I mean,
the cam was
maybe there's a little bit of Yeah, but like you still, you have to plan for that.
Pros don't
you
fake,
should
by the way.
know.
That's a key phrasing in this industry for Valorant casting, right? Pros don't fake. It faked the spike tap and the defuse, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely a pro play that comes out from Hesse there and giving Hyperspeed Red the advantage. And now, as we flip sides again, what do you know? Hyperspeed Red once again going for the same pro play, and day by day are really spread out. So not making that same mistake they did before, where they're trying to take the fight right to their doorstep. They do have a couple of players, though, out on flanks. We'll see if they get caught out. Kiro, what a shot onto Zev, and another on bums. Kiro was dead to rights there. And sure, yeah, they're going to go ahead and finally find that frag, but it's a little bit too late. And yep, there it is. Yeah, it's the B-Crutch, just like you said. Spike headed right back to old reliable.
Wait, but Nightfall's online for Kiro. So they're going to pop it as soon as the spike tap goes through. And they even have now molly counters. And does that wallping work? I don't think so. And now that's finished them off. Now it's suddenly a 3v2 favoring the side of day by day.
Kiro gonna go for the defuse. I don't know if that's a fake or not. I think this time it is a fake. Okay, I can never be too sure. And Hesse's gonna go ahead and punish that one. All right, the pupil is not best at the master this time, but Sylvia takes down Hesse, and now it is just Para trying to go for the clutch. Does actually find the trade. There is going to be time for Sylvia to catch the defuse, though, so it's going to be 13-13. We're going to keep this train rolling a little bit longer.
Take away one of my gold stars. I was wrong about the 14-12. But, I mean, I'm excited for that, right? Again, it feels like day by day. I feel like both these teams have really learned how the other functions in a very short amount of time, and that's evident by their play styles, right? Particularly, like you talked about it, this default on the attack side for Hyperspeed Red. What do? Instead of having DJ play aggressive, they have Kiro play aggressive. And they have the setup there with Aurelia still. So you're not going to lose that duelist for the retake, but you're still able to counter that if they decide to try and follow through and claim over towards that A space. Obviously, sometimes, again, it's an FPS. It comes down to winning out duels, and Kiro getting that two-piece there was fundamental. But then also you had Hesse bounce back, right? And was able to puncture into that B site. So I want to see that cleanup from day by day to extend forward into the lead, but it only looks like it's going to get messier.
Ooh, that's a lot coming through. An early trade. Aurelia for bums. I guess you'll take that, Zev, with the cleanup there onto Aurelia. And it's a lot of utility being expended, again, just for this probe, and that's day by day on the attack, by the way. You mentioned this is an attacker-favored map. I think the team that wins this is going to be the team that's able to get a defensive win here in OT, and Hyperspeed Red, they're actually not flinching, despite knowing that all of the threat currently is going again for that A site probe that could potentially wrap over to B. That's their playbook. They still have Hesse way over at C preparing. DJ, though, catches Sunny on a rotation, and day by day have the advantage. They can commit now. Does Hesse make a move?
I mean, there's a disadvantage in numbers. A move could be the difference between life and death, but it's actually Para again. Like I said, in the high impact situation, and I like this, the thoroughness. Use your utility before you swing so you know how many you're swinging into, but unfortunately that gives them the safe passage they need to tuck below the ledge to get the plant down, and Sylvia has only expanded their advantage. They catch off Zev, who was trying to get off those rotations, trying to play the timing and mind games, and again, Para gotta go huge here.
It's looking pretty perilous if I do say so. I mean, and they knew Para was up there. Like, Para had the angle, but everybody knew what the threat that was lurking above, and they were more than ready for it. But are they ready for Hesse? Comes through, catches two, once again, coming through clutch, but this is quite the crossfire. There's just no way you're going to be able to get both of them, and that is another attacker side win for day by day. If they get this defensive win, they are going to be taking... Oh, this is only map 1.
This is only map 1.
Good lord.
And, it's so distraught because Hesse, that was such a great clutch attempt and just the wrong corner clear order, not clearing at DJ before taking the fight onto Monarchs. And yep, Crossfire is going to Crossfire. And as a result, like you said, day by day pull ahead here. And I mean, at this point, like you said, it is map number 1. We are now 27 rounds in. Hey, A for caster math that time. And I mean, they've been playing Valorant since, 1 p.m. PST today. So that is now... time zone conversion, guys. 6 hours plus of Valorant without really too much of extensive breaks, other than maybe waiting for your opponent to finish their games.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe tack another 2 hours onto that. I know caster math as well. We're looking at a full-time job on the weekend of just playing Valorant to try and get ahead here in school at this Radiant Academy. And again, all right, day by day, like we said, they're on the defense. They're able to get the W here on this attacker side of map, but Zev strikes first blood, catches Aurelia out. Sylvia with an aggressive angle, though, gonna go ahead and trade that one back in kind. Zev now put in the dirt, but they know Sylvia's there, and the rest of Hyperspeed Red don't want to commit to it. Sylvia's gotten nestled in a really strong angle here. But meanwhile, rest of Hyperspeed Red, they're making a rotation, and Hesse again hits the shots.
And they are taking out their vengeance from not winning out that clutch for sure. But Kiro was the big difference maker for Day by Day. Have they done enough this time? The trade, and again, again we go to B. What better combination than Hyperspeed Red and the B site? I mean, what this does though is it gives so many opportunities for Day by Day to be like, all right, simulation, run it back and see what they can change, what they can tweak to try and win things out. Because again, you need to win 2 rounds in a row. And if they know that on this attack half, that's where they're gonna end. I want to see them 5-stack B next round if they don't win this.
We might be trapped in this infinite time loop forever because
my
Hesse's gonna hit
goodness.
2. Attackers win yet again, 14-14. We keep on going. At least 2 more rounds in the pocket here. Whatever happened that time in the simulation, we scrap that. We don't go for that one again. It's time to, you know, run it back. Go for another one. If you're able to win this attacking round, because again, I'm putting it all on whoever wins the first defensive round.
Well, you mean, wait. I mean, yeah, because they have to, because now they win 2 in a row.
Wait, I mean, yeah.
Oh, you mean out of the first? Okay, so right now, then you are
No, if
favoring
I-
Hyperspeed Red because they are on the defense right now.
No,
And
I
then
mean, if they win this defensive round, I am favoring them
Got
to
it,
win it
got
because
it, got
then
it.
they'll switch to attackers and then they'll just, you know, plant B and do the same
But
thing
they'll
we've seen
always
them
be
do
on the
1,000 times.
defensive round first. Like, it's never going to be Day by Day on the defensive round first, I don't believe. But we'll see. I mean, look at this. Hesse, they've been feeling themselves the last few rounds, right? That 4K was clean. We talked about this, though. This was kind of, I feel like their kryptonite on their defense was leaving the Killjoy alone over towards C. And they have now reverted back to that change, and that is scaring me.
I mean, it's definitely looking pretty scary for Sylvia right now. Not able to win the duel against Bums and only a little bit of damage taken on the side of Bums. That's not looking too good for Day by Day, and it's starting to come up aces for Hyperspeed Red. And, like, losing somebody on this probe over here towards A site kind of makes you wonder, what do we do? Do we try and pull a Hyperspeed Red and go straight to B? Or do we try to put all our eggs into the C basket? It seems like Day by Day have favored C for the most part here. But there we go. There's Hesse, just like you said. Lurkin C catches DJ out. And maybe you think twice about committing to that one now.
I feel like it really, damned if you do, if you damned if you don't. Because there is a Killjoy here. You think it's just the Killjoy? No, they also have the Fade by their side. And SC, I said it before, they are on a tear here trying to close out Hyperspeed Red's map pick. You said it. They need the defensive half first, and they are probably going to get it. Aurelia, 1v3 here. So much utility. Time against them. And way too many angles to close out as they try to recover this spike. And at this point, it does not matter. Rock in a hard place. There it is. There's the round that you wanted, CB. We'll have to see if Hyperspeed Red can now close it out.
It would be hilarious if they fail to close it out and we keep this one going for more rounds. I'm sure it's not unprecedented, but
I mean, if you take a lot of practice tests, eventually you're gonna pass, right? If you're Day by Day on that B site.
I mean, surely. I mean,
Surely.
Surely. Or maybe Hyperspeed Red go for like a Hail Mary and maybe they plant C. Do something really bold, you know?
That's what they look like they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like they're not even going for that probe over on A like they normally do. They are lined up to just completely bet it all on C right now, and there's only
Clear
one
this corner,
lonely
please.
DJ. Oh, if DJ
Paranoia?
doesn't get caught out here.
The Prowler, because the Paranoia, it falls short, and they also pop like the revolving door, but it's been red, it's been canceled by Hyperspeed Red, and it's pressure on DJ, and they are going to crack under it. Your prediction, CB, may just be coming true. 2v4, but these are the two that clutched out that thrifty round prior, and they are looking to do it again. Sylvia sneaks away unpunished. Utility, the swing, and it might just be the beginning of the end. Monarchs is late.
It's all on Monarchs, though, the Super Senior. Are we going to be able to find anything here? I mean, we do have Para with really, really low HP, so maybe that's going to be your first target, but look how far back they're playing right now. The lower HP characters not on site, so you're going to have to go through Zeb first. There's that cage, maybe to go for a fake plant and try and bait Zeb in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Is Monarch's going to turn around and try and take this duel? No. Trying to strike at the weak heart. This is taking a lot of time, and yeah, you got to look behind you, buddy. Zev is right there.
Oh, no!
Yep, and there we go. Hyperspeed Red take map number 1, and, you know, egg on my face. I mean, I was correct about them winning by capping C. That was pretty cool. I like that. But egg on my face because I said this was going to be one-sided, but our lower seed team just took the map pick of one of our best teams in this tournament.
No, that was Hyperspeed Red's pick, I believe. So they
just
win
took their map pick.
There we go. But either way, I agree, right? They are the lower seeds, so that is impressive nonetheless. But Just the fact that Zev is able to knife them for that final frag, I am still astounded. Like, that's like, go sit in timeout, because that is devious to do after, especially you guys fought for that long in an overtime, for crying out loud. Like, whew, they're gonna carry that vengeance forward. Like, mark my words, when we get to our next map of Haven, like, day by day, like I said, this is their map. Like, I think we are going map 3. And like I said, Hyperspeed Red, in my mind, they needed to win that map. And now they've done it. So this could be anybody's game when we get to map 3 of Ascent. But we'll have to see.
Have to see if we do even get that far, because maybe Hyperspeed Red do take a swift 2-0. It could happen. One upset is good for another. I mean, it could always happen, but that was a pretty long game, and I don't know about you, but I could definitely use another bathroom break, and I'm sure the rest of the class could as well. So we're gonna go ahead and send this one to a quick break before we get into our next map and see what happens. Don't go anywhere though, chat. This one's getting pretty spicy. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go for our next map in this series, and how fitting that the previous one, I don't know if it's fitting, if it's poetic, if it's ironic, that it essentially ends with the equivalent of Zev walking up behind Monarchs and seeing a sign on their back that says "kick me," and then doing just that, but with a knife. But that's about where we are right now. An upset win for Hyperspeed Red, and now going into yeah, the 9-3 curse is apparently real. At least once. At least once.
50-50, not bad odds. We're teaching probability here as well. But yeah, like you said, we're coming into Haven though, which is a chance to bounce back for day by day. It is going to be their map pick, and I mean, I think I want to see that sets us up really, really well to see Ascent, which big sad for me because I hate Ascent, and hating it as a decider is even worse. But I mean, I will say, when I look at the history, like I said, it is dominant. They haven't lost Haven. Now they've lost a map, which is their first loss of the tournament, by the way. I see a 13-6, a 13-7, and a 13-2, right? So that 13-6 and that 13-7 stand out to me because those were during the group stage, right? So that's some of the, like, this is the number 2 seed. So all of those teams are guaranteed to have been a lower seed than them. And they were like 13-6, 13-7. Like, that's starting to, you think it would be a blowout, right? Like the 13-1s that we've seen from the 1 and 3 seeds prior. So the fact that gives me hope for Hyperspeed Red to close this out in 2, to say the least, CB.
Well, so I'm curious though, were any of those on Haven? Like, what exactly is...
No, those are the 3 scores from Haven. 13-6, 13-7, 13-2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm with you. And I do also kind of want to allude to something that I said at the top of this match where I was like, okay, well, maybe you try and experiment if you're a team like Day by Day, but... You know,
Not anymore.
after Lotus, I don't think, no more experiments. We're sticking exactly with what it says in the book right now, so...
Yeah,
you know, I don't expect to see that, like, Yoru ISO comp that I, want to see. I think they're probably just going to try and play it safe and stick with what brought them to the dance.
Yeah, if we're talking about, right, like you said, going by the book, they have swallowed the textbook and are going with literally the tried and true composition for the side of Haven. If you are Day by Day, they go with the Jet, Cypher, Omen, Breach, and Sova. Which...
So they swallowed the textbook? Is that how you, is that how you shoot spitballs? Is that how that works, or...?
No, it's just how you internalize the information, right? It becomes one with you, and then you're able to replicate it perfectly. All of the set plays for this composition, internalized and used perfectly when they need to be. But, I think, number 1, then we get to see DJ on, I would say, their prime role of the Jet that they've been playing all day today. But I'm excited to see, what the counter is going to be for the side of, Hyperspeed Red, because I haven't really gotten to see it from them so much. So let's launch into Agent Select, and it looks like we might be getting a fairly similar composition, the only difference really being the Neon and the Killjoy. So bringing out those strengths we saw over on Lotus, but converting them to kind of that Haven flair.
I think the main difference that I'm seeing right now is Para switching over to that Sova. I think outside of that, it's the exact same composition that they ran over on Lotus. And I mean, if it works, stick with it. And apparently you could just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and Day by Day aren't going to catch on in time. So maybe that's their strategy, you just keep brute forcing it by doing the exact same thing. And, have Day by Day just struggle to adapt.
I mean, what did I say when we first went through the map picks and bans? I said this pool does favor the side of Hyperspeed Red in terms of giving them Neon maps. Maybe, or I said whichever map pool was favored more to a Neon or to a Jet style was going to be favored. And these first 2 maps are very Neon coded. I will say when we get over to Ascent, that's when things are going to get a little bit dicier because you really don't see Neons or any other duelists than the Jet. Maybe if you're playing, really weird and want an ISO or like a Reyna, but otherwise, these 2 teams seem to be playing fairly textbook Valorant at the moment. As said, studying for the test correctly. And I'm excited to see how that is going to pan out for both of these teams. But otherwise, I am glad to see Monarch still in the Cypher because, again, we saw how powerful they were over on Lotus. But also, I think that's really the only tool, other than maybe a Breach stun, which is different, right, for them, is to stop this Neon. And that's what I'm hoping to see as well, is that they really need to find a way to stop Zeb in their tracks.
Like you said, I mean, textbook Valorant is the way it's going to be. And I'm glad they're playing textbook Valorant because someone in the class keeps swallowing all the textbooks and we're running out. I mean, our funding is really low. We can't afford to buy more. Invest in the education system. This is my plea to every state representative. If any government officials are watching this stream right now,
well,
get some new textbooks.
I mean, it was a shameless plug then, since you said raising funds for initiatives, right? Remember, the Radiant store is a great way to support, the marginalized gender initiatives at Radiant.gg, like events like Radiant Academy. So if you want some swag to rip at school, right? School spirit, let's go! Then head over to, the Radiant store and check out what they have to offer. But for now, we gotta obviously jump into the action here again. It was such a long one. I wouldn't be surprised if students are starting to fall asleep now. We're gonna be nearing 7 hours of, we'll be nearing 7 hours of Valorant at this point. But aside from that, here we go. Again, we get Day by Day starting out on the attack. Now, this is another 3-site map. Just by standard, having more options makes it an attack-sided map, by the way. Lotus and now Haven. But I think it's less so than Lotus, so that makes me hopeful as well for Hyperspeed Red.
DJ gonna go ahead and dip some toes in the pool, realize the water is too hot, and going to back out. Monarch's cam getting sussed out there, and looks like Day by Day, like, they're just waiting to try and make a move, and Hyperspeed Red, like, they're postured pretty well to respond to just about anything that Day by Day what to do. They're gonna go ahead and try and take these doors here, but Sunny already spraying through. Like, yeah, Hyperspeed Red know exactly everything that Day by Day is looking to do before they do it. And by the way, the spike is all the way up right now. So, I mean, if they're gonna go for a rotation, it's gonna have to happen right now before they get caught out.
Mm. And again, I feel like this is something that comes with the territory of a Neon, right? Is that aggression, especially over towards grass that we saw from Zev. And I got a little bit of information, but now that information's been stripped away, we've been reset to square one, and you have to start anew. So that turret contact acting as a red herring, actually, pulling all of these players over towards the C site when Spike is headed on to A. And while you do have the Sova sticking around just for that sound cue information, they've given up all of that control. So it looks like we might actually see a 5-on-5 retake here for Haven, which is a treat on the A side, actually, CB, because like I said, one of the hardest sites to retake in Valorant.
They're not going to put the spike down onto the point here until they've got everybody in position, and they do already have a lot of bodies in corners. Para, though, here's the shot, are going to go and put the shot down. Here's the spike being planted. Hero sticks it. It's a little bit hairy there. DJ, though, wins two, gets a third. What an incredible position. I mean, and you know that's exactly where the retake's going to come from. If you just hit the shots as they come your way, there's a fourth for DJ. Give the ace, hand it over. Just let
They're going for it.
Just let DJ rotate around, get this last body here. There we go. There's 5 for DJ. Beautifully done from Day by Day.
And what an excerpt to have them read in front of the class as to why they are the tried and true jet main that I set them up to be, right? Like an ace to get things kicked off. And not only does that get the pistol, which, like I said, they didn't win one, right, over on Lotus, which is huge, but also now they have a really good shot at converting their third round. Because number one, DJ can force up a weapon, like an actual weapon, a Phantom. And number two, even if they lose it and this buy becomes shaky in their third round bonus, they're going to have the Blaze online. Very, very likely, based on their performance out of this round. But look at this. The Bucky for the Neon could spell disaster if it scales up fast enough or if they decide to go back to this default and garage pressure from Day by Day.
Yeah, I was going to say, that buy there from Zev is what I want to keep my eyes on. But, I mean, someone needs to get their eyes on DJ right now. I mean, no one else in the lobby currently has a kill. It's just been DJ just cutting a bloody swath through the entirety of Hyperspeed Red. And where's that Bucky? You don't really need it right now. Sunny with a great headshot there, finally shutting down that early momentum coming out. But Day by Day, once again, have swarmed the point. Kiro's going to, again, get the plant. And sure, you do have Sunny up there this time who knows this is coming. But, yeah, you know, shoes on the other foot. Sylvia knew that Sunny was coming. And Aurelia, again, holding the exact same angle that was so lethal from before. And Hyperspeed Red, I mean, 2 bodies left to go for the retake. You still have the Bucky on the field, but I think it's already looking pretty useless unless you can get real up close and personal. And Monarchs, I mean, looking at where everyone's positioned, it's just not going to happen. Sylvia takes down Hesse and chase down onto Zev, not letting you get out with the shotgun or your life. And another masterclass by Day.
Yeah, even though their hero of DJ falls and doesn't get enough kills to bring that Blade Storm forward, they're able to recover their weapon, hand it back to the hero. They're like, careful, their hero, give them their weapon back. And now I am very scared right now for the side of Hyperspeed Red, because with these light shields strewn across the board, with DJ 1 off from the Blade Storm, there is a real feasibility that Day by Day goes on a run here just to kick off Haven alone, right? And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're headed back towards A. The only difference this time, Zev looks like they might be trying to get ahead of the charge here towards short.
Something interesting, by the way, is Day by Day have 2 players still on SMGs, and they played the same thing last time, so even when they know they're ahead, they're still being at least a little bit frugal, saving it up for a rainy day and just winning these fights. I mean, eventually they're going to have to invest once Hyperspeed Red's economy catches up, but if they have their way, it simply never will. If they keep getting into A site and taking these aggressive angles, and Zev going to go ahead and try and deny that, shuts down Sylvia, but is going to trade it out. Bums takes down DJ, though. It's a bloodbath over on A right now, but it's once again Day by Day coming out ahead. Kiro again going to get the spike down. And I mean, look at where this killjoy is from Hesse. So far off the point in the other spawn, and in no position to try and assist with this retake, so maybe you go for a pincer with Sunny, but that's going to be a hell of a coordination if that's able to come through.
I haven't even destroyed the trap wires. Now this player can position for it if they even breach that sight line. I mean, they have the crossover to short, over to long. It is done, and Hesse realizing, all right, we have to save, we have to play for these exit picks. And this is looking very similar to some of the decisions that were made over on Lotus that led to that 9-3 favoring the side of Day by Day. For now, the exits to come. I'm hoping to see maybe an upgrade, or at least I want to see and hope that they all got Vandals out of this round for Day by Day, because that would be great. But Hesse, they could line them up.
I'm open to see Hesse kick rocks because there was like everybody coming
Nope.
straight down her way, and yeah, I mean, not gonna get caught out, so is able to successfully save. That is gonna be pretty big for the side of Hyperspeed Red because their economy's still kind of in shambles, but at least they do still have guns on their side of the field. They don't really have the best armor situation still, so this might be another round that goes the way of Day by Day.
Ooh. Yeah, Blades online. Kira with that heroics on site as well, while full blinded, finding a frag onto bums means that they are also, you know, a round or two off from their own ultimate. So I want to see them farm some orbs. But speaking of farming, Zev scaling up really, really quick off of this breach utility. I want to see them go the extra mile, destroy this Cypher utility so there's an ounce of uncertainty here. But in the meantime, again, the acceleration from Day by Day. They're trying to stage a Hyperspeed Red cosplay of the Lotus B site at this point. But again, that success is profound. And we'll see if, again, Hyperspeed Red has developed a counter to it.
The drone gonna come out. Para does know where everybody currently is, but it's not gonna be enough to stop the plant coming out from Aurelia. Hero wins the duel there, catching Para out, and currently there's nobody in that corner, that power position that we've seen so many frags come out from Day by Day, and I think Hyperspeed Red, when they come in, are going to be expecting to look at that corner, and they're gonna be caught blindsided by this breach and this jet combo over here, and there we go. There's some big damage coming through. Hesse somehow finds DJ, just snuck up right behind him.
They jumped out the window. They said, I don't care. This is my only opportunity. They gamble, and unfortunately, it's not going to come up their color today. Sylvia, the three-piece. So even again, they lose one player, the duelist, that's made all this space, and then other players step up. Whether that's Kira, whether that's Sylvia. And speaking of Sylvia, they also went through a major role swap, right? From the Viper over to the Sova, and they're still fragging. So hats off to them here. 4-0. And I mean, I said it before, Kira, now only one off from the Rolling Thunder, so they get orb on the A site, and that's a post-plan strategy or the way to lock down A site. But look at this. Hyperspeed Red, again, trying to go on the offensive, which almost worked. And I'm hoping that the extra addition of the breach could propel them forward.
I think the only real hope Hyperspeed Red has is trying to shut down this attack onto A, because like once we see Day by Day get settled in there, it's like hornets. You just can't really get them out. You gotta like call an exterminator to try and, you know, flush them out of A site, because they know all the angles, they know all the corners to take, and they're going to situate themselves in them. So yeah, Bum's going to be trying to play this angle to deny that. Day by Day, they're not fully committed to it, but it does look like that's still the plan that they want to go for, at least until that plan falls apart. Sylvia with the drone. Yeah, they know Hyperspeed Red are not letting A go for free this time, so what is plan B? Maybe it is site B, or maybe they're sending DJ out all the way to C. Maybe they're going to see that that's vacant right now, and maybe C-site is going to be the plan.
Yeah, the Killjoy utility here could be a deterring factor, but it all depends on if Aurelia wins out this fight against Hesse. And at this point, alarm bot contact may have drawn their attention, but they don't swing off of it here. And Hesse, getting eager, is going to cost them their life. C-site now under their full control. And like you mentioned, it'll have to be a retake for Hyperspeed Red, but look at the lurk plays upon lurk plays. Day by Day has a lot they can lean into here.
I mean, Monarch just leans right into the backline, takes down Zev, and I mean, it's all falling apart for Hyperspeed Red. What retake? There is no retake. Flawless, nearly. Para actually takes down Kiro. I was gonna say nobody else on the side of Day by Day had taken even a lick of damage, but a couple licks goes Para's way, but that's all that it's going to be. Day by Day. I mean, had it not been for that one headshot, would have been flawless, but up 5-0, and
there
I mean,
it is.
yeah, that checks out. I think if you go down 5-0, you better take a timeout and reassess, because, like, okay, you understand that Day by Day is going to keep going to try and nestle themselves all snug and cozy inside of A site, and if you can shut that down, you at least, you know, make them fall back to their contingency plan. But you then have to try and figure out, okay, how do we tackle their contingency plan?
And this is very reminiscent, I feel like, of that streak we saw over on Lotus from Day by Day, right? And the difference here is that Hyperspeed Red doesn't have that safety cushion of that pistol and follow-up that they had over on Lotus. So at this point, if this consistency from Day by Day draws on, they're not going to be looking at, you know, oh, that 9-3 since they got 3 rounds secured really, really early on. They're looking at, you know, I would say worse than that, which, I mean, we saw how down to the wire it was at the 9-3. If it's any worse than that, we're definitely going to be seeing Ascent here.
Well, I mean, we'll definitely be seeing, we might be seeing an ascent from Hyperspeed Red, and if we do see it, it's going to have to be quite rapid here as they ascend from nothingness up to 5 points to match Day by Days. That's a tall task if ever there was one. You talk about, by the way, you know, getting up to that 6 so that you're safe at the half no matter what, even if it is an attacker-sided map. I mean, Day by Day are about to just stomp right over that benchmark and potentially continue going. The economy for Hyperspeed Red still doesn't look too good. They're not able to get full armor. They're not able to get full confidence.
Well, talked about it. 2 forms of eco strategies: gamble and hide away on a site, or everybody pushes out simultaneously. And that's exactly what the strategy was going to be here. 4 players prepped over towards grass, but a great flash counter. It might have gotten the job done, though. The deposit 7, and unfortunately, a 1-for-1 trade is not going to be enough when they've lost a primary player like their duelist. Spike easily recovered, and now that they've gotten past the first trial, they decide, all right, where do we go?
It's such a small thing, but the fact that it took 3 shots to kill instead of that 1 mean that they had all the time to react to Zev being in that corner. So where Zev maybe could have gotten like 2, potentially even 3 off of that, only able to get the 1, and Hesse gonna fall as well. And Day by Day, I mean, sure, yeah, they lose that early body, but with the trade and then the kill onto Hesse, C-Site being just completely open for free. Hey, it's free real estate. We come in, squatters' rights. This is our house now. You're gonna have to try and find a way to knock in.
Again, as soon as they plant, the post-plant strategy ensues. And I mean, if we even need it, right? We talked about it. You said retake what retake? Because Monarchs has consistently been a threat. And, well, you think, oh, their back's turned. They're going to get caught off guard. The drop wire gets destroyed, and they're like, all right, we turn around. If we even need to, right? And at this point, DJ's pinged it out. Utility hasn't connected, and they have the support from Aurelia, primed and ready with their own paranoia. So, if they even need it. Look at that. Like, the perfect contact play.
Yeah, a bit of a trade out there, but yeah, Para falls, and it's just Sunny left, and yeah, I think, I don't think this is your fight to take. I think we go next. We're gonna let Day by Day get that safety net at 6-0, and maybe try and bounce back for the next one, but it was another eco buy. It was another, like, really... really scant.
Okay, good.
There we go. Okay, all right. It was a really scant purchase there from the side of Hyperspeed Red, so maybe now they can try and get their way back into it. There we go. They're finally able to get full Vandals, full armor, so something has to give here for Hyperspeed Red. But, I mean, speaking of safety nets, I mean, look at the money. Look at all the gold, the clutch, the hoard from Day by Day.
Oh, for sure. And they have the ultimates to back it up as well if things do go south. But I'm glad you mentioned, right, that it was an eco round last round. Now they have a full buy, because that's something you'll typically see. It's like there's an off-the-wall strategy on the eco round, and then the real changes to their core macro come from that timeout in the second round when they have the buy back synced up with that cycle. But speaking of a sync up, Zev cannot counter the Sova utility, and already the updraft, the jet entry is in, where the fast lane is causing confusion, and Hesse has left run amok. They have completely clotheslined and anchored down the seaside. It is not open for business. Come back later, or don't. We'll see where they decide to go.
I think Aurelia is choosing don't. I mean, you didn't put your spike carry on point, which is great because now you don't have to try and go for a retake of your own onto C site. Meanwhile, I mean, you know, Hesse making that rotation over back towards B site, A site, trying to predict which way Day by Day are going to go. And I don't think at this point in time they even really know. It looks like they're going to try and head over towards B. Yeah?
No, they're going back C.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, they just go back. Yeah, they just go back through Garage.
Or not. I don't know what the hesitation here for Garage is. I mean, maybe just the lack of information.
It's B. They're smoking out B. They
want
to try and go in.
I think they're still going for the C split. Look where the Cypher is, over towards C long. It all depends on if this fight is won or not, because that would be spiked down, and there's the win.
What?
And now Aurelia regroups. But where are they? They're just still grass.
How does Sunny lose that?
Are they gonna go in? Like, where are they going? I don't think they know. 20 seconds left. Now you have to fight into the breach and the Sova, who has shock darts. Like, and
they just don't see Hesse coming. I'm not even sure what I'm like witnessing here. It's just Hesse though. I mean, Day by Day, they still have 2 alive. Monarchs going for the plant. Hesse gonna go ahead and shut it down. The plant doesn't come through. Hesse versus Sylvia. Sylvia's able to finally get the win. That was okay. That round was silly. It was just silly.
That round is like, oh, I accidentally entered my dreams where everything is going crazy all at once, right? You had every mistake that could be made really by both teams, and it really just settles down to that 1v1 to decide it all. And it keeps the 7-0
I don't know,
Flawless.
Sunny loses that 1v1, and I
They're
also don't know
backwards.
why Day by Day doesn't, like, aggress on that when they have that. They go all the way back around.
Yeah, I thought they definitely overcooked there. I'm like, there's 20 seconds left. How are you gonna get past both Bums and Para? But ultimately, like, I guess the 6-0 carrying them forward to 7-0, and they're feeling so confident they're just gonna go, all right, see, we opened it up for business. Now we are going to force our way in. They know there's no weapons. They know they have the Rolling Thunder, and now they are gonna have this sight. Hesse, yes, gets a frag, but they are 3 HP. They cannot go back for seconds.
Yeah, I think you take what you can get and then get out. Para with the Hunter's Fury takes down Kiro. That's pretty big. I mean, Hesse is still really low HP, and Monarch's going to go ahead and clean up Para. So, in terms of health economy, it's not looking too good for the side of Hyperspeed Red, but they do at least have some hope, having struck Blood. Can they get anything more than that? I mean, they know the spike is planted. They know Day by Day have the angles. They go for it. Smoke comes out. Hesse,
What?
I mean, with only 3 HP, going for the lockdown? And pays for it. Gonna fall. And that's a win from Day by Day.
I am shocked that Hesse invests the lockdown there. I know around Lotus I was begging you to use your ultimates, but you have a Stinger and I don't know what weapon Sunny had. There's a one-way on the bomb. You already had so much time whittled away by the lurk from Monarchs. In no way would I have seen them winning that round. And now I feel like going to be a major desync on those ultimates. And that's...
I think if Hesse gets that off, it's a different story. But I mean, you're 3 HP. Like, the odds of you getting that ability off at all were like slim to none.
Yeah, you save it for the next round. But at this point, Day by Day, continuing the streak of dominance. It was 8 rounds when it finally was spared by the side swap. Let's see if this time Hyperspeed Red can get their feet under them. A lot of ults, proactivity off the Owl Drone. It's checking the boxes, but as soon as this dark cover fades, that would be the final verdict, and it looks like Day by Day says we want nothing to do with it. Again, they go back to this default information collection, setting themselves up for that late round success, because we know they're not nervous when the clock is against them.
This is Day by Day's favorite spot to sit here and ponder and meditate for a while to decide which way they want to go. DJ catches a stray through the wall, gonna go ahead and react back to it, try and find the angle, but not gonna be able to find much of anything. So really slim damage trades though favoring Hyperspeed Red right now. As you know, you do see how low the breach the spike carrier currently is, as they're trying to go maybe again for another A plant, but they're not fully committed, and clock is starting to run a little bit low here for Day by Day to make a move.
I mean, if they can make a full CX like in 20 seconds, I think 40 seconds on the A site is no big deal. Especially when they have their jet that can claim backside space. But look at this, the immediately flood, the immediate duel here, and Zev is causing chaos. Sylvia, we've seen their 3 pieces before, and they are doing wonders off the support from their team here. From the shadows over as well, from that lurk. But look at this, you talked about time, and the fact that they Rolling Thunder throws players off of the plant could be everything.
Sylvia gonna go ahead and get the plant. Here comes the damage from Bums, but I mean, everybody was just waiting for Bums to hit the ground there, and look at this Killjoy off in another hemisphere. Yeah, Hesse was like trying to make a rotation, and there was an instance where I thought maybe we'd see Hesse versus Aurelia in a duel as Hesse tries to go back in for the retake, but it never happened. Aurelia just dipped and went back to help the rest of Day by Day clear out Bums, and now, like, Hesse's gonna have to maybe try and go for a save on this op, if that, and I mean, you're giving Day by Day a 9-0 advantage in the first half.
Yeah, this is, I think, a common strategy you'll see in Valorant when you have a primed opper, especially on some of these like heavier investment rounds, is the 2 remaining players will go see if they can at least make something happen, and if it gets close, then Hesse will rejoin them to finish out the retake. But since both players fall off of that Rolling Thunder usage, yeah, Hesse goes for the save, because as you mentioned, 9-0, it's not looking great, so they need every advantage they can get when they have another opportunity under them. But they can get, it would be another 9-3 if they win the next 3 rounds, and I don't even know if that's gonna happen here.
I think even trying to put your eggs in the 9-3 curse basket is really ambitious. I don't even know if there is a basket at this point in time.
Well, we hope Hyperspeed Red can find it, right? I feel like they've been spreading out their ultimates and then finding no impact off of them, right? They had the round where the Hunter Fury and the Lockdown were used, nothing. They had the round where the Rolling Thunder was used, nothing. Now I want to see the Overdrive, especially because the buy isn't there, so that's when you pop these ultimates.
Get out of my way.
Well, I mean, it's definitely better than popping your ultimates when you are 3 HP. Hesse hopefully never makes that mistake again. DJ, though, gonna go ahead and pop the knives, use a little bit of that utility, but Hesse playing real up close and personal with the op,
what a stun.
And DJ never saw it coming. No stun,
no
and then here
scope.
comes Zev. Oh, sorry. I mean, This might actually be the round that Hyperspeed Red need, though. I mean, Zev is going to fall, but Bums trades that one out for Aurelia, and now it's just Monarchs against 3 members of Hyperspeed Red. This would be a hell of a clutch from Monarchs, which we know we've seen them do before, but not going to be this time. And finally, mercifully, thanks in large part to Hesse, that, I mean, Hyperspeed Red are finally on the board. Maybe now there's a basket.
They found the basket, guys. But I mean, you said kudos to Hesse, and yes, they're the ones that got the kills. But I don't know if they would have been able to get the kill if it weren't for Bums, right? Did you see the stun land on to DJ there? And otherwise, I think there would have been a lot more tradability. And I mean, Hesse, also kudos to trying the no scope there. That was kind of nutty. But also, I think there was a reflood in from Zev too, right, to shut down that choke point of Garage. So it felt like a team effort to get that first round across the board. And we saw how that turned out when the side swapped over on Lotus, right? That was the start of the comeback.
Hesse with the op shot, great flick there, takes down Sylvia. And this is, again, trying to stuff that A attack that Day by Day keep trying to go for. And they've left the spike behind, trying to probe for intel and see if they can maybe get in position. But someone's going to have to go back for that bomb. They're not going to be able to make the same play that has gotten them so much success. They're going to have to go for one of their many contingency plans that Hyperspeed Red have yet to successfully scout.
And I think this is a good highlight between the defensive, against the default of Day by Day, is they go for a lot of information denial, right? You consistently see them kind of, I guess, conditioning the side of Hyperspeed Red by having these denial smokes, by having this destroying of the turret. And it feels like Hyperspeed Red isn't falling for it, right? It's particularly there, right? Zev anchors the point and just re-swings it. But speaking of re-swing, all right, A's open for business now. And there's the spike recovered as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit slower than I think they would have liked, but they are going to get the spike down. They got the smokes out as well, so they should be able to get a pretty safe plant here, but not nearly as safe as they would have hoped. Zev peeks out right outside that smoke, just a little bit off the side, slides in there, takes down DJ as well. Beautiful positioning, beautiful play from Zev, and they're going to get the defuse as well. Hyperspeed Red, okay, all right, maybe the 9-3 is possible. We've got the basket. Maybe we can even start finding some eggs here.
Yep, we'll need the dozen, though, to just get this back under their belt. And I think what we really saw there was the repercussions of losing key players. Your Breach obviously had the spikes. Their utility wasn't a big factor. You lost your Sova, you lost your Omen. And I feel like all that utility, if you notice how the close plan is played by Day, is used to prevent that kind of style of flood-in from CT. So without those players, it became a lot easier of a retake, a reflood from Hyperspeed Red. You weren't able to pin down Zev, and they just get unleashed. A 4K. And again, that second round. Now that 9-3 curse, again, might rear its ugly head. Another chance.
It very well may. And I mean, looking at where everyone's postured right now, like Hyperspeed Red are playing the angles. I mean, the shots aren't going awry, but Zev does know that they're there. And even more importantly, Day by Day knows that Zev knows they're there. So I don't know, might as well let the Hunter's Fury go. Take down Bums with it, as a matter of fact.
Ooh, that is a nice opener there. We talked about that Breach and their importance here on shutting down some of these site takes.
Meanwhile, the spike is heading back over towards A yet again.
I mean, I think that's draw numbers, right? When you invest a hefty ultimate like a Hunter's Fury, especially in that favor, you expect to scale up from the Jet, to scale up from the rest of the team alongside it here. But like you mentioned, it's all been a ruse, it's all been a fake, and the calling card here from Para says, get over to the A side, it is a going down, right? Rolling Thunder, and the From the Shadows gets information, but there's no support yet for this player, and as a result, DJ gets the sight and the frags. It needs some, for lunch, Sunny in a 1v4 to close out the half.
Yeah, suddenly not looking like that 9-3 is going to come to fruition unless Sunny pulls off some heroics. But look at the angle that DJ's got. Doesn't even matter. Sylvia just going to go ahead and shut that down before it bears any fruit there. And 10-2, not quite 9-3, and I don't think there's a curse to its name. But as we switch over to the half, it's looking dominant for Day by Day.
I will say, there isn't a not 10-2 curse, like you said, but there is an 11-3, and that comes out of a team being down 11-3 and winning. And it was, I think, it was between, I think, Loud and Fnatic. It was the most insane comeback on home ground for Brazil as well. And that's how Fnatic won. I think it was the lock-in event. So it's a thing. It happens, but very, very rarely. And it takes a lot of mental fortitude. And I mean, Hyperspeed Red, they've already gotten the 9-3 under their curse. But like I said, we are about to hit that mark of playing 7 hours of Valorant. And even then, I cannot imagine. Now they have to win, 10 to 12 rounds with only 2 mistakes. And has to start with this pistol. Or that's a one-way ticket for Day by Day, closing out this map and sending us to Ascent, basically.
I mean, Yeah, it's definitely like 2 mistakes. That's not a whole lot. Like 3 strikes, you're out at this point in time.
Yeah.
And like Zev going a little bit aggressive there, as you expect from the Neon player. Para also just kind of watching the back, because you can see this rotation on the minimap coming out from Day by Day. I mean, Para is privy to it, but might have given up on holding that angle, so that might come back to bite them as they go in to try and take down Monarchs on C site here. I mean, they know they're there, but they can't really do a whole lot about it because they don't know where. The trade's going to come out. Para falls for Aurelia, but DJ, there we go. There's that flank, just like I said, coming back to bite them. Hesse with a shot there onto Monarchs. That Cypher finally dislodged from the comfy little nest of the corner there on C. Hesse gets another one, but is going to pay for it, and now it's just Bums. We've seen Bums hit some incredible shots so far, but is it going to come to fruition this time? Not if DJ has anything to say about it. Going to swing all the way around, and these two play Ring Around the Rosie. DJ is going to make them all fall down.
Just DJ and a pistol. Name a better combination. Lethal the first round with an ace. Lethal that half with maybe a guarantee to see Ascent here, because they're going to get a buy, and I'm not sure if we're going to see a hyperspeed, maybe like Stinger Force. Yes, this is the very unique situation, CB, where after a pistol loss, a team will force up. It very rarely happens, but when you are down in the trenches, when you are down 2-11, it is your last attempt. Because if you notice that they lose this round, it is Day by Day's map point, and they don't have a buy. So it's really like an all-in and a last desperate plea.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. I mean, you can't take it with you, and we go into Ascent, so do whatever you can to try and buy your way back into this. It'd be a hell of a comeback, and if it's going to happen, it's going to start with a C-site plant, it appears, as they swarm, take up all the real estate, and Zev taking a really, really aggressive angle, but Sunny catches out Sylvia. That's going to be pretty big. Monarchs going to try and go in for this retake where we know Zev was lurking before, but did get shooed away. The spike plant does come out, and Day by Day, they should be able to get this retake. If they're careful here, they have the utility to make it happen. Kiro just waiting to let this one rip. Sunny takes down another one though, and Hesse with Aurelia, hyperspeed red. They have done, I mean, I think they've done it. It's just Monarchs going in 1v5 and gonna come right out flawless for hyperspeed red. Stinger Force comes out in force.
And what just a dynamic there from Hyperspeed Red, doing everything they could and 2AT to keep angles close, to keep those Stingers in an advantageous position. Obviously, Sunny, one of the weapons that wasn't really forced up by only buying a Deagle there, also getting 2 kills on their lonesome essentially was huge, while the rest of their team was safely tucked away waiting for that response. But I also want to point out that Day by Day, I don't want to say they were necessarily slow to rotate, but DJ definitely was a little bit late to the party. They were the last one to get there, and it was a long time after Zev had canceled that CT pressure, after they had taken that garage control. And that's where I'm hoping to see maybe some more proactivity, especially some more confidence, because you're up 11-3 for crying out loud. But speaking of confidence, speaking of proactivity, eco round strat again. You go aggressive or you hunker down, and this aggression is going to face Hesse with an outlaw.
Yeah, I mean, Hesse hits those shots. I mean, yeah, gonna go ahead and fall to Aurelia. Give the gun. Oh, actually, is Aurelia even gonna pick it up? Nope, gonna get put down by Para. Sneaks up behind. Monarch's gonna fall as well. And I mean, okay, you mentioned, you know, you have that 11-3 advantage. You can play a little bit more aggressive. You can be a little bit more, you know, get a little bit more silly with it with that confidence. But yeah, Day by Day, they go the exact opposite direction with it. They have the eco because they know they can give up a couple rounds to hyperspeed red. Sylvia, you have to check your corners. It's irrelevant at this point in time. You just take the eco and wait until you can take a fight on your terms. And it's just a matter of time, right? Like, once they have enough to go for the fullest of full buys, which looks like they're already committing to. I mean, this might be Day by Day getting themselves back in the driver's seat.
And for the sake of academic burnout, I don't want to say that I've willed this into existence, CB. But you remember the little thing I mentioned called the 11-3 curse?
Yeah, you said 311, their music was a curse. You hate it. Yeah.
What?
Are you not familiar with the band 311? Am I aging myself by being the only person who knows about the band 311? Okay, well,
I don't know.
That reference fell pretty flat. Okay,
you're the teacher, so that makes sense, I guess. I'm just the hip, cool teacher, I guess.
You're the substitute. You're the one that comes in and plays Bill Nye for the class, and they all love you. And then, you know, I come back and talk about what a horrible note you rep. Yeah.
But anyways, like, they won the 11-3 round. Now they've set themselves up for success with this buy. Like I said, I hope that I mean, it would be a 2-0, so then we would have to see Ascent, but I don't know what would be faster, an 11-3 comeback for Hyperspeed to close it out 2-0, or us going to Ascent and duking it out there. Like, it would be a slippery slope for this clutch to come into fruition, and I think that's why you mentioned it, right? Day by day, their confidence is shot. They are on site. They are peeking nothing.
I mean, again, just leaving Monarchs over on C site, which is where it looks like Hyperspeed Red wants to start going. That camera's going to catch all of that utility coming their way, so Monarchs, go ahead and use that cage, posture up to try and deal with it. But the gunshots come through. They know Monarchs is there now, but Zev didn't actually see Monarchs coming all up close and personal. What's that perfume you're wearing, Zev? Smells like formaldehyde to me. DJ's got the angle, takes down 2, gonna go ahead and give their life for it, but it's done more than enough damage, as has Monarchs, and now it's just Hesse. What can you get done with this sniper? Not a whole lot when Kiro has anything to say about it. Match point for Day by Day.
And 8 rounds now required in a row just to get us to overtime. And I don't know, that one's even rougher. I mean, yes, you have a bye, but then you have to go through the ultimate cycle that would charge up from Day by Day. Like, at this point, you're grasping at straws. But I want to talk about Day by Day and that counter that round in particular, right? We talked about the difficulty they had on the retake when they had better weapons, just because Hyperspeed Red was proactive in terms of denying some of these flood or re-entry points. And so what did Day by Day do? They rotated a lot faster. They set up on the site to anchor it. And now that confidence feels like it's back, right? They're on map point, on their pick, and they've even now found a first blood onto Sunny, so that's smoke's gone. In the meantime, though, they've scaled their way onto the A site, where Monarchs are going to try and play off of their utility safely from afar.
That is, like you said, confidence that comes out from DJ to play that far up, that aggressively on that angle. You could have easily just gotten ran over by 4 bodies right there, but doesn't care and takes one down for their money. And now Spike down on A site, and Hyperspeed Red do in fact have the angles, but Day by Day have the confidence. DJ's got the knives. Zev down. But I mean, the kills are coming back out for Hyperspeed Red. It's just Hesse 1v1ing Aurelia, and the lockdown is coming out. Yeah, Aurelia's got to abort mission. Hesse might have just done this.
They got out, but the storm grenade's online. You get detained or get microwaved, it doesn't matter! Hesse! The clutch factor, they're even shocked at their own performance there. Little BM celebration, but I mean, at this point, it's deserved. You're on your way to a comeback, and like I said, 8 rounds in a row. You have to take every win as it comes for Hyperspeed Red.
I mean, that's a pretty big one. That's one that you should not have won. I mean, you were down the man. I mean, sure, yeah, you do get the spike planted, but it was just, like, so difficult. I mean, Day by Day, they had all the confidence in the world, and that might have just gotten shot right out of them now. Hyperspeed Red, I still doubt that they'll be able to make this comeback, but it is a possibility.
And look at this, again, like, a lean away from the A site from the side of Day by Day. Maybe confidence on that retake, because that was fairly smooth. It really was just that post-plant lockdown from Hesse that screwed everything up. And now, I think that it's been identified that that is a weak point for Hyperspeed Red. Like, at most, you have a Cypher playing off site from Heaven, right? And this round, you have the Leas, which is a solo. And look at this, the cell of a fake again. They kind of took a page out of Day by Day's book, right? With this Hunter's Fury over towards C. And because it is from their own notebook, the notes that were copied, Day by Day is not going to believe it. They immediately rotate over towards A. And unfortunately, Sylvia just has not bought enough time.
If you're going to copy someone's homework, it might as well be the A+ student. Zev, though, holding this aggressive angle, takes down Aurelia and Hyperspeed Red. I mean, I was a little bit scared. Hesse took a lot of damage just trying to set that turret up early on, but despite that, no blood being spilled on the side of Hyperspeed Red, and we're now 6-12. It's still looking pretty scary if you're Hyperspeed Red, but you're starting to get the wind in your sails, and maybe you're starting to build yourself up something resembling a chance.
Yeah, and I'm still here in the mindset of like, there's no way, right? But with each passing round, I'm like, all right, I think it could happen. But I'm not gonna lie to you. It's either this round or like the next round that is gonna be the true trial. Say that 5 times fast for Hyperspeed Red. All right, like I said, like you have to win those 8 rounds in a row, but you often have to withstand the cycling of the ultimates from Day by Day. And if you notice, they've been charging them up round after round, minus the blades, for an epic finale. And speaking of fireworks, Zev, overdrive. Let's see if we can get the B site. So far, so good.
He takes down Kiro, and again, this is a great angle for your Neon to be at right now. And I mean, Day by Day know it. They know now that Zev is going to be entrenched right there, but they don't know where Sunny is entrenched, who's going to take down only just the one. Zev is actually dealt with elsewhere. Hesse going to trade that one out, so it looks like it is still going to be a play for A site. And it's going to have to be a retake from Day by Day. Monarchs going for the angle, takes down Para. That's pretty big. Now we're up to a 2v2. Bums has the angle though, and knows exactly where the enemies on Day by Day are going to be coming through, but you don't actually see as Monarchs takes an aggressive angle. The Bums didn't check the corner.
The swarm grenade,
Monarchs didn't check the corner for Bums.
but the swarm grenade finishes off Aurelia. Did you notice that? So the double swing couldn't come through there. And I think maybe they were hinging on Aurelia clearing out that corner, but then they fall to Amali. Who knows? But either way, it keeps Hyperspeed Red in the game. 5 rounds now. It's just ticking one after another. And eventually they are going to get across that line and send us to overtime. And look at this. Again, desperation settling into Day by Day. More so than confidence, I think, at this point, right? 3 players stacked up, ready to push window off of a paranoia, off of a fault line. And at this point, I'm hoping that Hyperspeed Red can evade it.
They're, again, going for this really aggressive power play to try and get A. They're smoking out Heaven. They're smoking out all of the angles. They're walking up. They've already got the spike ready to go. They're entrenched about as deep as they could possibly get. Sylvia, though, not seen. Hesse gonna go ahead and trade that out with their life, though. Takes down Kiro, but Sunny
They're not gonna
trades out
expect the
Sylvia.
jet.
I mean, they'll never expect the jet, but are they gonna be able to? DJ comes through with Sunny. Yes, oh my God, Para.
Not with
Able
the
to get the
thrifty.
kill off there. Onto
Not with the
Monarch.
thrifty.
Maybe DJ falls as well. Hyperspeed Red are able to do it.
And again, such a chaotic round, right? We saw the jet flank cooking from the get-go, and a perfectly timed there as well after Monarch has been dealt with. And at that point, I'm like surprised that we didn't see a panic ultimate from Bums. Because like I said, they're going to need that ultimate when all of these sync up for Day by Day. But I think that was a missed mark as well from Day by Day, right? They pieced out those ultimates and found no round win. So now they're just delaying that possibility here. And before they know it, it might just be too late. That was, I think, mostly an eco round, and that's why I was crying. I'm like, no way this ends with a thrifty. So again, rifle round intact, a real opportunity to close things out. And DJ pulling out the big guns. First time I think we really get to see them mopping.
And it's not going to last too long. DJ going to go ahead and abandon ship once they realize they can't get that shot on body there. Hyperspeed Red, again, it looks like they're going to try and take that same angle that DJ was trying to hold down. Again, just making the aggressive power play to A. Zev takes down Kiro. That is massive. Again, Hyperspeed Red are entrenched in A site and Day by Day, all just funneling into the meat grinder. DJ falls. Zev holding the door, not letting anyone through. 2-piece, 1, 2, and there's another one. A flawless win for Hyperspeed Red. There is no way.
There's no way. I mean, at that point, like, I love the use of the Rolling Thunder there, and I mean, just the sheer, I guess, confidence from Hyperspeed Red as well. Similar to how on Lotus they only went B to go A round after round and give these opportunities to Day by Day to try and remedy their mistakes is just, it is just huge for them. And I'm hoping that it won't be their hubris that leads to their downfall, because at this point, I mean, look at the stack here. There's 3 or 4 players already over towards A, and Day by Day, I mean, you got 3 more chances or we're going to overtime again.
I think if we even get that far, tomorrow's lesson needs to be on the Heimlich maneuver, because there will be some choking going around in class and we need to be prepared, all right? First aid, apply the tourniquet somewhere and get this last round, close it out. DJ is trying to hold this window angle, hoping somebody peeks, but it's going to be no joy. There's not going to be anybody there. You go ahead and try and move up, and maybe you catch someone from behind, but not able to deal enough damage and actually going to pay for it. Hesse takes down DJ on the flank, and now what if you're Day by Day? What is the plan? They're just playing reactively.
I mean, aggression on Eco Route has fallen. Yeah, you have to depend on hero plays and solo fights with these Deagles. But unfortunately, again, Hyperspeed Red feels like they have just hit a new stride of adrenaline. A double swing here to try and isolate Hesse. But again, the solo fights are being won no matter the circumstances. And even the circumstances being 40 HP in a potential fight against Monarchs, they should get the turret contact. And they probably aren't even going to swing. They'll probably, I would say, go back to their team, but they get the timing, and that is now, is that 2 flawlesses in a row?
It absolutely is. I mean, you lost the turret. I guess you can count that if you're Day by Day. That's maybe 1 kill, but I don't think that actually counts. Maybe in horseshoes and hand grenades, but Hyperspeed Red. What did it come? Yeah, you call a timeout. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I swear if it ends immediately after this timeout, I'm gonna cry. But also, like I mentioned beforehand, to me, the final trial is when all of Day by Day's ultimates are lined and come in sync with a buy, right? And that feels like it is this round, right? Last round was a save round. It was deagles across the board. But look at the ultimates for Day by Day. They're only missing the Blades and the Hunter's Fury, and I'm guessing they are not far off from them as well. And I'm not going to lie to you, I feel like the most important ultimates on this team are that Rolling Thunder and the Neural Theft, just because of the sheer information it can provide about this, if this is an A-site, or where these players are playing the post-plan. Particularly, I feel like a tricky part of Hyperspeed Red has been the unchecked lurkers, particularly right out of Hesse, which, don't get me wrong, Monarchs was doing also the first half, but we've seen nothing from either team to address this condition, which has been fundamental on the attacks for these teams. But also, I want to point out, this gives Hyperspeed Red an opportunity to counter their counter, because I'm hoping that means that they are not going to go A again. I mean, look at the pings on the map. Do you see that? That's a line for an aggressive fault line. So I'm expecting a Jet to dash up. This is maybe going to be like a ditch effort, kind of like it's go big or go home type energy.
I mean, it's going to have to be. I mean, they're running out of steam, and Hyperspeed Red are coming up close on it. I mean, they're far away from the ultimates of their own, but they do have that lockdown, which I think has been a big one for them when they're able to hit it. It's helped them retake the points so many times. I mean, when Hesse is actually alive to get it off. Speaking of being alive, Zev barely clinging on to life, knowing that there is a lot of threats coming in from all sides. You're going to be able to take down much of any... Oh, sorry, I thought Bums was on the other team. I got confused.
I'm just shocked that they used all that utility to recombo at the fault line, but there was no punish off of it. So they keep the stack there and have scared Hyperspeed Red off the site, which is great. But like you mentioned, this lockdown's the line, and I feel like the lockdown is nicely equipped for the B site. Maybe even the C site if they can take that control, but again, that crutch may be starting to rear its head. They're leaning towards A, they're leaning towards the stack, but that stack is starting to dwindle. So is the dependency on A. Spike headed towards C. That's where the Cypher is. And they truly are going to depend a lot again on Hesse and their ability to cut off these rotations once the execution comes through on C.
And Hesse is pushed up really, really far right now. And maybe they are waiting for Hesse to make a play or just to call out that C site is safe. They only have 40 seconds left, so they're going to have to try and make a play. And it is going to have to be for C. Is Hesse going to be in position to make much of anything happen? They know Monarchs is going to be here because they've been lurking the entire time. It's just a matter of finding where... Yeah, Monarchs just left. It looks like Day by Day are going to play for a complete retake here.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder's online.
Yeah, I guess utilize the Rolling Thunder, play for that retake, but Hesse is going to be on that angle again, potentially going to try and make a stop. 2 HP. You better make this one count.
Like, you better survive. We need that Rolling Thunder, and for good reason. They still haven't dealt with Hesse, and it really doesn't affect any of the players for Hyperspeed Red. They were playing off-site the entire time, expecting it. Already finding a frag from Long. The timing, the discipline from Bums here, past the Trapwire and Garage. Aurelia, there's no way you need to defuse into a victory. Not like this!
Someone do something! Someone stop the defuse! Oh my god! Okay, oh my god! They stopped it.
0.11 seconds away from Ascent. And now, look at the economy for Day by Day. Like, we're either going to see a Jet moment with the Blades, or we are going to overtime.
Oh my god. I swear, if not for the screen saying attackers won, I could have swore that defuse would have come through. That is absolutely insane. The fact that Hyperspeed Red have gotten this far is insane. If we take this to overtime, it'll be even more insane. And they're going to go for this A-site play, again, that has worked so well for them. But DJ comes through with the knives. Gonna be forced back, but, I mean, you've struck blood. You got Para. That's, like, all you really need right now. Hesse's gonna fall as well, and maybe Day by Day can finally put this all to bed.
My gosh. If we came all this way just for them to fall, like, trip and fall at the, you know, the race, or what is it, the track meet finish line during their extracurricular tournament, I am going to cry. Sunny has been a huge clutch player, though. I will say Bums has been a great support player, and I want to see them step up now into stardom. They've clutched out, I think, one round to keep their team in this. But the stack and the dependence over towards A is starting to show here again. And I don't know if I like the decision to play split, to play divided here. The only silver lining would be if you catch a timing. And they have one frag, and now the players are going to flock to the A site. This is such a gamble. I want to see Sunny push through Link. I'm not going to lie to you. They see the gun. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Sunny knows Kiro was there. Gonna sneak up. No. 30 HP. Okay, this is looking doable for Hyperspeed Red. Bums is taking up A site. Sunny is gonna go for the plant. Sylvia with the Hunter's Fury. DJ takes down Bums. It's just Sunny who was not able to stick the spike plant. And you said Sunny's a clutch player. Gonna have to be that's exactly what Sunny's gonna have to be right here, right now. DJ knives out, going for the killing blow. Can't quite get it. The teleport comes through from Sunny. Baits the spike plant. DJ's gonna go ahead and turn their head, but Sunny, their attention was split, and it's going to be defeat. We are going to Ascent, despite what feels like a marathon. Well, the silliest marathon I've ever ran in my life. 11-13, we had no business going to 11-13 here.
I was about to say, if an 11-3 and a 9-3 curse come through in a series that you're casting, CB, I'm like, nah, I'm not casting with you again. I'm sorry. Find a new co-caster for tomorrow, because you are the curse. But, I mean, the fact that we nearly avoid it here means that, yeah, we're going to Ascent, which I know I said that I'm an Ascent hater, but I do think it is one of the best maps as a litmus test, CB. And that's what's kind of agreed on by the community, is that everybody knows how to play Ascent. There is, like, a very set way to play it. It's the simplest map, the simplest comps typically, where you typically see that mirror meta. And I'm curious, I think, when I'm looking at these two teams, I'm not really sure if either team is going to stray from that set meta. I would have to go look during the break at the Hyperspeed Red comps to see if they actually have run Ascent recently or not. But otherwise, I mean, all roads lead to Ascent. I can never avoid it. That's my curse to bear.
Well, chat, class is not quite out yet. The bell does not dismiss you. We do. And I bet you didn't know this was a night class, because we are going all night long. We're going to take a quick break, grab some snacks, grab some water. We are going into our third map. And if the first two are anything to go by, I don't think you're going to want to go anywhere. Stick around. Hey, no sleeping in class, all right? I know we're going late, but, I mean, this is a really important lesson that we're learning. We're learning to close things out. We're learning
Closing
not to
things out.
choke.
Okay,
Yep,
let me grab my tablet. I got, yeah, okay, closing things out. That's on Ascent, right? Between Hyperspeed Red and Day by Day?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Day
okay,
by,
okay.
yeah, that's where we're going. It's our map
Okay.
3. guaranteed to be our last map of the night, and if, like I said, if the first two are anything to go on, I mean, this one should be interesting, to say the least, in about a number of different ways. Maybe it'll be a stomp on one side, maybe it'll be another near salty comeback, maybe we'll get another overtime game. Who even knows at this point?
Yeah, I feel like for the last two maps, we had decent knowledge to go off of for these teams. But for Ascent, right, we have it played once by day during the semifinals. It was a 13-7 victory to close out their 2-0 against Scenario Cats, versus it has not been played at all this entire event by the side of Hyperspeed Red. And I feel like the biggest question mark then for me is, again, are they going to go with that standard composition that BD's been going with, which is the Sova, Cypher, Jet, KO, Omen, the longest standing meta comp, I feel like, in Valorant? Or will they try and conform? Because like I said, Zev, insane Neon, but I don't see Neons at Ascent. You just don't see that typically.
Yeah, we saw how much of a threat Zev can be on that Neon, and not seeing that on Ascent, I think, is definitely going to hurt Hyperspeed Red a fair bit. But I also, I'm looking at day by day, because, like, again, we called them as the higher seeded the higher seeded team. They should be the ones in control in the driver's seat, and at times it feels like they are, and then at times it feels like, oh, this car has no brakes now. We don't really know what to do. So, Mike, like, are they gonna, comp-wise, I think they just kind of, like, conform to what is strong now. Try and, like, don't reinvent the wheel, Don't try and get too crazy with it. Don't try and pull out any sort of, like, set strats that you aren't too confident with, that you don't know is going to be what closes it out. Because if you give Hyperspeed Red an inch, they will take nearly 8 rounds in a row.
Oh, you gotta hit them when it hurts. But I do have insider information that I want to point out, which is, while we are having the time of our lives, giggling up a storm and on the edge of our seats with these clutches, the players are getting a little antsy. Zev was like, hey, Prod, I hope you're enjoying the games, because I am going crazy right now. They're ripping their hair out, and I'm like, you know what? If you're a Neon fragging up a storm and you're about to go to Ascent, a map you cannot play Neon on while you've played it the entire event, I can see why. Especially if they're going to come all this way and lose this series. Like, I'm going to be heartbroken for either one of these teams.
Look, if I'm Prod, I just, kind of play Zev up there. I'd be like, yeah, you are going crazy. Hell yeah, you're hitting those shots left and right. Keep that up, but not on your agent, because you can't play it on this next map here.
Yep, well, we get to see Agent Select. We get the grand reveal to see what our battleground for the final map of Ascent is going to be. And there it is, the Zev, the Jet head-to-head between DJ and them, finally on the same battleground to see who is the better duelist. And we're getting some baits from Hyperspeed Red as well here. But right now, what I'm seeing is actually a potential change. Like I said, the KJ and the Cypher are kind of those agents that you can kind of flip-flop on this map, but Monarchs we know is a tried and true Cypher main, versus we might see the Killjoy from Hesse. And now the big difference between these two, which you can probably guess at this point, CB, because we've seen it have huge impact for Hyperspeed Red, is the fact that the KJ lockdown has such insane positions on Ascent. It's one of the easiest maps to get away with Killjoy and their lockdowns, and I think that's going to show, especially for this final map. We finally get Hyperspeed Red starting out on the attack.
And for me, on the side of Hyperspeed Red, Hesse has been the player to watch. Like, we've seen a lot of clutch plays coming out from the likes of Sunny and Bums, but Hesse has been, I think, the biggest impact player, especially when that lockdown is a utility that they have available to them. So, I'm glad you call that out. I do think that is going to be Hyperspeed Red's biggest tool in the toolbox, one that day by day won't have access to, but Monarchs has been no slouch on this Cypher.
Oh, for sure. And I want to go back to what I said about, oh, well, yeah, Hyperspeed Red's finally on the attack. And you would assume this is an attack-sided map because I said that. Nope. Well, this is our first defense-sided map. And I think it usually becomes off of that Killjoy retake ability with the lockdown, though. So with the Cypher, it could switch it up enough to give an advantage over to the side of Hyperspeed Red. I will say as well that in my mind, like, Ascent, like, statistically, yes, it's defense-sided. Like, if you look at, like, Riv or VLR, like, the majority of the rounds won are defensive rounds. But then when you actually play the games, like, the round differential usually favors the attackers. It's, like, I feel like it's gonna change in the near future when everything's recompiled. But for now, that's the case, and we get to see how these two teams start off, and we see that the starts make or break the games, so I'm curious to say the least, CB.
I mean, okay, you just, like, laid out a recipe for me, all right? You said, okay, it's a defender-sided map, and Hyperspeed Red are on the attack first. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a recipe for another
Another
8-point
clutch.
run back. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's go down like 10-2 again, and then in the second half we'll like run it back.
All right, what flavor do you want though? Do you want the pistol one by Hyperspeed Red and then they throw the rifle rounds, or do you want them to, start getting some rounds towards the end of the half?
Ooh, I kind of liked the taste I got of the winning pistol rounds and then throwing all the rifle rounds. I think that's
Okay.
it's a little spicy, not to everyone's taste, but for me it hits.
I don't know. I think me and 11-3 comeback's a bit spicier than a 9-3 one. But either way, the 9-3 came true and the 11-3 didn't. That's what got us to a set, and that's what got us to this rifle round where, look, day by day, already heavy chip damage from that A main aggression, and they immediately dip and head back towards B, where really, there's not really many players on his side here. Sylvia instead going to play off the recon bullet contact, and it might just be too late. The players are really deep into the site already.
Yep, Monarchs,
Ooh.
yeah, like you said, they're too deep in. Monarchs get fishing, not going to catch any bait. Pyra getting a little bit chunked down there. The one with the spike, too, nearly lost it there, but still able to stay alive, and maybe, potentially with the dying breath is going to be able to get that down. And now we talk about how entrenched Hyperspeed Red are. The retake now going to come out. Early trade DJ, though, gets two, starting out strong, as we know they love to do, this tried and true Jet main. Gonna lose the duel to Zev, though. Zev has the angle, also gonna take down Monarchs as well, and this should be Hyperspeed Red's match to win if they're able to take down this last one remaining. Aurelia with no HP, gonna try and peek around the corner. One HP.
Oh.
Sunny? Okay.
Okay, Sunny. I know you couldn't clutch out Haven, but come on, clutch out the pistol. And it looks like your flavor is going to be chosen here in the cafeteria menu today because Hyperspeed Red is able to get that initial pistol on the board. And I feel like we can, again, talk about mentality between these two teams because both of them are exhausted at this point. Like, no matter what Zev said in chat. And I feel like, in my mind, day by day has to feel more helpless, right? Because they tried for so long to get that final round and they couldn't. And so at this point, if now Hyperspeed Red carries that momentum, that refresh into Ascent, I'm going to be more scared for them than anything.
We're exhausted, and we've only been going about half as long as all of these players have. So the fact that they have the fortitude to keep going and to keep these sound strategies going, and you saw like Hyperspeed Red, they're playing for range with these Guardians, and again trying to lean over more towards B site. But the spread from day by day is pretty thin. They got two on either side, and then one leaning back in that spawn, ready to react to whatever move it is that Hyperspeed Red want to make. And it does look like they've now shown their hand. All right, they're going for B day by day. Now know this, and Kiro is going to be looking for anyone to show their head. It's just bait. They're just going to back up, rotate the spike back the other way.
Again, as long as we follow the standard flow of economy, Hyperspeed Red should get off to a lead. But day by day, they really haven't been, I feel like, a thrifty bunch, but better now than ever. And unfortunately, just the cleanliness here from Hyperspeed Red, not letting anything slip through, because again, you've come this far. It'd be really sad to fall during map 3.
They take down DJ early, and I think that's pretty big, because DJ finding those frags early on in the last round was what actually set day by day up to potentially get the retake now. And I think now with DJ off the field, no longer worrying about that Jet, and now you have the rest of day by day corralled back in their spawn and sending them right back into the dirt. Hesse with the shots and Zev with a little bit of follow-up. You can plant the spike, but still find the kill. Hesse again with the shot, and a flawless win for Hyperspeed Red. And I love this flavor so much.
The question is, how spicy does it get in this third round, right? Because this is when you expect that conversion, right? Or I said you should expect it from day by day because they have the weapons online, but you might get a shake-up from Hyperspeed Red and how successful that last round was off of Hesse. So again, we are correct to place them on a pedestal because, I mean, the fact that they're lurking and still finding frags to entry into sites for their squad is, I think, what's allowing now for this team to be as successful as they are, right? I talked about it, Zev, right? They're astounding duelists, but they might be getting back into the swing of the Jet after playing Neon all day.
I also saw, something interesting coming out from Sylvia, and it's currently posted up over at B site, which a couple members of Hyperspeed Red are starting to head up towards. I'm going to see if that actually does come out to play, but, you've got the drone. Yeah, there it is. This is exactly what I was expecting. The wall bang machine gun coming through, taking down bums, and yeah, I mean, the rest of Hyperspeed Red, they know they don't want to try and take that one again.
Yep, like I said, the Odin is lethal on this map, especially with a primed Sova sporting it. Again, this means that they've been forced over to the ace site. Unless we can see the Killjoy get a devious lurk off and find an opening elsewhere, but that's a huge ping out. You spotted something, you spotted the Omen. So you need to keep these players here on site. Ooh.
A little bit of mobility coming through, but Zev is going to get punished for that. Aurelia takes down Sunny as well, and as quickly as it came, the advantage is now slipping out of Hyperspeed Red's grasp. We talk about maybe Hesse getting something on the rotation. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they just try and play this one safe. Maybe see if they can get the spike down just for the sake of doing so, but...
You got extra money, yeah?
Yeah, getting that extra economy, like, that'll be helpful in the long run, but they haven't been able to make a dent in day by day. Okay, there's a little bit of a dent. Little bit of a dent. They haven't been able to take a life, but, you know, a little bit of damage. At least that's something, but with 10 seconds left...
Oh. And DJ stepping up saying that 3K, I am the superior Jet in the server. We'll see if they continue to prove that in the classroom, but aside from that, this is, I think, the most standard Valorant flow we've had so far. It's going to be a question, yeah, now that both of these teams have buys behind them, that's where things could flip-flop one way or another. And I mentioned, right, on Haven, on Lotus, we never really got a back-and-forth exchange between these two teams, right? Yes, the ending score was close, but it was consistent runs that just traded off, right? So I'm really, really hoping we finally use Ascent to get that back-and-forth synergy between these two teams, where one adapts and learns on the fly, instead of taking a while to run that simulation and finally find a solution.
The question for me, again, is we saw the impact that Odin had early on from Sylvia. Are they going to be able to make that play again? Not currently posted up at that same wall, so Hyperspeed Red are going to respect what happened last time and not go too aggressive there. And well, Sylvia's actually going to go ahead and try and make a rotation back to try and predict which way the spike is going to go to see if they can maybe find something. There we go. Recon Bolt comes out. They know Hesse is there. Going to post up again with that Odin and try and catch Hesse on this rotation over to B. But, I mean, it's just this one lone Killjoy. Like, there's nothing else there.
Yeah, they're farming orbs for that lockdown. If you notice, I think they're 2 off now, and we're only 4 rounds in. I do like this, though. Those lurks from Hesse as well gathered info on where these trap wires are. So you know one's mid. Now you can start that conditioning of consistently destroying it. So day by day is forced to dedicate or allocate a person to holding this angle. But for now, it's going to be a mistake. A team flash to slow down this site execute, and that's the cue now for the rotation to come through. I like the paranoia that's almost set up here, I would say, from the Omen, but instead they opt towards spawn to try and challenge with the rest of the team. And it's interesting that Zev is the one left here, right? They should be the one piercing onto backside, but they might just have the timing into spawn.
Yeah, the timing was definitely not there, but DJ sure was. Takes down Zev, and I mean, it's already 2 down. Sylvia gonna take down Bums, and this attack is as good as dead for Hyperspeed Red. Sylvia cleans up Hesse, and another flawless for day by day. 2-2, you talk about a back and forth. I think this is about as close to a back and forth as we're gonna get for now.
Well, that's the issue, is this might just be day by day going on their run, right? And it would be similar to how Lotus panned out. But I mean, the eco definitely benefits that prospect, that idea here, at least for a third for day by day. But I want to point out exactly what I said last round, right? Was the fact that Zev was left to be that flank hold player, especially with the spawn, the wraparound, and you really should not have your primary duelist be that role, while you should be the one clearing outside, trying to close that distance against Sylvia with the Odin. Because otherwise, your teammates, right, what did we see? They just funneled out of smokes and got mowed down. So you need somebody with that kind of utility, that mobility, or I guess just like flashes, you know, mollies. It's just anything to force them off that angle, because that's not going to work. But speaking of not working, Sylvia consistently finding impact with this Odin in one way or another.
Yeah, I think the angle isn't the only thing they need to force them off of. They need to force Sylvia off of this Odin because it's making it so difficult for them to aggress onto B site at all. They're still trying to commit to it, but I mean, Sylvia knows they're there, and they know Sylvia's there. But the question is, what can they do about it? I mean, with a bunch of revolvers and light armor, my guess is not much, and it's just a waiting game, a little bit of game of chicken. Who's gonna poke their head out first? I'm willing to bet that it's gonna be, yeah, Sylvia taking one down. The trade does actually come down. Hesse with 2. And wait, they can maybe actually get something here.
What did I say? We were looking for a Thrifty to break the momentum out of Hyperspeed Red, all of map 1, all of map 2. Maybe it's going to allow them to get a leg up here on Ascent, disrupt that standard flow of economy that we were expecting. But what might allow that is actually, look at this. Null Command popped in response, cancels out the Blade Storm, and just like that, it's going to rely on solely weapons. Para dropped. At this point, Sunny has to fight back into a site and get them off the bomb. Unthinkable.
It's just not going to happen. I mean, Hesse finds those 2 early on, and it looks like they have an opportunity. They're even going to save the Odin. Like, DJ just going to go ahead and grab that and know how much of a threat Sylvia is. Here, my lord, you can have this one back.
For good reason. I feel like, again, they just the shift. I feel like the fact that they played Viper map 1 and then the Sova the last 2 maps shows, and it makes I feel like their Viper performance that much more impressive, because Viper is a machine and an insane agent in theirself, and usually it's actually like your Sentinel, like Hestia or Monarch, that flexes to a Viper. So the fact that they are an initiator flexing onto that is super, super impressive to me. But for now, we got to see that impressive shine through further here on Ascent, which they're off to a great start with 3-2. Another rifle round again to determine if Day by Day can continue that dominant streak that we've kind of seen as their signature now so far in this series.
Oh, Sylvia doesn't know Hessie's there. I mean, okay, they know now. They know now that Hessie is there, and spraying through the wall. Hessie takes a little bit of damage, but it's not enough. Hessie's gonna get out with their life. Yeah, still alive.
Oh, the
read.
read.
And something else, by the way, that I want to call out that you highlighted specifically is Hessie did build up to that lockdown, so keeping Hessie alive could be crucial for this round. So the fact that they get out alive is crazy. There we go. There's that lockdown.
Oh, without a Fury to counter is going to get that destroyed. But the question is, what's the scale up speed as a result from hyperspeed? And they try to scale up, but Monarch just tucks away in the dark cover. The Odin's back on full capacity. And as the dust settles, it is going to be a 3v3 site under control of hyperspeed red. And the wallbang ability from this recon bolt is lethal. Kiro super low HP. No utility as well. Suppressed from that 0 point. Odin recovered from Hestie as well. They're in a really good position for this post plant.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you do? I mean, do they know that Hessie has this Odin online? I mean, with the shots coming out, they definitely know now. Kiro with the shot there onto Bums. Hessie falls as well. It's a 1v1 DJ versus Para, and Para catches DJ trying to go for the fake defuse. Whether it was a fake or whether it pros not faking, either way, it's a moot point.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like Para, map 2, was maybe out sick for the day, but they are back in class, right? They were clutching over on Lotus as that fade, and now they are clutching here on the KO. Again, like I said, important rounds to keep this in a back-and-forth mentality, and that's exactly what we are delivering upon now. 3-2-3 here, and again, because of how back-and-forth this is, it is kind of another bye for both of these teams. But the issue here is that Hyperspeed Red or of Day by Day, I think if either of these teams lose this round, they're 2-a save. So this is where Hyperspeed Red could finally break that curse and reclaim the lead against Day by Day after they won that pistol in follow-up.
I mean, they have to do essentially exactly what they did last time, and this time without the benefit of the lockdown. Something I saw right away was Sylvia went right back to Old Reliable, the Odin. That is their set strategy. So once again, they have to try and dislodge this machine gun encampment, and also have to worry about DJ coming through on the angles. This is a two-pronged attack that keeps coming out from Day by Day, and there we go. There's another one for DJ, potentially a third. No, Para gonna shut that down, but Kiro finds the kills, and that's a decisive win there for Day by Day.
Like you said, no lockdown. That's a lot harder to initiate into a side, especially when there's just that coordination and level of communication, right? Flash goes out and they swing out of main from DJ. It's often a gamble of whether you fight with your team there or if you wait for them to instead take the site and immediately flank. But regardless, their gamble, their decision to take that fight pays off. They clothesline Hyperspeed Red, and like I said, now their economy's broken. It would have to be another Thrifty to help equate things back to 4-on-4, or we might see Day by Day finally pull ahead by more than one round.
And they do have a fair bit of ultimates on the field that they could invest if they really wanted to. They got the knives. Zev's going to go ahead and pop them out and see if they're able to catch anything with that. But I mean, again, like we talked about the lockdown being like the biggest tool that Hyperspeed Red have. Without that on the field, they're definitely going to have to come up big with these knives from Zev, checking every possible corner, every possible angle. Doesn't actually take the shot there onto Aurelia, and now Aurelia's got the angle. Zev actually going to be repelled and not going to take that fight just yet.
At this point, Hyperspeed Red, interestingly enough, getting a lot of control even without the weapons in hand. The blades online are a great lead for Zev if they can use it to entry into a site, or look at this.
DJ?
No! Please don't miss those shots!
I mean, it's another one of those situations where the fact that it takes 3 shots gives the game away. Aurelia able to catch it out, but still, I mean, you take down DJ. That is absolutely massive. You know, that's the lurker, the jet that's caused so much damage, been a constant thorn in all of Hyperspeed Red's sides, and without that, they can now commit over to A site, knowing that the other big threat, that Odin, is over on B and is not going to move unless they have to.
There it is. I love the null command because it ensures that you can't get the 0 point out either. You can't strip Zev of these blades, which is huge here. Now, You also don't have utility to flood back in, so that allows Zev to scale up. But they might be flying too close to the sun. No, they get away on bird. Their wings still intact. And just like that, players kind of fragmented. Locations pinpointed. The owl drone leading them into the site, where unfortunately they're just winning their ones. Para, what a right click, but it might not matter. Oh my goodness.
It's so
Sunny,
close, but it's
please.
just Sunny. Aurelia's getting the defuse, though. Sunny actually able to stop it. And now it's just a 1v1. If Sunny's able to win this with
halved.
only 7 shots,
The
it
turret's
is half.
protecting.
Oh,
Oh
that was-
my god.
Sunny gets the kill. I mean, sure, you just kind of give that one up if you're Sylvia, or maybe you don't, because now you've lost the Odin. That's tragic, but you're probably just going to buy another one, I'm sure. Yep, of course. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But Hesse's turret was protecting Sylvia there for that defuse, right? Like, look at how low HP Sylvia was. Like, that deagle easily could have gotten the job done. But for now, day by day, again, like I said, by winning that round, they extend their lead here to 5. And again, I mean, defense-sided map, I guess, but like this, going for, again, this direct B assault, and this time they can try and neutralize Sylvia with their own Odin usage, but again, look at this utility. It's been on point from the Sova.
I mean, yeah, Sylvia's just spraying down. Even gonna try and take a different angle where they can maybe find another wallbang, though. Zev gonna get taken down by Monarchs, trying to go in for that aggressive play, and without that entry utility from the Jet, it's gonna be so difficult. Bums takes down Kiro, though. That's gonna be pretty big. Gonna help them on this Ingress, but Aurelia with the retake. Bums takes down Monarchs. Bums is doing a lot of work right now. Bums gonna fall courtesy of that Odin from Sylvia. The spike has been planted. Kiro gonna finally bleed out. But that still leaves it on a 3v2. It's Hesse with this Odin deep in enemy territory. DJ, though, not able to actually confirm the kill. Hesse takes down DJ. Aurelia suppressed. Can't quite confirm the kill. Hesse gets Aurelia as well. Odin versus Odin. Sylvia, the original, comes out ahead, but it's too late. Para with the last kill there. And Hyperspeed Red take the dub.
And Hesse felt unkillable there for a really long time with that Odin. And the proper response as well, you see a Paranoia come out, you try and pinpoint the source with that Odin spray. It's able to hold on to the site, but unfortunately, again, coordination is key in there.
We got light armor, heavy armor. Hesse bought plot armor. I don't know how much that costs, but...
Well, it's expensive for sure. And again, it keeps it in this cat and mouse chase right now, right? Tom and Jerry up in the server, because it is so back and forth. And again, I mean, both teams somehow have a bye, and again, it's kind of going to be whoever wins this round probably is going to extend it by a 2 or 3. And will that mean that Hyperspeed Red can reclaim the lead? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, if they're able to reclaim the lead attacking on a defender-sided map, I think that's going to be absolutely massive when we go into the half here. Like, that's what I'm looking for. Like, I want Day by Day's lead to be more decisive here if I'm a Day by Day fan. Zev gonna go in. Hesse again early finds a kill. Sunny takes down DJ as well, and it's looking like it's gonna be 5v5, or sorry, 5-5 in the scoreline here. If Hyperspeed Red have anything to say about it, Trapwire is triggered. Monarchs, can you do anything about it though? It looks like no, they're just kind of trapped here. Gonna use the cage and poke out, but they know exactly where Monarchs is. Suppressed, damage coming out. You even have Zev going out on this flank. Like, Monarchs should be dead to rights. Takes down Para. That is, like, crazy that you're able to get the kill onto Para, but that is, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, they should not have even been able to get that one there, to be honest, but Hesse cleans up the loose ends, like you foreshadowed. 5-5 here on Ascent, our map number 3, and I think the economy, I was going to say, is broken for Day by Day, but somehow they still are able to potentially wrestle a bye together. It's going to be a little ramshackle. Some players aren't going to be able to get that full shield and that rifle combination, but it could still be enough that they're able to convert and bounce right back. And I mean, with 5-5, like, we are guaranteed a close score at the half, no matter who is going to come out on top. But I would say it would be a nice change of pace for Hyperspeed Red to finally be at a lead at the half. But like you mentioned, the Day by Day fans are hoping that this ends as a 7-5 half.
Yeah, I mean, anything less than a 7-5 is, like, disastrous, and DJ gonna go in super aggressive, and punished so easily. Yeah, I don't think a 7-5 is happening at this point in time. DJ went in with the knives out, couldn't get anything, but punished for it, and Hesse with another kill. Day by Day, like, looking at the health bars, even still, like, everyone's low, they're in shambles right now. Hyperspeed Red have all the confidence in the world. And another interesting thing, by the way, Sylvia wasn't able to buy an Odin, so Hyperspeed Red could go super aggressive here onto B site, and especially with Para just going up there, Hesse having an Odin of her own, they just run over Monarchs, and this is another easy W for Hyperspeed Red. Gonna give themselves 6 out of 5 on a defender-sided map.
And this is probably gonna be 7-5, right? Like I said, this was a force buy.
6 out of 12, I
from-
mean, not 6 out of 5. What am I thinking? 6 to 5 is the score.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there you go, there you go.
6 out of 5 would be incredible.
Yes, improbability. we're writing stories. This is the creative writing class now. But I think because, I mean, now you have to force up for the last round. And it's not going to be Vandal full shields for really anybody except for DJ because that Blade Storm was popped in the previous round. So not looking promising, but then again, we talked about it. It kind of is how they closed out Haven, right? Just some of these aggressive plays, eventually they are going to work. And maybe this is going to be that style of round. But if not, then again, I go back to that mentality game. And like I said, day by day, they've tried a lot over on Haven, and those changes didn't affect the outcome. So now let's see if these changes can affect the outcome. Hunter's here to try and deny this B flood. I mean, other than that, the rest of your team can't do much. They are suppressed here by this null command.
Power's gonna fall. Hesse as
No
well.
way.
That's actually coming out pretty huge. Zev, great shot there, though. It's looking pretty even. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be able to
Para
get...
up.
I don't know if they're gonna be able to get Para up. They can maybe try and go
Yes.
for it. They actually do. All right. Okay, so now you have the man advantage. I mean, which you're definitely going to need because your Omen is real low on HP and DJ is on the prowl right now, but not so much more than,
They're going A.
than Zev is. Yeah.
Look at where Zev is. This is such a smart play, and this is the last angle you're going to clear if you are the players of Day by Day. And no trigger discipline, but I mean, at this point, they don't need it. A 1v3 here, and they're confident, trying to close out this map and as quick as possible. We know they're tired, and the trade comes through. The
How
perfect
does
bait from
Aurelia
Para.
find How does Aurelia find Para there? How do you think that?
Swinging from heaven.
I mean, you had Zev the bouncer where you could just have the plant at A and then Aurelia would have had to go through Zev either way. So you're holding the door, slamming it shut. But I guess Para just wanted to peek out and see who was there.
Well, regardless, as we said, maybe third time's the charm or third map, and Hyperspeed Red close out that half with an advantage. What would we go from, 9-3, 10-2? And now they actually flip all of that dark history into a 7-5 lead. I mean, the only silver lining I feel like for Day by Day here is that if they win this pistol, like, you're basically guaranteed a tie unless Hyperspeed Red thrifties you. And so that's going to, again, keep things really, really close here. Like, this is still anybody's game. And it's going to be, I think, highly defined by this pistol. And look at this, the confidence from Monarchs. Ooh, a nice shock dart. And I think that took the trap wire with it.
Some good damage comes out onto Hesse, though, so Hesse's going to have to play
not.
a little bit. Yeah, there's more damage. The finishing blow, finally. Monarchs, though, can't get the finish off onto Bums. Bums going to just go ahead and walk right into a 3-man firing squad. Not going to live to tell the tale. Kiro gonna go for the plant here. B site is entirely in favor of Day by Day, and Hyperspeed Red, I mean, they're gonna try and make the rotation all back through CT spawn, but are they gonna be able to actually come in when DJ has the angle, has the jet, has the lineup, everything ready to go?
Oh, for sure. And Monarchs at that point was just the jester, the distraction, right? And the rest of the team really was making the moves, storming the castle there through mid-market, and it worked out, right? It set them up for success in this post-plant situation where only Para was going to remain. So like I said, Day by Day, they are able to bounce right back. They should be buying up weapons. And as I mentioned before, you typically don't see a force out of the second round because that's considered throwing unless it's no other option. So I don't really expect to see that from Hyperspeed Red just for the sake of losing their lead. And I will say, the thing you sometimes see is a player forcing up a hero Marshall, or if you're really popping off at round 1 and it's close, maybe an outlaw. But Zev, with this Marshall, is going to look to try and punish these players with like, these lesser shields, like Aurelia, like Monarchs. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to find anything, especially with the team kind of scaling out over towards A.
See, Zev just posted up, waiting for someone to peek, and this is the way that Day by Day, at least at this point in time, are looking to go. I mean, are they going to be able to scout this out? Will they know that Zev is going for a heroic play like this? Obviously, you're going to keep your more vulnerable players in the back. There is the drone, comes out, and now they know that Zev is there. Did they see the gun, though? Do they know that this is not worth peeking? They're going to try and take the duel, but Zev's got the angle, and Sylvia just can't commit.
I'm worried, though, because they're holding this pixel angle, and if DJ swings from the close wall, they are going to be so advantaged in that fight, and then that's your Marshall gone. And would likely be, I would say, the calling card to rotate back over and pinch through tree. But for now, they look like they're just scaling up to B. And as soon as that turret makes contact, that's going to be the cue for the rest of the squad to rotate back over. There it is. And there you can see the movement immediate.
Yeah, it's coming out lightning fast. Hesse already smoked out though. Has to try and rotate around. It's gonna be day by day, getting some ingress onto site B yet again. They should be able to get the spike down here before anyone from Hyperspeed Red can even speak up about it. Sylvia taking an angle here, 2 HP, might not be able to live to tell the tale, but maybe you can take a few down swinging with you.
Oh.
Bums gets caught out there by DJ. I mean, Sylvia's life, Sylvia's got no business still being alive right now, and that kill onto Sunny is crazy. Finally, Sylvia is dealt with, but Monarchs gonna take down 2, and day by day, even the score up 7-7.
Like I said, that's how the 7-5 cookie crumbles. And I mean, this is now the opportunity though for Hyperspeed Red, right? Like I said, they didn't do anything too dicey, other than maybe over-investing a touch, because now it's like the entire team has light shields, which makes me nervous for a potential bonus conversion favoring day by day. But as long as you keep this clean, then it should just be, you know, a procession as normal. And then things will get spicy when we get to the first ultimates of the half and the first kind of mirrored rifle rounds. But other than that, economy, like I said, for day by day, looking good because of how successful that last run was, despite them buying up expensive weapons like that Vandal, like that Phantom. So we'll get to see now how those aid to a third round conversion.
I'm looking to see if I'm looking again at Hesse, because I mean Hesse has been winning out a lot of these duels, and I think even with light armor you can't really count her out here. Sunny though, that's really aggressive, able to take down DJ. Okay, that's one duel already won for the side of Hyperspeed Red. If you can keep that momentum going, you might be able to get some win back in your sails here. And Monarchs, you're playing a dangerous game here, buddy. I mean, Hesse is right there and knows you are coming.
And they're just waiting for the Killjoy utility to get tripped as well. But look at this, the trade-off. Interesting. The Deagle, so they don't have to worry about the classic when they aren't marshalling. Nice little trade schedule, hopefully to enable them to finish off this A split. Unless Monarch is going to go for the really late flank and they're just selling a fake here with all this utility. But my concern is we've seen DJ from main cause chaos, and Zevin was in a similar position, so this is a huge avoidance. But like you mentioned, they can track these rotations, and while Sylvia is able to finish off Sunny, you still have the Killjoy and the Sova on site here.
Well, I mean, Force is here. Party is kicking off. There we go. Take down Kiro on the Ingress there. It's traded out for Bums. It's 3-3. Looking for... I mean, Hesse is still in this eternal game of chicken, but takes their head away from Monarchs, and now is Monarchs' time to strike. Sylvia falls. Zev has the angle, but the spike is down. It's a 2 versus 1. And Monarchs is still holding this same angle. Zev knows it and knows that you can't go too aggressive, because the second you do, Monarchs is going to poke their head out and take it clean off. Actually, Monarchs rotating real far around. Zev is never going to see that one coming. Has to try and make a move here, though, regardless. And actually, like, goes a little bit deep to try and chase Monarchs, who's no longer even there, but you got to worry about Aurelia in the back of this point. And now Monarchs is at your back door. There's the fake defuse. Aurelia gonna slow peek it and get the kill onto Zev. 8-7, day by day, reclaim the lead.
And off of a bonus as well. So now you're not really going to be able to buy if you are Hyperspeed Red, and that is the issue, because now day by day is going to expand that lead inch further and further, closer and closer to those semifinals, unless as always there's the thrifty possibility in the back of your mind. But still, that was really, really clean. Like, what a post plant. And I mean, unfortunately, right, Zev also didn't have any utility left, so then they weren't able to kind of splinter these players or engage with an advantage towards Monarchs. And even if they did, right, Monarchs just insane rotation there. Insane call as well, just to try and play down the clock with the rest of their team. But speaking of insane calls, I said it, eco rounds require desperate times, desperate measures. And that was this pinch play between mid and B main. But that 0 point disrupts all of it.
I mean, Monarchs just has Hesse's number right now. Like, that kill is gonna, again, just open the door for day by day to just swarm in on B site as they are wont to do. And Hyperspeed Red, like, there's nothing they can possibly do about it. DJ wasn't looking down the right lane, but that's okay. Isn't gonna pay for it. Kiro, on the other hand, is. Zev finds the shot, and even though the spike is going down, Hyperspeed Red have been able to buy themselves back into this. They're going to go ahead and pop the drone here. Bums trying to clear all of the angles, make sure all of their way forward is clear so Zev can walk up and try and find the members of Day by Day holding. Maybe looking for a little bit of a wall bang there, but they're not going to find it. In fact, it's going to take a fair bit of damage. Monarchs, again, the one who's got their number, takes down Zev, and now Bum's going for the wall bang. Hey, if it worked the first time, try it again, perhaps. I mean, Sunny gonna fall as well, courtesy of DJ, and this looks like another day by day win.
And like you said, Monarchs is just on line. They want to continue forward in the Radiant Academy. They want to graduate this time.
Yeah, usually when someone is this good, we let them graduate. But I mean, Monarch's
Yeah.
still hanging around, like you said, the super senior.
But I mean, I think what's allowing Monarch as well to be the successful is they know what fights to take and which ones to avoid, right? Last or 2 rounds ago was evident with Zev. That round as well, when they realized there was an entire flank, they don't try and challenge it head on. They get the trapwire if they fall back to their team, and they set up some insane crossfires with an airtight hold on the B site. So airtight, in fact, that they look like they're trying to replicate it here, right? And that's the issue here as well, is if you don't make any noise, you're always going to have that conditioning that, oh, it's probably just the solo Cypher lurk. That's always there.
DJ poking up again. I mean, there's not a whole lot of a defensive angle here from Hyperspeed Red. I mean, not at least until Day by Day cross this threshold, which they know Hesse is going to be lurking around the corner to go for. So just farm up some of these ult orbs, build up to some more utility, and just let it all come crashing down on Hyperspeed Red when the time is right. And they've decided that it's not worth it to go in on B with as deeply as entrenched as their 2 members are. So they're going to rotate it back over towards A. I think the call out has been that, like, yeah, there's only 2 people here and we can take this one.
Now, really need to see this KO bait for Zev right now. Because if not, they're going to get cleared out by probably a Molly, maybe a Flash, maybe a Shock Dart. And that's going to be lethal. That's going to force their hand. And there's that support that I asked for. I just said I wanted KO support. Para lobs a Flash, and you get a 2-piece. 2-for-1 special. Day by Day, this execute going to be really weakened. And Sunny, the immediate rotation is chef's kiss here.
You wanted KO support and you wanted lethality, and there it was, both things in spades. And speaking of lethality, Hyperspeed Red gonna keep that up. Hesse and Bums, the last 2 remaining, both find a kill, and now it's just on to Monarchs. Hesse, I mean, Monarchs has had Hesse's number this whole time, but Hesse, yeah, return that one to sender. Yeah, you earned that one. Okay.
And yeah, I mean, even with, like, Monarchs having Hesse's number, like, they're still 13 and 13. Like, I think the big thing to point out is look at Aurelia and look at Para. 19 and 14 assists. Those are numbers you can expect to see at the end of the game. And if, President doesn't, fail us, on overtime at 13-11, then we probably aren't even close to being done here, right? Economy, still a little iffy for Hyperspeed Red after that loss, but Day by Day, healthy weapons. Let's see what they can do here, especially since the Killjoy has been swapped over to a solo hold on A, and they have stacked B.
See if that pays off. I mean, Zev, again, going for another aggressive play. DJ takes down Bums elsewhere, and the knives from Zev just aren't there. Only one last one left, and you gotta believe it's got Monarch's name on it. But nope, goes straight into the wall, and now Zev has to back out. Doesn't have another utility to try and take Monarchs down. So, I mean, Monarchs doesn't have to take that fight. Knows better than it. Aurelia going to take down Sunny elsewhere, and Hyperspeed Red are bleeding members left and right. Hesse is now down. This is looking to be another flawless for Day by Day as they get themselves back under control here. Zev's still on the lurk, but with just a pistol, what can you really do?
And look at the read as well. Just the wallbang shot's already running out into tree. And at this point, just a rotation. Sylvia looking for their own frags here. Ooh, nice RNG right click, but with the chip damage, don't expect to see much when this Vandal is recovered, if it can be recovered. Nice cloud burst, and they might even just go for the save of the Vandal, right? Like I said, the economy isn't grand here, but unfortunately they are going to die trying to help propel Para. And Para, even if you get out of this tree position, there is a trapwire with your name on it. So maybe a merciful outcome, but double digits for Day by Day. Breached nonetheless here on Ascent.
I mean, but Hyperspeed Red, I mean, they do have the ability to go for at least a half-hearted buy. I mean, light armor again, heavy armor. I think in that last fight, by the way, I think, Para needed to try and make a move at the same time as Zev. Because Zev went in, was able to get that one pick off, and maybe could have even gotten more, and a lot of attention got drawn their way. If Para had gone in, maybe could have caught someone else off guard and even the odds before Zev fell, and maybe set themselves up for something resembling a retake.
Well, I agree. I think that's something we can definitely see change from Hyperspeed Red. Like, a lot of ults coming online, so retake would be nice instead of just living by the site, dying by the site. Because I feel like that was actually something that was, I think, Day by Day's kryptonite, I think over on Lotus, was they weren't playing retakes. And now, I'm giving that same advice to Hyperspeed Red, right? I treat all my students fairly, or the same. But we'll see what they're able to do here. Because again, we talked about this change of the Killjoy soloing A and the stack over towards B. We finally get to see what it looks like when Day by Day fights into the stack.
Couple of dueling drones there from the Sovas. Bums gonna go ahead and pop that Hunter's Fury, knows where Day by Day want to be, and that's just gonna repel them. I mean, they were all stacked up to try and attack on B, but that's just a little bit of peacocking, I think, because the rest of Hyperspeed Red aren't showing themselves. They probably think it's just the Sova with the ultimate, Or sorry, they probably think there's more than just the Solvu with the ultimate, and not that there's other assassins in position. So they can rotate all the way back down to A.
Hmm. With no KO there either, you don't get the cycling of the 0 point. You don't get to confirm, oh, are there players over here towards A main? So really the first form of contact would be either this utility usage or that turret. But it is a little bit of a microwave setup here. So I'm hoping we get to see maybe some paranoia or something to flush them out. But speaking of flushing out, all that utility is now moot. With that 0 point, it will have to be just sheer frag potential, which we know Hesse has stored up inside of them. But again, it's countered by thoroughness. Hell cleared out, and it is just Hell unleashed at this point. Hyperspeed Red, this retake demolished even with the no command popped.
They might be able to get the res though. I mean, and Zev has been able to find a kill. Cloudburst, they're going for the res. They might actually be able to get it.
But they're out of the dark cover. So you can track exactly where they are. And there's no spray, so you're right. This is a 3v3. This is very winnable.
Zev gonna go in, super aggressive, but Aurelia takes them out as they try to go for it. Sunny takes down Aurelia, as well as Sylvia, and it's now just a 1v1. Monarchs versus Sunny. What can we get done here with the spike planted? The clock's running out. Monarchs, the shots are there. Sunny just can't get it done. The pressure a little bit too much to handle that time around.
Yeah, it's getting late. We saw the shakes from both of them in terms of that aim. Also, I felt like there was a difficulty finding the spike location because I think it was tucked a little bit more into generator than normal, since that was kind of a tree execute more than a main one. But aside from that, again, it feels like day by day starting to run away with things, and I feel like this is when we would have wanted to see a Hyperspeed Red timeout, perhaps. I would say this round, right? Because this is your last, I think, chance, right? You lose this, you have a bye, yes, but then you still have to win, you know? 3 rounds in a row, and I think that's why they're carrying this momentum forward. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to connect. Sylvia back, even on the attack with their antics, with their Odining.
To me, this just kind of looks like Hyperspeed Red. Like, they know their back's up against the wall, and they know if they get super aggressive and they can maybe find something, you know, just pull a rabbit out of a hat here, it'd be great for them. But I mean, it's late. It's a little bit. Hesse's in an interesting spot here, and I don't think Aurelia is going to be aware of this. Oh no.
Revenge.
Oh no. Aurelia, don't turn around. Okay, all right. Yeah, I
They
got a
have a
little bit too far
lockdown.
away. They do have a lockdown, and they're going to use it too.
Not Monarchs, of all people.
Monarchs is almost definitely going to get caught here. DJ takes down Para, though. I mean, like, Hesse on this flank takes down DJ as well. There is no way Hesse is going to be the hero that keeps Hyperspeed Red alive. Yeah, no, Monarchs catches them out there, and there we go. Bums also taken down. Match point for day by day, and Hyperspeed Red. I mean, your back couldn't be more up against the wall than it is right now, so it's time to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
I mean, it could be worse. Like I said, you could not have a buy right now. Like, it could just be, you know, ghosts and light shields. So I think their save pattern aligns with the job that they now have to get done, which is 4 rounds in a row. And if you win, you're going to start building up that winner's advantage as well. And I mean, you also have the loser's bonus fueling you right now as well, because it's been 3 rounds in a row, strong by day. But as we said, has to start now. And you invested a big ticket item, that lockdown, last round. Versus day by day, they have the aggression, they have the bail out of the blades if they need it. We'll see what sticks.
I mean, that lockdown was their tool, and interestingly, also, by the way, we talked about it being a decent buy for Hyperspeed Red, but Para only with the light armor, so there is a strong vulnerability, and if there is a vulnerability, this Odin from Sylvia is going to find it. Back to all reliable, finishing this map up the way we started it out. DJ looking for the duel against Hesse, but Hesse not going to take it. Knows they got the favorable angle. Gonna wait for DJ to play into her hand here. And DJ doesn't want that smoke just yet. Knows they don't have to take it, at least until they have the advantage. They can maybe even go... They don't even need the ult orb. They have everything they could possibly want right now.
At this point. But this is the latest we've had a 5-on-5 still alive. I mean, but they're, again, going back to day by day in their antics of not being afraid to execute the sites when the timer is low. But unfortunately, now that they have a position confirmed here...
They're just going to rotate.
They're going to go back A. And I was going to say, Hyperspeed Red, they're like, oh, they can't possibly go back A. We're going to commit to the B rotation. Well, guess what? Day by day takes things second by second in these rounds.
And Hyperspeed didn't have any lurkers either, so they're not going to be able to catch this out. They're all going to be coming from CT side, so all funneling in through just one choke. Sure, you do have one splitting off, that Omen coming in from the lower side, but everyone else is going to be up here on the high ground. DJ going Gonna go ahead and nestle themselves underneath it to try and stop any sort of ingress. Kiro gonna get the spike down. Zev takes down DJ. That's absolutely massive. Zev's HP looking really, really low. Sylvia gonna go ahead and use the Hunter's Fury. Try to see if they can finish that kill off. Maybe put in a little bit more pressure. Monarchs takes down Bums. Maybe going for a little bit of a floor bang here is Aurelia, but it's been spotted out. Sunny takes down Kiro. It's so back and forth, but Hyperspeed Red, it's just down to the two of them. It's Hesse and it's Para. Para again with that light armor, but Aurelia only had 1 HP. Sylvia with that Odin finds the wall bang and closes us out. That's going to be day by day, taking the round, taking the map, and taking the series. One that you and I are both pretty surprised that we, not by the outcome, but by how we got here.
Oh, for sure, right? We come into this and we're like, all right, out of the matchups, right? We have the 1v9 seed, the 4v5, the 2v7, and the 3v6. I don't think any of us would have expected that the 2 seed versus the 7 seed would go to a map 3, that we'd have a 9-3, that we would be one round away from overtime to potentially lock in an 11-3 curse as well. So really, day by day, had to work for this victory. And again, like we mentioned beforehand, both of these teams, I believe, are teams that are going to be competing in the next Game Changers Open qualifier. So they definitely got their reps, their practice in, and have probably troubleshooted some big issues with their compositions. And these VODs are going to be insane material to review before that happens in early October.
I would be absolutely terrified to go up against either of these teams earlier in the day when they're still awake and the caffeine hasn't worn off yet. I mean, I think at that point in time, like, they're both going to be cooking, firing on all cylinders. Yeah, you know what? Right now, let's go. What time is it? What is it?
No, you said when
they
EST? You said when they've had their coffee, when they're up like actually in normal hours.
Get them some Red Bulls. We got this. No, we have an entire other day of this tomorrow, and I need to rest my voice after this long series that, you know, again, like, neither of us thought it would go nearly as long as it ended up going. And even though, you know, towards the tail end of Ascent, it kind of felt like it started to get a little one-sided, go into day by day's favor. The fact that our most one-sided map was still 13-8, it's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good for Hyperspeed Red.
Yep. Well, with that victory, Day by Day does join our top 4 teams that tomorrow will be competing in the semifinals. We got Oomfies versus Snex, and we got Day by Day versus Sad Frost, as that beautiful graphic fills out. And, I mean, wow, look at seeding. 1 through 4 seeds are all in the semifinals. Insane how that works out.
Well, I mean, it's kind of expected, but it almost didn't happen. I mean, Hyperspeed Red, I mean, looking at the 2-0s across the board, Hyperspeed Red, that anomaly, you know, going forward into qualifiers and even into future Radiant Academies, that's going to be a team to watch. I think if you're Hyperspeed Red, you know, even though you're probably your eyelids are feeling pretty heavy, you should still hold your head high after that one, taking the number 2 seeded team, you know, into a series that far, into deep waters. And yeah, they know how to swim. And that's going to be something that Sad Frost, I think, is going to be paying very close attention to. Maybe we don't let them get that deep.
Yeah, and again, we kind of also talked about like map picks being huge, and I think determining the outcomes for that map or that series in particular. Like I said, I feel like the Jet for Zev is still cooking. Like I said, they kind of were lurking a little bit. I feel like more than a Jet typically does, which isn't an issue because we saw Hesse step up. But if Hesse cools off, then you kind of lose that factor. So I think a set isn't really in their wheelhouse as much as like we saw Lotus and Haven. So I'll look forward to seeing those remedies come forward, and I'll look forward to Sad Frost also trying to target maybe Day by Day in those Jet maps and taking those off the table there as well. But regardless, like we said, we have our semifinals set, and like we said, this is not Saturday school, this is weekend school, where we have classes on both days, where I'm so excited to be back with you and our amazing production team to cover semifinals and grand finals starting at, I want to say, like 3 p.m. I'm at time zones. I want to say actually it's 4 p.m. 4 p.m.
4 p.m. EST,
yeah, wait.
noon PST, 4 p.m. EST. I don't know if I said E or P the first time.
That doesn't track. There's a 3-hour difference there. I think it's 1 p.m. PST, 4 p.m. EST.
Yeah, that's
fact check it with Twitter, guys, because Radiant has been insane posting updates there and posting coverage of these teams, which deserve the spotlight. I think CB, obviously, like I said, this is your first time getting a taste for Valorant, and I love programs like this where it's like Radiant Academy is like the training for Game Changers Open qualifiers, which is like if Calling All Heroes had like a training ground, essentially, is what a Radiant Academy acts as. So the people that aren't to that echelon of Calling All Heroes can get to that point. So it's definitely the starting point and the first few chapters for a lot of teams, which is really, really cool.
Well, speaking of calling all heroes, of course I have to shill for them as the designated face of that particular brand. Head over to Radiant.store to get your mandatory class uniform for tomorrow.
Yes.
Any of that Radiant merch for calling all heroes or any of the future initiatives that Radiant has been championing. All of these marginalized gender initiatives like Radiant Academy, Game Changers, Calling All Heroes, I love all of them. The merch is absolute fire, and again, it's mandatory uniform, so you will get a demerit if I don't catch you wearing it tomorrow. Not you specifically, chat. I'm talking to chat. You can wear whatever you want. You're a teacher.
Yeah, I was about to say. I definitely want to order some, but I don't know if they have express shipping for it to get here by tomorrow's CB. So, students, you'll have to figure that out. But regardless, it has been an amazing evening. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and we will see you right back tomorrow at Radiant GG for the closeout of Radiant Academy 104.